This story originates in a small village called Fanjia. The landscapes here are very picturesque. A loud noise echoes throughout the village. A man knocks on the door and calls for Zhao Bailan to come out. The man continues to knock loudly, trying to break down the door. He keeps calling Zhao Bailan. A middle-aged man warns Zhao Bailan that if he does not repay the debt, he will no longer be able to stay in this village. A few moments later, a man comes out of the room. A lot of people were already crowded around. The woman was not in the best position, because now she doesn't even have money for food. She needed a little more time. When this woman's son didn't have money to study, she took out a loan of 1,000, and now it's 2,000 plus interest. This nasty and evil man was not going to give up. After a second he rolled up his sleeves. And now, a moment later, this bastard waved his hand and was preparing to hit a defenseless woman, thus collecting some interest. But, suddenly, a guy jumped out from the crowd of people. He rushed forward with lightning speed. The young man sharply grabbed this scumbag by the wrist, stopping him and preventing him from striking. The black-haired boy glared at this bastard, tightly squeezing his wrist. It was Fan Ling. There was anger and irritation in the eyes of the young boy. He continued to stare at the man. And now, just a moment later, the brave guy delivers a clear blow to the face of this scumbag. He's not going to hesitate. The entire crowd held their breath when they saw Fan Ling return. The young man hit Yang Wei, so now he will be in trouble. The scumbag was completely furious that this young man dared to do this to him. Now he won't have any problems. Just a couple of seconds later, the black-haired boy threw a wad of money. This wad of money flew straight into the face of Yang Wei, who clearly did not expect such a bestial attitude towards himself. Fan Ling repaid the debt that Yang Wei had so demandingly extorted. There are exactly 2,000 in the pack. And so, as soon as this man heard about how much money was in this pack, he immediately calmed down. The man immediately began counting the money. Now he is ready to leave, but before that he had the nerve to ask for money for medicine. The black-haired boy did not react to such nonsense that Yang Wei continued to utter. Just a couple of seconds later, Fan Ling loudly shouted at the scoundrel and told him to go away. No one is waiting for him here. The man made a very disgusting expression on his face and added that this was still not the end. A moment later, Yang Wei quickly rushed away, leaving dust in his wake. People looked after him. As it turned out, this brave guy is the son of an unfortunate woman whom this scoundrel dared to attack. The son invited his mother to enter the house and discuss everything there, but, unexpectedly, someone called out to Fan Lin. Soon, an attractive red-haired girl emerged from the crowd. It seems that this is Fan Lin's fiancée who has just returned. Fan Lin's mother kindly greeted the girl and invited her to enter the house. But after a moment, the girl pushed away the hand of Zhao Bailan, who was so kind and friendly to her. The woman stared at her daughter-in-law in surprise, because she didn't understand why she had such a rude reaction. She's a little stunned. The red-haired attractive girl came here to tell Fan Lin some news. They are no longer engaged. Hearing such unexpected news, the black-haired boy was stupefied. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. An awkward silence fell between the young guys. There was a feeling that all eyes were focused only on them. At first the young boy could not believe what he had just heard from his girlfriend. Maybe this is a dream, but it seems that the girl was absolutely indifferent. She reiterated that they were no longer engaged and she did not need to ask his permission to do so. Everyone around began to whisper, discussing the loser Fan Lin. It is logical that the girl left him, because he studied at some third-rate university. The black-haired boy clenched his teeth. It was incredibly painful for him that the girl left him so easily. The red-haired bitch seemed to be completely indifferent to the guy. She teased him and didn't feel an ounce of sympathy. The girl exchanged our hero for a richer guy who has his own car, house and company. The young man paused and took a deep breath to calm himself. He realized that he had underestimated Fan Xiaolan. The young boy was not going to waste any more time on this bitch and asked her to leave. Now she is not welcome here. Not seeing any reaction from the guy, the girl turned around and irritably threw a couple of insults towards her ex. The main character silently looked after his ex. He was in a lot of pain, but he is sure that the girl will regret it. Mother and son were left alone, and after a couple of moments the crowd of people slowly began to disperse, because there was nothing else to see here. The woman decides not to stand on the street and invites her son to come into the house. They have a lot to discuss. A couple of seconds later, mother and son headed into the house. The woman asked her son to wait, and she went to get water to bring it to her son. The woman approached the table and took a glass into which she poured water. She is not serious about talking to her son. Well, when the woman turned around, she saw that the boy was smiling strangely. It feels like he is not in this reality. She ran up to her child and began shaking him to bring him to his senses. Even though he is a loser who has nothing, he still has his mother. The black-haired boy quickly began to reassure his mother, saying that he was fine. A moment later, Fan Lang took out a small wad of money from his jacket pocket and gave it to his mother to repay the debt. Seeing this, the woman was greatly moved and tears appeared in her eyes. She didn't understand where her son got so much money from. The young boy immediately reassured his mother and explained that he had not stolen the money. This is the scholarship he received at the university. From now on, the guy had no intention of leaving anywhere. His goals were to lead their village to prosperity and provide the best possible life. The woman is ready to support her son in everything. She went to prepare dinner and sent her son to rest. Everything our hero just said is the pure truth. He doesn't make things up a bit and isn't arrogant. At this time, the young man remembers how he was in some room in room number 302. With the money he had left from the scholarship, the young man bought a phone. He was trying to figure out how to set the ringtone. Suddenly, loud music was heard on the phone and, out of surprise, the young boy clumsily dropped the phone. It would seem that everything is not so bad, but the phone fell straight into the toilet. The main character was in a stupor for a couple more seconds, because it took him a while to realize what had just happened. But when he realized this, he screamed in despair. He just lost his new smartphone. When the young man took out the phone, he was very disappointed, because he had only bought it today. He must find out if he can be brought back. But, moments later, the phone received a notification that the recovery function had started because the device was damaged. Our hero looked at his smartphone with worry and thought about cool new technologies. And now, after a couple of seconds, the smartphone was normal. And the initialization is complete. Some time has passed. The weather was wonderful outside. The warm sun was gently hitting the window. Fan Ling comes to the conclusion that the phone works even after falling into the water. This is really cool. The boy was immersed in his thoughts, but suddenly, someone's hand slapped him on the shoulder and pulled him out of his thoughts. It turned out to be an acquaintance of his, who friendlily offered to play tonight, since he had a new phone. But the black-haired guy didn't want to waste time on this now. First he needs to climb around and figure out the phone. The friend walked away, saying that he had plenty of time for this. Our hero has a lot of time to spend on his phone. Fan Lin began to understand his new phone, getting to know this new world of technology. On the screen he saw a news feed that said that there would be a meteor shower tonight. The guy definitely wants to look at him. Several hours passed and night fell. The time for the meteor shower to begin is approaching. The main character went to the window and fixed his gaze on the starry sky. He looks carefully at every star. The young man was looking forward to the start of the meteor shower, but nothing happened. Is this not true? The black-haired boy was disappointed in the news he read earlier. It really seems like a lie. As soon as our hero threw his phone on the bed, he received a new notification. The screen lit up. Fan Ling turned around and naturally turned his attention to the vibrating phone. On the phone screen was a photo of his friend and girlfriend, who proposed marriage under a meteor shower. The young boy did not understand why his friend did not tell him about such important news. This is a very important event. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately began dialing his friend's number to congratulate him. The young man congratulated his friend on such a joyful event, but he did not understand what he was talking about. Now he actually plays on the computer. The friend didn't understand what was going on at all, so he was about to hang up. It seems he didn't make a post with such news. Our hero was furious that his friend dared to act so disrespectfully towards him. Fan Ling decides not to pay much attention to this and just go to bed so that this strange day will end as quickly as possible. And so the night passed. The friend began to wake up the main character, but he was still sleepy. A friend announces that today he wants to confess his love to his dream girl and invites her to support him tonight. The young boy stared at his friend in surprise, because he clearly remembers that he had already done this yesterday. But the friend doesn't understand what he's talking about and thinks that Fan Ling is just too sleepy. Today, at 9 o'clock in the evening, he calls him to come to this event. The black-haired boy is in a complete stupor, because a serious inconsistency has occurred in his head. He is sincerely trying to understand what is happening. The young man urgently turned on his phone and saw that his friend's post was still there. Today he will find out what the guy is up to. And then, finally, evening came. At the appointed time, a huge crowd of people gathered in front of the building, crowding around the guy and his girlfriend. At this time, the friend handed the bouquet to his girlfriend and confessed his love to her. All eyes were directed only at them. The main character was still in a stupor, because he did not understand how this could happen. Has he really gone back in time? Immediately after declaring his love, the guy hugged his girlfriend and began taking many photographs. Our hero's friend was a real show-off and loved to show off, because he immediately made a post. The young man looked into the phone of passers-by and saw on their screens yesterday's post, which he had already seen before. And the news about the meteor shower was also yesterday. He wasn't reading carefully when he refreshed his news feed yesterday. Everything that the main character read about yesterday happened today. It was incredibly strange and unusual. A moment later, the guy had a crazy idea that his phone could possibly predict what would happen the next day. Our hero has an idea on how he can provide his mother and the villagers with a decent and better life. The young man notices that crabs are quite expensive and the main character can make good money from this. Unfortunately, they don't have a fishing net at home, so Fan Lin needs to go and ask Wang, who lives next door, for one. Some time passed and the sun slowly began to hide behind the horizon. Evening came. The main character immediately went to Van's house to borrow a fishing net. When a young boy entered his neighbor's yard, he saw that the man was busy weaving a fishing net. The man greeted his neighbor very friendly and kindly asked him to come in. The black-haired boy entered the courtyard and complimented Xiaofeng, who was becoming more beautiful and blossoming every day. Hearing such a pleasant compliment, the girl immediately blossomed and became embarrassed. A red blush appeared on the cheeks. The young girl was very embarrassed and looked away. The cheeks continued to turn redder. She was glad that Fan Ling returned home to the village again. It was clear that the girl was incredibly nervous and this was evident from the way she wrinkled the hem of her shirt. The young girl also heard rumors that Lan had left him. She was clearly worried about Fan Lin's condition now. But the black-haired boy immediately reassured the neighbor and said that there was no need to worry about it, because it didn't matter to him anymore. Then the main character said why he actually came here. A young man wants to borrow a fishing net to catch some crabs. The man warned him that now was not the best time, because if there was no tide, nothing would work. Fan Ling knows what he is doing. The neighbor did not object and stopped the young guy. Instead, he immediately handed the young man a fishing net. Night fell, but our hero did not sleep. He was busy getting ready to go crabbing soon. A young boy was preparing food to go and catch crabs. Everything was almost ready, and so, some time passed. Finally, our hero finished and now everything was ready. The tide will begin at 3 o'clock in the morning. There was a beautiful full moon in the sky, illuminating everything around. Billions of stars spread across the sky. The black-haired boy headed to the beach towards the sea, taking with him a fishing net and gear. Now he is ready to go fishing. As soon as Fan Ling approached the water itself, he threw the fishing net and buckets onto the sand. It's time to get started. The main character did not hesitate, because time was already running out. He immediately began securing nets for fishing. The first step has been taken and you can proceed to the second. Now you need to put on the bait. Some time passed, and our hero prepared everything for fishing. Now the trap was ready and all that was left was to wait for the tide. The starry sky was incredibly magical and mesmerizing with its beauty. The moon illuminated everything around. Fan Lin could only wait long and hard. He sat down and leaned his elbows on the rocks, looking up at the sky. The black-haired guy has already made his promise, so now he can't break it. He is full of faith that it will work. While our hero was waiting for the tide, he began to dream and fantasize about his bright and happy future. When the young man gets rich, he will definitely build a huge house for his mother and take the best girl as his wife. After some time, the water began to make noise and it became immediately clear. The tide had begun. The black-haired boy is incredibly happy that everything worked out. We can only hope that the crabs will fall into his trap. The moon brightly illuminated the sea water, and thanks to this, our hero saw dark silhouettes in the water. Are these really crabs? A moment later, the water began to recede and the tide began to ebb. When the water decreased, crabs became visible. Luckily for the main character there was no aisle, because he saw a lot of crabs and was incredibly happy about such a harvest. There were indeed a lot of crabs caught in the net, so the young man blithely began to take the crabs out of the trap. But the main character became very relaxed and forgot about safety rules, so the crab snapped its claws on his finger. It was incredibly painful. The young guy immediately began waving his hand, trying to unhook the crab from himself. Attempts were in vain, and the black-haired boy began to run all over the beach while the remaining crabs clung to his entire body. Thus the morning came. The sun had already fully risen and illuminated the village with its rays. The main character returned to the village with an excellent catch, and he can't wait to show his catch to his mother. A moment later, the woman came out to answer her son's call and was shocked when she saw a huge barrel filled with crabs. The woman had only one question: where did her son get so many crabs? She tried to understand, but she needed an answer. The young man caught these crabs this morning on the beach, and a little later he will go to the market and try to sell them to earn money. Zhao Bailan warned our hero to be as careful as possible when transporting crabs across the mountain road. The black-haired boy reassured his mother and assured her that everything would be fine. He's just going to town. And so, when the young boy headed out on the road, at the exit from the yard he saw his attractive neighbor, Xiaofeng. The main character was incredibly happy to see Xiaofeng. He wanted to share his joy with her and show her the crabs. After a couple of seconds, the young guy put the barrel of crabs on the ground, giving the girl the opportunity to look at them. The girl was delighted when she saw so many crabs. Besides this, they were also very big. The young girl looked at the black-haired boy with admiration. Fan Ling is truly amazing. A moment later, our hero handed the girl a fishing net, which he had previously borrowed from her father. There were also some crabs in the net as a token of gratitude. Xiaofeng was very embarrassed, but she was incredibly pleased to receive such a bonus from her neighbor. The young lady was sincerely grateful to the young boy. Confusedly, she asked where the neighbor was going. The young man says that he is heading to the city to sell these crabs. He needs to hurry, because Fan Ling might miss the bus. The girl was very happy for the young boy's success, and she wanted him to succeed. The main thing is to be careful. The sun shone brightly all around. It played pleasantly with the leaves on the trees. Meanwhile, the bus was already racing along the highway, overtaking the sun's rays and trees. The main character sat near the window and carefully looked at the beautiful landscapes that were outside the window. Some time passed and the bus arrived at its destination. And finally, the young boy took a confident step, stepping onto the city asphalt. It was impossible not to notice that there was quite a large flow of people at the bus stop. There are a lot of restaurants here. The young boy continued to look around. He hoped that he could sell crabs here and relied on his own strength. After some time, he began to walk around the city and found some restaurant. He decided to try his luck here. The black-haired boy went inside and placed a barrel of crabs on the surface. At this time, it was the height of the working day in the restaurant. All the cooks and other workers were working in the kitchen. The main character entered the restaurant and began to look for the director of this establishment to try to sell him some crabs. But the cook did not listen to the beggar boy and rudely replied that they do not serve beggars. The young boy clearly did not like this attitude towards himself. His gaze immediately changed, and he became a little wary. Our hero once again calmly explained that he came here to sell some crabs and asked what price they were willing to give for it. But the cook was adamant. He shooed our hero away and said that they do not buy crabs from private sellers. The black-haired boy was furious at such a terrible attitude towards himself. The blood began to boil in my veins. It was incredibly difficult for the young boy to restrain himself. He clenched his fists until his hands tightened. The man continued to insult Fan Lin and say that he seemed to be looking for a fight. A moment later, the black-haired boy still could not stand it and abruptly grabbed this impudent man by the collar. Our hero just wants to sell crabs and there is nothing wrong with that. He doesn't understand why this man is putting so much pressure on him. A moment later, a loud female voice was heard. The women did not understand what was happening in the kitchen and came to find out. A couple of seconds later, a businesswoman appeared on the stairs, dressed in an office suit. She looked carefully at the brawl between the guys. At this time, the screams in Wameo's restaurant were still getting louder. Some woman came down the steps and headed straight towards our hero, because she wanted to find out what happened between him and the cook. The cook immediately explained the situation, saying that this young man would like to sell crabs to the restaurant. As soon as the black-haired woman heard the news about this, she immediately became interested and turned her gaze to the young man. The young boy looked at the unfamiliar woman with hopeful eyes. It seems all is not lost yet. The woman immediately approached the main character and shook his hand, because Taran also needs crabs right now. As it turned out, this woman was the boss of the restaurant. Our hero handed her fresh crabs that he had caught quite recently. The female director carefully examined the crabs and noticed that they were quite good. After that, she immediately wanted to know the price. The black-haired boy felt awkward, because he was doing this for the first time and didn't even know what price was acceptable in such a matter. The director decides to weigh the crabs first, and then go up to her office and discuss the issue of price. Fan Ling was acting rather unsure, so the woman took the initiative into her own hands and dragged him to the top floor. While the guys were heading to her office, the woman decided to brighten up the situation and asked what the name of this cute boy was. The black-haired boy did not feel very comfortable, but, nevertheless, he did not pay attention to it and introduced himself. The young man sincerely could not understand why he felt awkward, because this was just selling crabs. Why then go upstairs? Well, the boy decided not to pay attention to it. No matter what oddities a woman has, he must do something important and useful for the village. And so, a few minutes later they went up to the director's office. She invited him to come in and sit down. The main character obediently did what the woman asked. Now all he had to do was wait. And so, soon, the woman sat down at the next chair and introduced herself as the owner of this restaurant named Wang Yuan. The woman seemed in no hurry to buy crabs. First, she took out a cigarette and asked where our hero came from. The young boy behaved quite politely and explained that he came from the village of Fanjia, and these crabs were caught in their lake. These crabs are really good, so a kilogram can sell for $100. If the boy has even more, the woman is ready to take them at a high price. Hearing this news, Fan Ling was incredibly happy, because this was a good chance to get rich and provide a normal life for his mother and everyone who lives in the village. If a young boy has this particular type of crab, then the woman is ready to buy it at a high price. The young man is very happy, but it seems that that was not all. The woman stifled her cigarette and turned to our hero again. A moment later, the black-haired woman pulled the elastic from her gorgeous hair and let it down. An attractive stranger suggested that the young man exchange WeChat, because it could help them in the future. The attractive and mesmerizing brunette leaned forward, repeating that she liked his crabs. The guy was able to see her beautiful forms. The main character tried to change the topic and distract the director from himself, saying that with the help of WeChat he could predict her future. Hearing about such an unusual proposal, the female director was in full anticipation. She was eager to hear the prediction. If our hero still turns out to be right, then the woman is ready to buy his crabs for $120 per kilogram. The main character, having heard this, does not mind at all. Fan Ling is not going to refuse such a lucrative offer. Several minutes passed, which the brunette spent waiting for her prediction, drinking hot coffee. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy is busy looking for positions in the director's widget. When the main character finished, he predicted to the woman that tomorrow she would have a business meeting with a woman she hated. Hearing about this, the black-haired woman became a little nervous, but still praised the young guy's talents. But, after a couple of moments, our hero added that we should not get rid of this hated woman just because of her personal hostility towards her. It seems like too much. As soon as the director heard about this, her face immediately changed. She was sweating from nerves and her eyes were darting back and forth. Some time passed and the director finally got around to weighing the crabs. The scale marked 51.5 kilograms. Since a woman is willing to pay $120 per kilogram, and there are 51 of them here, she will pay $6,200. The woman reminds that if the main character catches more of these crabs, he can safely come here. The brunette will gladly buy them back. A moment later, the woman approached the young boy's ear and sweetly, seductively whispered that she would buy them at a good price. The black-haired boy clearly did not expect such attention to himself, so he immediately grabbed the money and tried to get away from this situation. And so, immediately after this, the young man headed towards the exit. He wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Next time he will catch even more crabs. Just a couple of seconds later, the young man rushed away so that the woman would not start pestering him again. He said that he urgently needed to buy something. Some time passed, and the young boy had already arrived at the bus station, holding 2 newly purchased chickens in his hands. Our hero is about to return home to the village, but, unexpectedly, the phone begins to ring in his pocket. When the black-haired boy took out his phone, he saw on the screen another post made on WeChat. He sees a notification that he has received an achievement in the form of an enhancement potion. Fan Ling tried to understand what this meant, but this mysterious potion was located somewhere outside the village, so upon arrival in the village the main character immediately decides to go in search of it. And so, after some time, the young boy arrived in his home village and immediately went in search of the potion. The young man sees that the place he needed to come to is an old tree outside the village. It confidently spread its branches. Our hero carefully examined this tree and everything that was around, after which he found a sign at the roots, near which it was sprinkled with fresh earth. The young boy immediately thought that this sign must be a clue. The potion must be there, but, nevertheless, Fan Ling decides not to draw premature conclusions and first dig up what is there. Then he will find out. The black-haired boy dug up a small hole and took a stick, after which he began to check if there was anything underground at the excavation site. When he poked the ground with a stick, he felt something hard. There was a box with a WeChat sign on it. When the young man opened the box, he saw a small bottle there. Is this really the promised potion? The main thing is that it doesn't turn out to be some kind of poison. But, nevertheless, if the system told the guy the truth, then Fan Ling decides not to hesitate and take the risk of drinking this incomprehensible potion. And now, a moment later, the young man, without any doubt, turns over the bottle and drinks this unknown liquid. After a couple of seconds, the main character took a sip and drank this strange liquid. Fan Ling hopes that nothing terrible will happen to him after this. Immediately after our hero drank this strange liquid, he relaxed slightly, because it tasted like ordinary grape juice. The main character is full of passion and determination. He can't wait to see if his strength has really increased after drinking the potion. A moment later, the black-haired boy closes his hand into a fist and swings, wanting to strike. His fist touches the tree trunk with lightning speed. A loud crunch and impact sound is heard. Immediately after this, the boy's face changes dramatically. Tears begin to flow from the pain. The young man clamps his lips together so as not to scream. It was all a lie. The young boy quickly begins to run around the tree, waving his hand, trying to ease his pain at least a little. Just a moment later, another wave of pain pierced our hero. She made him freeze and not breathe. It was incredibly painful. Pain gripped the young man's entire body. It felt like his whole body was on fire. Only one moment passed, after which the young boy collapsed powerlessly to the ground. He didn't understand what was happening to him. The pain was unbearable and impossible to endure. With every moment the eyelids became heavier and heavier, the eyes closed. Will Fan Ling really die? Several hours passed. At this time, the sun is slowly starting to hide behind the horizon, painting the sky a pleasant orange color. Suddenly, the main character's hand begins to tremble a little. Fortunately, the young man did not die. After a moment, the black-haired boy slowly begins to open his eyes. He sees the sunset in front of him. the body still hurts. The young boy's head hurts incredibly, but he is diligently trying to remember what happened to him. A second later, Fan Ling remembered everything. He remembered how he drank the potion that Vic had rewarded him with and almost killed him. And so, when our hero had already come to his senses a little, he was ready to go home. At first glance, the protagonist's body is normal, but Fan Ling decides to take a closer look at himself when he returns home. The young boy heads away from this terrible place, leaving an empty box and bottles on the ground. Suddenly, this box and bottles began to disappear. It's impossible, but it happened. The objects slowly disappeared, leaving nothing behind. Meanwhile, the sun continues to hide further and further behind the horizon. Very soon it will go to sleep. Finally, the main character returned home. He immediately called his mother to show her what kind of gifts he had brought her. He can't wait to share his joy. But the young boy hears some strange sounds and does not hear his mother's voice at all. He immediately becomes alert and turns around, trying to find her. When our hero turned around, he saw on the opposite side of the yard the same vile man who once dared to take a swing at his mother. The scumbag sat as if nothing had happened and smoked a cigarette. He behaved as confidently as if he was in his own home, on his own territory, although this was far from the case. The black-haired boy immediately became wary. He did not understand what Yang Wei was doing on the territory of his house and where his mother was now. This scumbag was still offended by the fact that he got punched in the face by Fan Lin yesterday. He didn't know where Zhao Bailan was now. But our hero did not care at all about the childishness of this scoundrel. He asked the man to leave before he hit him again. But it seems this disgusting man was not going to leave so easily. A moment later, he threw the cigarette but straight to the ground. A moment later, this scumbag rushes at the unarmed protagonist with a knife. Blood will be shed today. But, fortunately, the man does not rush at the guy. Instead, he grabs one of the chickens by the throat. The scumbag threatens Fan Lin that if he does not pay his $1,000 hospital bill, he will cut the throat of this poor chicken without any regrets. Our hero doesn't care at all about these cheap threats. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the sound of a plate falling to the ground. Vegetables were scattered around. At this time, the mother of our hero came. The woman was clearly frightened when she saw such a picture in front of her. She didn't understand what the guys were doing. Yang Wei turns his gaze to the frightened woman. She seems to be distracting his attention from the chicken and Fan Lin. A moment later, this scumbag rushes towards the defenseless woman with lightning speed, preparing to teach her a lesson. As soon as the black-haired boy saw this, he was horrified. He couldn't let that bastard hurt his mother. The young boy reacted quite quickly, because he immediately attacked this scumbag and pushed him away with such force that he spat out his own blood. The main character did it with such force that the scoundrel flew several meters back. He couldn't even stand on his feet. A second later, this scumbag flew into a cold concrete wall, hitting his back hard. The man was in incredible pain from such a blow. It hurt so much that the bastard couldn't even move. He got what he deserved. The main character did not expect to be able to hit the scumbag with such force. The young man himself did not understand where such enormous strength came from. The black-haired boy fell into thought and after a moment realized that this could have been influenced by the potion he drank earlier. Bright orange clouds continue to float across the sky. The sun was almost hidden behind the horizon. The woman is very frightened by what just happened. And she approaches the man to check if everything is okay with him. A moment later, she begins to become hysterical and scream that her son just killed this scumbag. How could this happen if Fan Ling did not hit with all his might? A moment later, they hear a quiet, muffled cough. Fortunately, the man is still alive. He is showing signs of life. The scumbag is furious at this attitude towards himself. His eyes are full of hatred for our hero. The bastard is very frightened by the strength of the main character, so he immediately gets up and quickly runs away so as not to receive another portion of blows. Some time has passed. The guys went into the house, and the woman began to prepare dinner. She carefully cut the carrots into rings. And so, when dinner was already ready, mother and son sat down at the table and began to eat. It seems that dinner turned out quite tasty. The guys sat in silence, but suddenly it was interrupted by our hero's phone ringing. Hearing his phone ringing, the young boy immediately picked it up to see what kind of notification he had received. The young man read the news that tomorrow the fish would gather off the shore of the village of Fanjia. This made joy appear in the eyes, because it was a great opportunity. And so, some time passed. The hours flew by unnoticed and a mysterious night fell. Suddenly, the gates of our hero's house swung wide open. Someone called him to come out. At this time, the main character attacked the world, but a strong noise disturbed his sleep. His mother was talking to some man and asked him not to disturb her son. Judging by his voice and scream, the young boy immediately realized that it was none other than Yang Wei. The drowsiness disappeared as if by hand. The black-haired boy immediately woke up and ran toward the noise. When he opened the doors, he saw a lot of men and his mother, who was lying on the floor. The unfortunate woman immediately attracted his attention. Mom was lying on the cold floor and did not move at all. The black-haired boy was furious with this and was ready to tear apart anyone who touched his mother. But, unexpectedly, some scumbag approached our hero from behind and forced him to his knees, grabbing him by the hand. It was for beating Yang Wei. The scumbag calmly and grinningly replied that they didn't do anything with his mother and he should be calmer. But the young boy didn't even want to listen to this bastard. There was open hatred for this scoundrel in his eyes. A moment later, the strength of our hero burst out, and in one deft movement he turned over his offender, breaking free of his grip. Seeing this, the disgusting man ordered his friends not to hesitate and attack the unfortunate boy, who was completely alone. All his faithful puppies immediately obeyed and rushed at the young boy, and even with weapons. They were screaming and holding metal sticks in their hands. But, fortunately, the main character was not going to give up so easily. He was strong, so he immediately began to fight back. None of these disgusting guys managed to approach our hero, because he continued to strike and defend himself. And so, when Yang Wei once again wanted to swing at the guy, he deftly dodged and grabbed his hand tightly. Immediately after he grabbed him, he pulled his weapon in the form of a metal pipe out of his hand. A moment later, the young boy bent this metal pipe in two, causing fear to those around him. The scumbag looked with horror at the main character, in whose eyes one could read open hatred towards him. The bastard trembled before the sight of Fan Ling, because he was furious. The man immediately began to apologize, not wanting to be beaten. In fear, this bastard began to crawl away, continuing to apologize and beg for mercy. He swore he wouldn't do that again. The young boy calmed down a little and did not attack this naive man. He simply ordered him to disappear and never appear here. Immediately after these words, a bunch of cowards ran out of the main character's house. They ran away in disgrace. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy rushed to his mother and tried to help her. He begged her to wake up. That's exactly how the night went. She was so heavy and terrifying. But, fortunately, morning came. Is it possible that everything will get better? The situation with the main character's mother was still unclear. That is why our hero called a doctor to their home to explain everything. The young boy was incredibly worried about his mother, so as soon as the doctor showed up, he immediately asked how his mother was feeling. But the doctor delivered bad news. Most likely, he would not be able to cure the woman. She has been struggling with various illnesses for many years, so it is worth preparing for the worst. Hearing about this, everything inside the black-haired boy seemed to break. He felt hopeless, because he knew that he could not help. Out of despair, the young man simply fell to his knees. He wanted nothing more than to save his mother, the person who always supported him. The unfortunate guy begged the doctor to save his mother. The older man said there was a little hope. Now he will explain everything. With this disease, the patient loses the ability to walk and speak and gradually turns into vegetables. Gold and acupuncture can help, but not a few people know about it. Hearing about this, the young boy had a ghostly hope that he could save his mother. But, unfortunately, the doctor does not have such skills. The only hope for our hero is to find the right person. Soon, the elderly doctor walked away and advised our hero to spend as much time as possible with his mother before it was too late. Naturally, the young boy listened to the doctor and immediately rushed to his mother. By this time she had already woken up. The woman held her son's hand. She felt that she was sick. She was incredibly scared. The black-haired boy began to reassure his mother, saying that she just needed to rest, but the woman knew that she was seriously ill. She regrets that she will not see her son's wedding day. These words made the guy cry. The young man is not going to give up. He intends to find a doctor who can help his mother. A moment later, Fan Ling threw himself into the arms of his mother, who said that he should not spend money on her. A couple of seconds later, their frank conversation was interrupted by a loud and persistent knock on the front door. A voice was heard from behind the door. It was Uncle Wang. His arrival was very unexpected. What does he want? The man did not come himself, but with his daughter. As it turned out, they had already heard rumors about the poor condition of our hero's mother. As soon as the door to the main character's house opened, Xiaofei immediately rushed to her aunt to check on her and at least somehow support her. A moment later, the man handed an envelope with money to the black-haired boy. There was a lot of money in the envelope. Since Fan Lin's mother needs a lot of money for a doctor, she and her neighbors collected $10,000 and gave it to the guy to help the woman. The young boy was very embarrassed by this, and he did not want to accept such a large amount, because his neighbors had already helped him a lot. If it's easier for our hero, then he can consider that the money was lent to him. At this time, the man goes to talk to his mother. The black-haired boy looked with tears in his eyes at the money that his neighbors had collected for him. He can't let them down. A moment later, deathly silence and quiet sobs of the young man are interrupted by the sound of a notification on the phone. When Fan Ling takes the phone and turns it on, he sees two system messages on the main screen. The message says that the guy received an award, namely a book of military boxing. It also has a new feature available, the WeChat store. The young boy begins to hope that the book from the military store and the store can somehow help with his mother's illness. The young man decides not to hesitate and immediately follow the link to the WeChat store to see if there is anything useful there. There is a potion of strength, a potion of intelligence and a potion of healing. This is exactly what he needs. But all potions cost 60 points. The main character sighs heavily, because, unfortunately, his money is only enough for 1 point, while he needs 60. But, unexpectedly, our hero's gaze catches on the upper right corner, on which a mention of discounts is written. Items here should be cheaper. Indeed, prices here were much cheaper. Prices here were 3 or 7 points, but only for a while. Fan Ling quickly runs his eyes over the options available here. And, fortunately, he finds the acupuncture his mother needs here. Fortunately, the young boy has already received a book on military boxing, so he should try it. The location of the book on military boxing was in his house, right in a barrel of water. How could it have ended up there? The black-haired boy quickly headed towards the barrel and, when he opened it, he saw a box with a WeChat log. A moment later, the main character opened the desired box and saw a bright light that immediately hit him in the face. The young boy did not understand what it was. He carefully reached out his hand to the object, and then dared to touch it. As soon as the young man touched this unusual object, everything around began to shine and glow. He didn't understand what was happening now. Human silhouettes appeared above the young man's head, performing various fighting techniques. After a moment, Fan Ling relaxed slightly and clearly felt better. After what he saw, he felt much better. Immediately after receiving the information, the black-haired boy began to repeat the blows, which were now etched in his memory. The young man continued to practice his kicks and made a smell with his foot. At this time, Xiaofei appeared at the doorway. The girl carefully watched every movement of the protagonist with undisguised interest. The black-haired boy was incredibly happy and wanted to share this with his neighbor. He knows how to save his mother. The main character decided not to hesitate and immediately took action. He headed to his neighbor. Fan Ling is full of joy and confidence that he can save his mother. Now he goes fishing and asks to borrow his neighbor's boat. The man is worried that now is not the time for fishing, but our hero cannot be dissuaded. He is determined. The woman immediately began to worry, because her son had never fished before. It is very dangerous to go to sea now. The man fully supported Fan Lin's mother that it was very dangerous now. He shouldn't take that risk. But it seems that the young girl has some idea. She timidly turned to our hero's mother. The girl always fishes with her father, so she can go along with the main character and make sure everything goes well. The woman wants to object, but the man says that they can be released, because the children have already grown up. He asks the children to return before dark. The black-haired boy urgently needed to go fishing right now, because near the shore of the village of Fanjin there were a lot of fish gathered. The guys couldn't wait, because every minute counted. The girl grabbed our hero by the hand and dragged him outside. The man looked after the guys. He praised Fan Ling very much, because he was truly a wonderful child. The brunette smiled, because she was pleased to hear such kind words about her son. In turn, she complimented Xiaofeng, the man's daughter. And so, when the parents gave permission, the guys immediately went outside. Now they need to get ready for fishing. The black-haired boy puts on clothes that will be comfortable for fishing. He took a dark blue jacket. The young girl was very worried about her neighbor's mother. She sincerely hoped that they would be able to raise a lot of money for treatment. After some time, the guys changed into fishing suits, overalls. Now they were ready to go to sea. A moment later, the young man stroked the girl's head, trying to calm her down and relax her a little. The young man wanted to prove to her that they would definitely cope with all the difficulties and everything would be fine. And finally, they were ready. A moment later, they opened the door wide and went to the sea. And so, soon, the guys went to the sea. Seagulls soared in the skies here, coloring the silence with their cries. The guys went to sea on a ship. Today it was quite calm and there were almost no waves. The horizon was completely clear. The black-haired boy was busy throwing a fishing net. He did this with extreme concentration. As soon as our hero lowered the fishing net into the water, quite a lot of fish immediately fell into it, which could not be any good. The young man immediately called the girl to look at the catch. It is incredible that the fish got caught in the net in such a short time. You can already take it out. There was a lot of fish. The entire fishing net was filled to capacity with fish. The guys began to pull out the catch. The ship's mechanism creaked loudly as it pulled out such weight using a cable. The equipment here was not entirely new. The guys were happy when they saw such a huge catch. It's hard to believe that the fish got caught in the net so quickly. There were a lot of fish here. It wasn't easy to have a lot of it, but besides that, it was still quite large. The young boy was delighted, because he immediately realized that with the help of this fish he could earn even more money. The young man found the most aggressive fish and began to push it towards the girl. He played around and teased her, noticing how afraid she was of fish. But karma still works, because a second later the fish launched its massive tail right at our hero's face. The young boy began to threaten this fish with a pitchfork, because if it dared to hit him, it would now be on the stove. The guys had fun with each other and continued to have fun. Unexpectedly, their fun was interrupted by a loud buzzing sound. The main character even twitched in surprise, because the sound was too loud. A moment later, the black-haired boy turned around to see where the loud buzzing sound was coming from. And so, when he turned around, he saw someone's yacht, which was very close to their boat. It seems the yacht owner wants to show off. The young girl began to look who was on this yacht and realized that our hero's ex, Xiaolan, was there. The young man immediately became nervous, because now this is a girl, the last person he would like to meet. As soon as this bitch looked at the boat, she immediately saw our hero, that same third-rate university student. Yes, it was Fan Ling. The girl looked at her ex from above. She assumed that this loser had taken the girl for a walk. But the young boy was not at a loss and immediately began to defend himself. It had nothing to do with the bitch at all. In response to this, the scoundrel just laughed. She wanted to remind the loser once again that he was unworthy of her. A moment later, the red-haired girl stepped back and revealed her fiancé, Han Wutao. This guy has a big company in the city, his own car, house, cruise ship, yacht and much more. He is many times superior to this poor man. Unfortunately, our hero had nothing to answer to such barbs from the girl, because, in fact, all this was true. It is unclear for what purpose, but this terrible girl wanted to humiliate her ex-boyfriend as much as possible, making clear that there was a huge gap between them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Feng stood up for our hero. Although they are poor, they work hard every day. This does not give the bitch any right to insult Fan Lin. A young boy tries to calm his neighbor down and tells her to just ignore it. While she shouts further insults at the protagonist, he announces the end of fishing. He doesn't even want to argue with them. The black-haired boy is full of determination that one day he will make this bitch show respect to him. The girl tried her best to calm our hero down. They say that he shouldn't get angry over such little things. The guys don't have a yacht, but they still have a big ship, so don't despair. Even though Xiaolan abandoned the young boy and is no longer with him, he still has something else. Before finishing her sentence, the young girl became very embarrassed and blushed. And then, a moment later, the girl plucked up her courage and said that he still had her, Xiaofang. After this, there was an awkward pause between the guys. The young man looked at the girl and did not know how to react to this. But, after just a couple of seconds, his lips broke into a warm and awkward smile. He chuckled quietly. Because of this reaction, the girl thought that she had just been rejected. Because of this, tears came to my eyes. It wasn't like that. In fact, everything was completely different. The black-haired boy couldn't reject the girl, and in general, he's not angry about what happened. Unexpectedly, the main character took the young girl by the shoulder. The young lady did not expect this and did not understand what would happen next. Now, just a moment later, the young boy pulled the girl closer to him and embraced her in his warm and reliable embrace. In fact, the young man was extremely grateful to the girl for such warm words of support. She really helped him. Hearing her address, Xiaofeng also became slightly more confident and hugged the guy. The girl was as sincere as ever. She promised that she would never leave him under any circumstances. The sun continued to hide behind the horizon. A dark orange sunset came and enveloped the sky. But the working day was not yet over, so the men continued to lay out and pack the boxes. Suddenly, our hero's phone rang. As it turned out, Director Wang called him from the restaurant. She felt like Fan Ling was just thinking about her, but that was not true. If she continues to talk like this, she will spread unnecessary rumors. The young man tells the woman that he has half a ton of wild sea fish. For example, yellow croaker, cod and sea bass. The women didn't hesitate for a second and said that they were ready to buy everything. She wants to send someone to pick up our hero, but the main character assured her that this was unnecessary. He himself will come to her when everything is prepared. And the first thing the black-haired boy decides to do is send a car with the goods. And so, when the conversation was over, the young man hung up. The young boy thinks that the girl is tired and advises her to go home and rest, while he goes to town on business. The girl is very embarrassed, but nevertheless says that she wants to go with our hero. But the guy assures her that this is unnecessary. He promises to buy a lot of goodies when he returns home. And now, after some time, the main character goes to the city. It continues to get dark outside. Soon, the young man arrives at the restaurant where the brunette is waiting for him. A moment later, a luxurious red car drives up to this very restaurant. The black-haired boy needs to hurry up, because the discount on equipment in acupuncture will soon end. The boy decides immediately and enters the restaurant. During this time, he needs to get a good price for seafood. And so, a few minutes later, our hero enters the office and awaits the arrival of the director. The cook reports that the woman needs to solve a couple of matters, after which she will come right away. Fan Ling doesn't mind waiting. It becomes very awkward to be alone with the guy, so he decides to go back to work. In fact, the man is very annoyed by the guy's presence. He is so impudent, but why then is the director so kind to him? A moment later, the click of high heels is heard in the corridor. Someone is coming. As it turned out, it was a businesswoman in a black suit. The director went straight to meet our hero. A moment later, the door creaked open. The woman couldn't wait to see the young boy. The woman was trying to catch her breath, because she was in a hurry to get here. She had some difficulties, which is why she was late. The woman said that the crabs that the guy sold earlier were very popular with customers. She wanted to offer him a deal, but he himself came to her. The main character was interested in the question of whether she was ready to buy fish from him. The market value for such a product should not be low. But the brunette was not entirely positive about this, because she does not like haggling during a transaction. But for our hero there are exceptions. She will not set a bad price for him, in the end it may even be higher than the market price. A moment later, the woman had already transferred a large sum to the black-haired boy's account. He can personally verify this. It seems that this was really true, because after a couple of seconds a notification arrived on the young man's phone. The young boy immediately took his phone out of his pocket to check what happened. When he saw that he had received a bill of 140,000, he was completely shocked, because it was more than he had expected. His sick mother will be saved. The young man is confident that next time he can earn even more. The young man agrees that the price is quite good and he is completely delighted. Now he needs to go to the restroom. The main character urgently needed to leave, but the only thing he could think of was the restroom. So silly, but now that was the least of his worries. The black-haired boy quickly headed to the men's room. Now the guy has enough points to spend on technique and acupuncture. He also decides to take the basics of Chinese medicine. Unexpectedly, the young man receives a reward from Witchet. Very strangely, this item is located in the toilet tank behind him. The young boy immediately thought that this was quite unusual and that this item would not be easy to find. When he opened the toilet lid, he saw the box he needed and immediately opened it. As soon as he did this, his head began to pound with pain. It feels like a lot of knowledge is pouring into your head. A bright blue light appeared from the booth in which our hero was located. A moment later, loud splashes and splashes of water were heard in his cabin, which attracted the attention of a passing man. The hero is very embarrassed, because he just cheated. The stranger asked if everything was okay with the young guy, because he heard strange sounds from his cabin. When Fan Ling turned his gaze to the stranger, he was shocked by what he saw. When he looked at the man, he saw all the diseases from which he was suffering. Inflammation, liver inflammation and constipation. The main character was very happy to receive such an ability, because it clearly exceeded his expectations. Soon, when the young man received the award, he decided to return to the director's office. From there came screams and the clink of broken dishes. This immediately attracted the attention of the black-haired boy, and he decided to check what was happening there. The young boy followed the brunette, who was clearly annoyed. The main character did not understand what was happening here. He looked around and tried to find the answer to his question. In front of him the guy sees a lot of people in business suits who are clearly aggressive. They destroy everything around them. Some stranger says that today they will force Mrs. Wang to pay the bills. The black-haired boy was very angry with the stranger. How dare she just come and destroy the restaurant? The young man tried to intervene and defend the honor of the restaurant, but the woman told him not to do so. It's none of his business. The woman was furious that Fan Ling told them that what they were doing was shameful and wrong. Hearing these words, the woman ordered one of her workers to show some image. The obedient girl followed her boss's order and handed the phone into Ms. Wang's hands. The brunette immediately became nervous. She was the main character and looked at the phone screen with interest. On the screen was Miss Wang's post, which said that she wanted to get rid of the purple-haired woman. And they came here precisely for the purpose that the woman could accomplish what she wanted so much. The blue-eyed gaze was full of determination. She wanted this woman to prove everything in action, and not just talk. And now, just a moment later, this woman's workers rushed forward with loud screams and bad intentions. These thugs started destroying everything in the restaurant. They overturned tables of food. They also grabbed furniture and threw it on the floor, trying to break it. It was a terrible sight. Suddenly, one of the thugs rushed straight towards the defenseless brunette, who could do nothing. Fortunately, our hero was next to the woman, who warned her and told her to be careful. Youth, without any doubt, stood up for the woman and took her blow upon himself, blocking it. And just a moment later, our hero struck back at the offender, right in the chest. The young boy is ready to stand alone against this whole crowd of scoundrels. He behaves quite confidently. The man in sunglasses doesn't take our hero's words seriously. He is confident that he can defeat him. But, judging by the way the black-haired boy confidently destroys all these men, the man is no longer so confident in his abilities. One of Mrs. Zhang's employees began to insult these useless men who can't even resist this petty student. Hearing such offensive words addressed to himself, the man in sunglasses immediately begins to show aggression. Meanwhile, the black-haired boy continues to fight back, blocking the blows with chairs with his bare hands. Suddenly, he notices a heavy book flying towards him. Fortunately, the main character managed to react and caught the book right in front of his face with his bare hands. Such a blow caused serious damage to the guy's hands. It was quite close and dangerous. And while Fan Ling was thinking about this, a nimble girl appeared behind him. She was fast, like lightning. The young boy didn't even have time to blink when she appeared behind him. This really bothered him. The young man had no time to react, because the girl had already given him a precise kick, which sent him flying into the wall. Seeing this, the brunette director became very worried about our hero, because this blow was really strong. The black-haired boy tried to catch his breath and come to his senses after such a precise blow. He lay among the fragments of furniture and continued to tease this girl, calling her a beauty. He wiped away the thin line of blood that flowed from his mouth with his thumb and added that Miss Jiang is crazy. Hearing such words towards her boss, the girl became even more furious. Madame Wang was very worried about the main character, because she saw that he made the girl very angry. The man in the sunglasses also realized that something very terrible was brewing. At this time, Miss Jiang became seriously interested in Fan Lin. She carefully watched her piercing gaze. She was very curious, who the hell is he and why is he so unusual? I wonder if this shift worker realizes what he just blurted out. He called Mrs. Jiang crazy. The brunette stood up for our hero and said that he had nothing to do with it, because he was an ordinary fishmonger. But this did not bother her at all, because only this young man insulted her. In this case, the rest does not matter at all. The woman's gaze is filled with seriousness. She asked again if the guy could take responsibility for his words. Fan Ling reported that the woman was quite seriously ill. She previously trained in Chinese traditional medicine, and the black-haired boy agrees to name the woman's exact diagnosis if the little one lags behind him and doesn't interrupt. A moment later, the young boy asks the woman if she is familiar with symptoms such as shortness of breath and tightness in the chest. Xia continues to tease our hero, but the woman tells her to shut up. She seemed really interested in it. After a moment, Miss Jiang agrees that her body is not in the best condition and she actually has such symptoms. Hearing that he is in fact right, a slight, smug grin appears on our hero's face. After a couple of seconds, the black-haired boy invites Mrs. Jiang to enter into an argument with him. The woman was interested in this idea. The conditions are as follows: the guy can take care of her illness, and if he succeeds, the woman will forever forget the grievances between them. Everyone present is shocked by what just happened. Is this all true? After a moment, the young boy sticks out 3 fingers and adds that he will only need 3 days for this. He says that he will be able to start performing the dispute in 3 days, because first he needs to cure his sick mother. The woman agrees to such conditions, because she is not heartless. But if the guy copes, then she is not going to feel sorry for him. After the deal was concluded, the woman and her employees walked away from the restaurant. They left the city with their heads raised. These 3 days flew by completely unnoticed. The weather was great outside. At this time, our hero was calmly chopping vegetables, because he was going to cook lunch. The young man was completely absorbed in his own thoughts, while busy cooking. The guy reminded his mother that she shouldn't move much, because she had only recently recovered and should now rest. But the woman has been busy all her life, so now she feels uncomfortable sitting idle. She is very grateful to her son for curing her. After this, the pain in her back and knees completely disappeared and now her body is always relaxed. To prove this, the woman climbed onto the table without any difficulty. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. The people outside the door were looking for Fan Lin. The black-haired boy immediately realized that Jiang Li's people were outside the door, because 3 days had already passed. However, the young boy cautiously opened the doors slightly to see who was behind them. There were indeed Jiang Li's people outside the door. The men opened the door wide. They were determined to take the guy. 3 days have passed and now it is time to fulfill his promises. That's what they're here for. Black luxury cars raced quickly along the local highway. The roads were almost empty. 2 cars were racing at incredible speed. It felt like they were running faster than lightning. The black-haired boy was very bored in the car and couldn't wait to get to his destination. But the man in sunglasses said that he was also bored here, so the guy could bear it. Moreover, they are almost there. The young boy just had a question for the man. The question was about the girl who kicked him really hard last time. This girl's name is Xia Miao, and she is Boss Zhang's secretary. The young man is surprised that an ordinary secretary could beat him so badly. The man is very surprised that the guy has not heard about their companies and what exactly their boss is famous for. The woman is interested in people with special talents, so her team includes the most unusual people. In fact, if the young man had not been distracted at that moment, it is difficult to imagine which of the two would have won the same fierce battle. A moment later, the man invites Fan Lin to join them, but the guy refuses. He is the simplest fish merchant and fighting every day is not for him. Deep down in his soul, the young boy understands that if he ends up with these people, he will never be able to return to ordinary life. Therefore, he needs to be more prudent. If he has more points, he must exchange them for useful goods. The guy feels his chest and realizes that it still hurts after that strong foam. He does not want to die, nor has he established life. Some time passes and the luxurious black car stops abruptly. It seems that we have not arrived at our destination. It turned out that our hero was brought straight to the house of this crazy woman. The black-haired boy was shocked by what he saw. In front of him he saw a gorgeous huge country house. It felt like this was the home of a real millionaire. The guys didn't hang around on the street for long and almost immediately went out to these luxurious apartments. He looked at everything around with interest. A few minutes later, the guys approached the desired room, and the man knocked before entering. A moment after the man knocked on the door, our hero entered the room. The woman was drinking wine at the time. The black-haired boy was very embarrassed that now they would be alone with each other. The thought made his cheeks flush red. But is one girl really not enough for him? Does the guy really want her secretary to join them? If guys are not interested, the woman invites him to come over and have a few drinks with her to brighten up the situation. But the young man refuses, wanting to start treatment. He advises her to drink less alcohol. The main character begins preparations for treatment and warms the needles. He understands that something is wrong with the woman's heart, but her other organs are not in the best condition either. In order to begin treatment, the woman must undress and go to bed in person. But, unexpectedly, the woman screams loudly that this behavior of our hero does not irritate her. Madame Jiang once again reminds that this is her territory and if Fan Ling tries to throw something out, it will come back badly for him. But he reminds them that they are just doing acupuncture here. If the woman does not take off her clothes, he will not be able to begin treatment. The woman is very embarrassed by the fact that now she has to take off her clothes, but, nevertheless, she agrees to this, although she is embarrassed. After some time, the girl was ready to begin treatment. She undressed. The boss was completely naked and covered herself with only one small pink towel. What he saw made the black-haired boy's nose bleed. Meanwhile, one of Boss Zhang's employees who brought Fan Lin walked away. His loud steps can be heard in the corridor. The man confidently walks along a completely empty corridor. His loud footsteps echo throughout the room. Now he was seriously thinking about how he could motivate the boss to hire Fan Lin to join them. Suddenly, Xia Miao appeared around the corner and slapped the man on the back. She was looking for him to practice boxing. The blow was so strong that blood came from the man's mouth. He explained that he delivered Fan Lin to the boss at her request. Hearing about this, the girl immediately ran away. The man didn't even have time to say anything before the girl had already disappeared. The man realized with regret that he seemed to have spilled the beans. He sincerely hopes that the girl will not look for our hero. Meanwhile, the young girl was already rushing at all speeds in search of the main character. Apparently she disliked him very much. And so, when a young girl rushes along one of the corridors, you hear voices in one of the rooms. One of the people asks the other to take off his clothes. This attracts the girl's attention, and she stands under the door to listen to what is being said. The guy behind the door asks the woman to lie down on the bed. This was the last straw. Xia Miao's nerves completely disappeared after these words, and her eyes filled with rage and fury. Just a moment later, the girl kicked the door as hard as she could, breaking it in two. It was as if this door was made not of wood, but of cotton wool. A young girl burst into the room and a fierce fight began between the guys. Sounds of blows and screams are heard. Some time passed and the guys seemed to calm down. Our hero calmly drank the wine, enjoying its taste. At this time, Xia Miao was crying and sobbing. I wonder why she's crying. Did she really lose the fight? The black-haired boy was extremely dissatisfied with such rudeness from Miss Zhang's employees. They only met twice, but during these 2 short meetings, the girl had already managed to prescribe 2 funeral blows for him. The girl frantically apologizes while the guy threatens to leave. Suddenly, a soft and gentle woman's hand grabs the young boy's wrist. The beaten young man looks with curiosity and interest at the woman who addresses him. Ms. Jiang sheepishly apologizes for her subordinate being too aggressive when it comes to defending her boss. A moment later, Xia Miao breaks into their conversation and removes the boss's hand from our hero's hand. The girl begs the guy to stay and at least show off his acupuncture skills. She can't wait to look at them. In order to help the woman relax, the black-haired guy will explain the essence of the procedures while he performs them. His technique involves using long needles and inserting them under the skin. It may hurt a little at first, but then the woman will get used to it. In fact, Ms. Jiang has quite a few health problems. For example, mild kidney failure, curvature of the spine or spleen deficiency. Now the young man will insert a needle under the woman's skin. After this, he will move it around the acupuncture points to clear the meridians. And now, after a moment, the young man begins treatment. He carefully but deftly inserts the needle under the boss's skin. It seems that the woman did not expect this injection and screamed a little in surprise. It also wasn't very pleasant. Hearing the quiet cry of her boss, Xia Miao immediately pounced on our hero and swung her leg, but he deftly dodged and asked to be calm. The black-haired boy continued to concentrate on his work. It was not very pleasant and caused trembling in the woman's body. And so, after some time, the main character finished the job he started and massaged the puncture site with his fingers. The long needle passed through all the right places and connected all the energy channels. At this time, Xia Miao looked at our hero carefully and did not take her eyes off him. She thought Fan Lin was abnormal. The young boy was pretty tired from such painstaking and long work. The guy has finished the back part, so now we can start working on the front. When the girls heard about this, they were shocked and very embarrassed. Will he really see Madame Jiang naked? The black-haired boy did not understand what the problem was, because the business was going well. She can take a piece of cloth to cover what she needs. The woman is embarrassed, because the young man said that he could not practice acupuncture with clothes on. In fact, the guy could do it through his clothes, but it would be very awkward and time-consuming. About this, a young girl begins to scream and accuse our heroes of simply taking advantage of a woman. This used up almost all of his energy to get the needle into the scalp area, so he's not going to do it again. When the young girl heard that this procedure requires a lot of energy, a sly grin appeared on her face. This further fueled the girl's interest in this technique. She will be here and will watch this. The young boy gained even more self-confidence when he saw such interest from Xia Miao. Soon, the woman turned over on her back and covered her chest with a piece of cloth. Now they can continue treatment. Now the main task of the young man is to insert a needle into the woman's chest. The main thing for her is to relax and not move. A moment later, Fan Ling raised his hand directly above the boss's chest and warned that everything was about to begin. After a couple of seconds, the eyes that were on the girl's chest shone brightly under our hero's hand. He intends to show them the real art of golden acupuncture. A moment later, something started to happen. The light spread like a thin thread across the girl's entire chest. It was very painful, but the woman had to lie still, and she tried to do it with all her might. The young girl watched with interest as this needle glowed and moved on its own under her boss's skin. It was extremely difficult for the young boy to follow this process, because his energy was leaving him. The young man can't stand this anymore. He turned to the secretary and told her not to stand there, but to help, after which he called her to come closer. The girl was betting that the black-haired boy would last much longer. This amused her. A moment later, the girl approached the young man from behind and hugged him, hugging him tightly. She's going to restore some of his energy. He felt the girl pressed against him. Fan Ling became very embarrassed and asked not to stand so close to him. It won't last long. Xia Miao told the guy to shut up, close his eyes and just concentrate. And the main thing is not to resist. The young boy decided to follow the girl's advice and did everything as she ordered. After that, he felt a warm flow. A moment later, the young man found himself in some empty white space where there was no one else. The main character looked around, trying to find at least someone, but in vain. After a couple of seconds, he realized that he had no clothes on. Suddenly, a bright white light hit the guy's face. It seemed as if something unknown was coming out of his head. Moments later, something actually burst out of our hero's head. It was a strange creature with huge claws and massive jaws. It growled loudly. Such a terrible vision, the young boy screamed loudly and shuddered. This giant worm didn't scare him. A moment later, our hero opened his eyes and realized that for some reason he was lying on the floor. He didn't understand what had just happened. The young man assumed that he had lost all his energy and collapsed on the floor, exhausted. After that, he remembered his dream. The main character decided not to waste time and continue to lie around idle, so after a couple of seconds he stood up. Fan Linya was very happy that he did not feel tired or exhausted. Has he finally mastered the art of golden acupuncture? But now the black-haired boy was only worried about how Boss Jiang was feeling and whether she felt better after the procedures. And so, when our hero was heading towards the woman, he accidentally stepped on someone's body, which he himself did not expect. When he looked down, he saw the secretary, who for some reason was lying on the floor, passed out. She looked tired. The young man did not dwell on this and immediately turned his gaze to Boss Jian, wanting to see how she was feeling. The guy saw that the woman was fast asleep and looked pretty good, which means the treatment helped. Realizing that the woman was fast asleep, a sly grin appeared on our hero's face. This was an excellent opportunity to quietly get Jiang out of the house, but before leaving, the young man remembered Xia Miao, who was lying on the floor. The main character pulled his hands towards the sleeping girl and clearly wanted to do something. But, as it turned out, our hero had no bad intentions. He took the girl in his arms and carried her to the bed, because lying on the floor was very uncomfortable. The young man placed the young girl right next to Boss Jiang, and then covered them with a warm blanket to prevent them from getting cold. The girls lay next to each other in an embrace and slept sweetly, because, it seems, they were no less tired than the young boy. Fan Ling doesn't feel the needles in Boss Jiang, which means he managed to finish the procedure before passing out. But before he left, the black-haired boy had a brilliant idea in his head. He took the marker and uncapped it. The young man decides to leave a small gift for Mrs. Jiang on his face before leaving. It was a little revenge, so to speak, and he puts the marker in Xia Miao's hand to frame her. Thus, he framed the girl and took revenge on Boss Jiang. And while the girls haven't woken up, the black-haired boy decides to take advantage of the moment and quietly sneak away before anyone notices him. After some time, our hero went home. He was again in that same black car. The young man was very grateful to the man for giving him a ride home. The man looks very tired because he couldn't sleep all night. The guys were talking friendly, but suddenly the car suddenly braked. The driver stopped because there were a lot of people on the road. Looks like some kind of incident happened here. The main character invites the man in sunglasses to go out together and see what is happening on the road. The guys did not hesitate and a moment later got out of the car, wanting to understand the situation. A huge crowd of people crowded the road. It seems that some woman hit an old man when she was distracted from the road. Our hero pushed further and saw what was causing so many people to gather here. The man grabbed the girl's leg and asked to pay him compensation, but the girl asked to let her go, because she had already called the police. Fan Ling carefully examined this old man with his eyes and realized that he had no obvious injuries that could be sustained in a collision with a car. The main character immediately realized that this tramp was an ordinary fraudster who was extorting compensation. The brunette began to make excuses in front of the crowd, saying that he hit his car and they should leave this matter to the police. As soon as people heard about this, they immediately jumped on board and started spreading dirty rumors about the girl. Why? The scammer turned to passers-by and asked them to help catch this girl, because if the police arrived, he would not receive his compensation. All the people seemed to listen to this stranger and began to surround the girl, gradually approaching. She couldn't even defend herself. The young boy turned to Borovic and said that they should help this unfortunate girl who had been brazenly slandered. At this time, the tramp fraud continued to hold the girl tightly by the leg, not allowing her to escape and hide. People, like animals, surrounded the unfortunate girl, who screamed and cried, "Ask yourself not to touch her." They were already reaching out to her with their hands. Suddenly, a loud male voice rang out. It was our hero who shouted loudly and ordered everyone to stop. Whoever is right in this situation, attacking a frail girl with a crowd is wrong. The first thing they should do after an incident is to check the condition of the victim. Since there are no volunteers here, our hero will do it. The black-haired boy is determined to punish this nasty swindler, so he offers to supposedly cure him. But the tramp was not as simple as he seems. He began to reassure people that Fan Ling probably wanted to kill him with this needle. One of the passers-by turned to the black-haired boy and said that he had no right to wave a needle. The guy tried to open people's eyes to the truth that this fraudster was simply leading them by the nose. He introduced himself as a man who treated an entrepreneur named Jiang Li using the same technique. After these words, the crowd calmed down a little. Now this shouldn't be a problem. The brunette looks with admiration and a little apprehension at the stranger who so bravely dared to protect the stranger. The main character looks down at this scammer and asks where exactly he feels discomfort. Now he will help him. The fraudster began to get confused in his testimony, first saying that his leg hurt, then his waist, stomach, and then his buttocks in general. A moment later, our hero leaned over to the swindler and whispered in his ear that he knew that the man was faking. A moment later, the black-haired boy stuck a sharp and long needle right into the head of this swindler. It was very painful and unexpected. Within a second, the elderly man screamed loudly and cried in pain. The man is in a lot of pain, but our hero doesn't care at all about it, because he got what he deserved after what he did. A moment later, the elderly rogue tramp raises his hand. The man gathers all his strength into a fist and barely gets up from the ground, simultaneously turning to the black-haired boy. Now the man smiles and says that there was a misunderstanding. After treating Fan Lin, he feels much better. After a couple of seconds, the man walked away, trying to escape the shame as quickly as possible. All people already understood that this was a decree. When the incident was over, the brunette calmed down a little, because everything fell into place and the dirty rumors about her evaporated. The girl wanted to sincerely thank our hero for helping her, but when she did this, there was already no trace of him. She started looking around and saw that he and his friend were already heading away. The girl couldn't just let him go and wanted to at least know his name. The black-haired boy heard the girl shouting after him and turned around. He awkwardly scratched his head and changed for being rude. The young man introduced himself and said that he was from the village of Fanjia. At this time, things were quite quiet in Madame Zhang's house. The sun was slowly disappearing behind the horizon. The woman had already woken up and found the cleaning lady who was washing the floor at that time. The woman greeted her aunt, but for some reason she laughed when she looked at her. When the woman greeted her other subordinates, they also laughed and told her to look in the mirror. She was very interested in what was wrong with her face. When she saw herself in the mirror, she was horrified. But then the markers drew a beard and mustache. Then, the woman remembered that she saw Xia Miao sleeping, holding a black marker in her hands. Naturally, the woman thought that it was the work of her secretary and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, our hero had already arrived at his home and the phone rang loudly in his pocket. His grandfather came to him for treatment, and the guy sent him to the waiting room while he answered the phone. It turned out that the guy was called by an angry Jiang Li. Did she really guess that the drawings on her face were his doing? Fan Lin is not comfortable speaking now because his house is full of patients. The woman suggests making an appointment for tomorrow at noon. A woman invites a black-haired boy to a party that will take place tomorrow evening, and she wants to prepare for it together. The young boy is not eager to go to the party, but understands that there he can make connections with important people and help the village. It is this fact that makes the protagonist accept Jiang Li's offer with a smile on his face. Thus the next day arrived. The black-haired boy reached the destination where Mrs. Jiang called him. The main character arrived in the city center. The streets here were very busy. There were people walking everywhere. Our hero was racking his brains. Why did the woman want to meet here, and so early too? While the young man was in thought, behind him he heard a painfully familiar female voice calling him. It was Mrs. Jiang. Fan Ling was shocked at how attractive she looked today. Much better than the last time they met. Thanks to the black-haired boy, the woman's body is now in perfect order. She suggests going shopping together and chatting. The guys went for a walk around the city. As it turned out, Xia Miao and the big man intended to follow them. Their task was to secretly guard the boss so that she would not notice them. This will be extremely difficult, because Miao is quite noisy. Meanwhile, the guys headed to the mall to browse the local shops. Finally they arrived at their destination. The woman told our hero to go and try on something to look appropriate for the party. Unexpectedly, a gentle female hand reached out to the hand of the protagonist. Jiang told him not to wait, but rather to get down to business. From such an unexpected but pleasant touch, the black-haired boy was clearly embarrassed. A consultant kindly greeted them at the store. They had already prepared the clothes that the woman had ordered earlier. Now Fan Lin's fitting will begin. Since time was short, the woman sent someone to select costumes for our hero. The young boy was very embarrassed to accept things for such large sums, but Miss Jiang said to consider it as payment for treatment. A few minutes later, the consultant approaches them again, holding one of the pre-prepared suits on a hanger. About 10 minutes passed, and finally the young boy tried on this suit. The main character is slightly embarrassed, because he has never worn suits before, so now he may look a little ridiculous. The woman was delighted when she saw our hero. She approached him and began to study him closely with her eyes. A moment later, the girl offers to give the young guy a haircut. This will help him look more mature and grown up. After these words, the guys immediately headed to the hairdresser to turn our boy into a real man. The woman asked the hairdresser to create a hairstyle that would help the young boy look more mature. As soon as the hairdresser heard the demands, he immediately got to work. Our hero's hair flew to the floor. Some time passed and the hairdresser finally finished his work. Now the guy looked more stylish and courageous. Now the boy looked very stylish and mature. But, as it turned out, this was not the end. They have something else important to do. The woman suggested that they first look around a little. At this time, the secretary and the big man were carefully watching them from around the corner. The guys had a very fun day. They bought ice cream, took pictures, and had a lot of fun. And while all this was happening, a man was photographing them from the side. It must have been the photographer. He thought that these two were a couple. That's why he wanted to take some interesting pictures of them. From being called a couple, the guys looked at each other awkwardly and giggled. It was quite embarrassing. That's how quickly this day flew by. It was very colorful and filled with bright emotions. The day was slowly coming to an end. The guys saw him off, sitting on a bench in front of the pond and watching the sunset. They had a lot of fun today. In fact, this day helped the main character see the stern Mrs. Jiang from the other side. Having said this, he threw the empty bottle into the bushes. This garbage hit the secretary right on the head and the guys immediately realized that they had been exposed. A moment later, she admitted that her parents had previously forbidden her to meet strangers, because she had to demonstrate the image of a successful lady in public. Having said these words, she unsurely touched the protagonist's hand with her fingertips, slowly approaching. It seems that the girl now wants to confess something. The guys are very embarrassed and their faces are flushed. With every moment the girl was getting closer and closer to the black-voiced boy. There was almost no distance left between them. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, interrupting the entire unnecessary atmosphere. As it turned out, it was the secretary who turned on a loud song in order to deliberately ruin the moment for the guys and disturb them. Suddenly, the young boy grabbed the shy girl's hand. His grip was quite firm, but nice and soft. There was very little time left before the party, so the guys had to hurry so as not to be late. After a moment, the woman sighed heavily. She realized that the moment was already lost and nothing had come of it. You need to go with the flow. And so, forgetting about the awkward situation, the guys went to their destination. It was important to arrive on time. When our hero arrived at the right place, he looked around carefully. This is the first time he has been in such a prestigious location. If Fan Ling intends to raise a lot of money for his village, he must definitely perform well at this party in order to make connections. Before the guys went inside, the girl carefully adjusted Fan Lin's tie to make him look more presentable. Now Mrs. Jiang went to change into an evening dress, and our hero, at this time, went to look around. When the young guy entered the hall, he was shocked by how many people there were. They all looked absolutely amazing. The main character decided not to waste time and immediately took action. He wanted to make new acquaintances and approached strangers. The young man greeted them, but unfortunately, the two guys ignored him and simply walked away. But the young man reassured himself that establishing communication is not the easiest thing there is, so you need to try. Unexpectedly, the black-haired boy's gaze caught on some guys who were on the side. In the corner of the room, the young man saw his ex-fiancée Xiaolan and her fiancé named Han Wutao. It was a rather unpleasant meeting. Our hero immediately turned away when he saw this couple. He wanted to leave quickly so that no one would notice him. Suddenly, the boy hears the sound of an incoming notification on his phone. The black-haired boy curiously took the phone and turned it on. I wonder who could write to him at such a late time. WeChat sent him 2 tasks, after which he can get points. He must receive 5 compliments from the people at the event, or put Han Wutao in an awkward position. The main character carefully looked over this message again and again, trying to catch every detail. The young man suggests that WeChat could have been giving him instructions all this time based on his actions. The guy begins to get very worried when he sees that the condition of one of the tasks is to save Miss Jiangli. Is something bad going to happen to her? The main character cannot sit idly by, so he immediately presses the button to find out the details. There, Fan Ling sees a post that the body of a woman will be found in the morning, whose identity will be established as Jiangli. It will be murder. The black-haired boy did not hesitate for a second and immediately rushed to the locker room where the woman was. The young man bursts into the locker room without even knocking. He screams loudly and tries to find Jiangli, because now every second counts. But, unfortunately, when he enters the locker room, he sees that everything inside is upside down. Something clearly happened here. Seeing such a terrible picture, the frightened guy calls Xia Miao and the strong man so that they immediately come to his aid. But the guys are already here. It turns out that the camera was hacked. Now they need to find Han Wutao, because he is the director of the hotel and may know something. The black-haired boy told the guys to follow him. He intends to take them to Han Wutao to find out information. A couple of minutes later they enter a hall filled with people. Our hero addresses the guy without any shame. This nasty couple looks down on our hero, who had no bad intentions. They came here to report Jiangli missing. As the director of the hotel, he must send people to find the woman. Hearing this, the man immediately ordered one of his workers to send guards to search for the unfortunate woman. But the black-haired boy did not accept Mr. Han's offer of help. They will figure it out themselves. There are too many people in the hotel and the guys will not physically be able to interrogate everyone present. The black-haired boy begins to think that Miss Jiang's kidnapper must have some kind of transport. A young boy looks out the window and accidentally notices the tied-up Miss Jiang, who is in some kind of microbus. The main character screamed loudly and told the guys that he had literally just seen a woman. The brave young man, without any doubt or hesitation, jumps out the window, breaking the glass with his body. The glass shattered. Our hero was not injured at all, because he deftly landed right on the roof of this car, inside of which there was a kidnapped woman. The bandits immediately heard that someone had landed directly on the roof of their car. We urgently need to leave and try to get rid of the stalker. And now, after a moment, the white bead moved from its place. Because the car drove too fast, our hero naturally lost his balance and began to fall from the roof. But, fortunately, the young guy has a pretty good reaction, so he managed to grab the edge of the car roof. The car continued to maneuver at lightning speed on the road, making sharp turns, in an attempt to throw Fan Lin off, but he held on tightly. The main character decided not to waste time and took out his needle, which was always with him. The black-haired boy was not at a loss and decided to use his needle to leave a mark on the car. And now, just a moment later, the young man could not resist and fell onto the cold road, hitting his back hard. The worried guys immediately ran up to help him, but now Fan Lin was only worried about one thing: they had to catch up with that damn car. He stuck the needle into the machine so that he could now feel it at a short distance. Thanks to this, they will be able to find the criminals. Meanwhile, the frightened woman was already in the kidnapper's den. She slowly began to open her eyes. At first, Zhongli had absolutely no idea where she was. Her head was pounding and she was very sleepy. Suddenly, in front of her, she saw a man's legs. This instantly made her wake up. When Miss Jiang opens her eyes wide and raises her head, she sees the face of a nasty man in front of her, licking her with his eyes. A moment later, this bastard comes closer to the unfortunate woman and touches her cheek with his disgusting slippery and nasty tongue. Suddenly, someone lands a powerful kick right in the scoundrel's face, causing him to spit out blood. The girl looks in horror at the blood and how this scumbag falls exhausted onto the cold floor. This bastard was hit with such force that he could not stand on his feet and flew straight into metal barrels that stood nearby. Some stranger began to threaten the one who was pestering Zhongli. This was forbidden, because the girl was prepared for the boss. And now, just a moment later, the same boss for whom Zhongli was brought here entered the room. This unpleasant guy came closer to the girl. He was not alone, there were many more scary men here. As soon as the woman saw this scumbag in front of her, she seemed to recognize him immediately. Meanwhile, the guys and our hero arrived at the place where Fan Ling felt the car on which he had previously hung the needle. It seems that this was the right place, because a moment later several men armed with fittings came out to the guys. The guys were not going to give up. They were going to break through among these criminals no matter what and were ready for battle. A moment later, the black-haired boy took charge and rushed forward. He's ready to teach these scumbags a lesson. And so, just a couple of seconds later, Fan Ling entered into a fight with one of the scum. He immediately disabled it with one clear blow to the face. The main character is full of strength and energy. The young man continues the fight, making his way alone. Seeing such passion on the part of our hero, the rest of the guys also join in and enter into this fierce battle. They seem to work quite well together and made a great team, as the opponents became fewer and fewer with each passing minute. Meanwhile, the thugs finally removed the tape from the mouth of the woman who could not speak all this time. And as soon as the woman had the opportunity to speak, she screamed loudly. She knew her offender, it was He Ding Kun. But the man is not going to let her go. He is confident that no one will ever know what he will do to her. But the woman is not going to tolerate such treatment, so a moment later she hits him hard in the face with her head. All the subordinate men immediately became worried about his condition. The boss was bleeding from his nose. As it turned out, the man was unrequitedly in love with a woman, so he tried to win her over by any means. Even so dirty, it seems the man was serious. Moments later, his workers brought some kind of huge and strange syringe. Suddenly, a strange noise coming from the street interrupted the proud speech of this scumbag. One of the boss's subordinates entered the room and reported that some people were breaking in on them and they were confidently breaking through. The subordinate managed to finish his speech before our hero burst into the room. He tore down half the wall. The bastard realized with horror that his plan had failed, because he had been found. The male subordinates were also shocked and carefully watched the black-haired guys who had just arrived here. At this time, the woman was incredibly happy to see the main character, because he came here to save her. The main character arrived just in time. He apologized to the woman for being late. The bastard who kidnapped Miss Jiangli was shocked by how strong this young guy was who burst in here so easily. The scumbag blamed the unfortunate woman for everything and a moment later he hit her hard in the face. After this, the man ordered his subordinates to attack our hero and get rid of him. The young boy was not going to back down. Now he will definitely take revenge on him for daring to raise his hand against Jiangli. And then, soon, a fierce battle began. Our hero did not lose in it. Fan Ling deftly swung his fists and successfully struck at his enemies. With each blow there were fewer and fewer enemies. The black-haired boy almost reached the woman. The scumbag noticed the fact that the main character fights very well. At this time he was touching the woman. But before saving the unfortunate woman, the young boy must defeat one of the most important and powerful subordinates of the scoundrel. Mrs. Jiangli screamed loudly and asked the guy to leave, because there were too many enemies here and they would overwhelm him with numbers. The black-haired boy had no intention of running away. He wants you not to protect a defenseless woman. And now, just a moment later, the young boy rushed into battle. He didn't wait a second. His enemy also did not hesitate and began to attack. The guys are about to shed their first blood. The woman was incredibly worried about our hero. She didn't want him to sacrifice his life for her. At this time, the guys began a fierce fight. They struck at the same time, but also dodged them equally. They continued to squeeze all the juice out of themselves, but no one was yet able to land a single blow. But when the black-haired boy was a little distracted, he saw how his enemy almost struck. There was very little time, and the young boy realized that he could not evade. All that was left was to take the blow. That is why the main character decided to block his blow with his own hand. He took his foot with his fist. From this, our hero's opponent flew several meters back, but did not lose his balance and was tired on his feet. Fan Lin has a great idea in his head. He decides to use needles to quickly deal with this bastard. But the guy can't find them in his jacket. As it turned out, this scumbag managed to pull them out of his pocket. The black-haired boy is in complete shock, because he thought that his blows were at the same level, but, as it turned out, he was faster. But even despite this, the young boy is not going to give up. He must use brute force. A moment later, the young man is approaching his enemy with great speed. Scumbag is shocked by how crazy the main character is. Fan Ling delivers a strong blow, which the man manages to block. The scoundrel realizes with horror that the force of our hero's blows has unexpectedly increased, and this is bad. The young boy delivers numerous strong blows to his opponent. The man realizes with horror that he cannot block them. The bastard understands that he himself will not be able to cope with such a strong opponent. He's already coughing up blood, so he calls for help. He calls out to the same vile guy who had previously pestered the girl and was now lying on the floor. Hearing his name being called, the man suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with madness. He grunted strangely. As soon as Mrs. Jiang saw that another enemy was entering the battle, she immediately worried about our hero. A moment later, this terrifying man took the barrel and threw it straight towards the young boy. The metal structure was flying at great speed, so the guy would not be able to dodge. The black-haired boy looked in horror as the barrel moved closer and closer to him. The main character did not know what to do, so he simply decided to block the blow. A moment later, the entire room was covered in smoke and dust. Visibility dropped to 0. Nothing was visible, but a drop of scarlet blood appeared on the cold floor. The black-haired boy was horrified by what just happened. He couldn't believe it. Xia Miao came to our hero's defense. She stopped the barrel with her bare hands and broke it in two, bleeding her fingers. The secretary will deal with this bastard, while our hero will try to save the woman. But in order to move on, the main character needs to get rid of this annoying enemy. Suddenly, the secretary enters the fight and in one deft movement knees this bastard in the face. Meanwhile, this huge, terrifying man with an animal grin finds a new victim for himself. As it turned out, he turned his attention to Health, who stood motionless to the side and rushed towards him. The man was ready to take on this crazy scumbag. The fight began. While everyone around them was fighting, the black-haired boy headed towards the bound woman and the one who kidnapped her. Ding Kun was incredibly scared when he saw our hero heading towards him. The man threatened the guy not to approach him, placing a syringe with an unknown substance to the girl's neck. But, just a moment later, the black-haired boy took the syringe from the enemy and put him down. The main character wanted to teach this bastard a lesson, so after that he stuck a syringe into him. The boss's main subordinate immediately became nervous when he saw that the boss was defeated. Because of this, he was distracted from the secretary. The girl took advantage of this wonderful moment and delivered another strong kick to her opponent. The blow was so strong that this scumbag could no longer resist and accepted his fate. The secretary with her head raised walked away from this bastard, leaving him lying alone on the floor. And finally, when it was all over, Fan Ling with his soul was able to free the girl and untie her hands. The young boy was very happy that the woman was not hurt. She's not even injured anywhere. A moment later, the mistress hung on the guy's neck and hugged him tightly. She had already come to terms with her death, but the young man saved her. The woman was sincerely grateful to him. If it weren't for him, she would no longer be alive. Some time passed after the incident and the police arrived at the scene. The woman's butler arrived here. Her father found out what happened and so sent him to make sure she was okay. But the woman immediately assured him that everything was fine. These three saved her. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have survived. The elderly man immediately recognizes Fan Lin and sincerely thanks him for having previously cured a woman of her illness and now saved her life. Jiang Li noticed that Butler Cheng really embarrassed our hero, so she asked him to save his compliments for next time. But this bastard is already delusional that this is not the end yet. The scumbag will definitely come up with something else. And while he is talking about this, two police officers take him into a car. Now the bastard will get what he deserves. The secretary was proud of herself, and especially that she was able to protect her beloved boss. The trio are invited to have a nice meal, since they fought all night and must be tired and hungry after all this. The black-haired boy knows a place nearby that is tasty and inexpensive. He used to often visit it with his classmates. The guys went to this place. There they were met by a chef who asked what they wanted to order. The big man was a little wary, because it was an ordinary diner. There is nothing special about this, you just have to try it and see the taste. The secretary immediately began to be indignant, because this dirty eatery did not at all correspond to Miss Zhang's status. But after a while, everyone gave up on it and ordered themselves several glasses of beer, deciding to have a blast. The woman is very sorry that they were never able to have fun at the party, although this was not her fault. As a sign of gratitude, the woman is ready to take full responsibility for the well-being of our hero's village. Hearing about this, the black-haired boy was very happy. The woman spoke about this seriously. She promised. The young boy is glad that he has finally achieved his goal. Now his mother can live happily. All the guys were already very drunk, and they had to remember this. So the young guy took a group photo to immortalize this pleasant evening. And so, as soon as he took the photo, a notification from WeChat came to his phone again. The black-haired boy immediately opens the notification to see what WeChat has prepared for him. Our hero received the promised glasses. And the guy also had a new opportunity, changing equipment. After the guys had fun, they went to the village where the main character lived. The roads here are simply terrible and they barely made it. As it turned out, the guys agreed to take the black-haired boy home, even though it was already quite late. In fact, she gave him a ride because she wanted to see how things were in the village, and also, the woman asked him to stop calling her boss, because it was too formal. The woman was very pleased with the evening spent together. It was already too late, so she went to her home. As the woman headed to the car, the young man politely waved goodbye to her. And so, when the guys left, the black-haired boy headed to his home to finally rest. But when the young man approached his house, he saw with horror that the door was not locked. The most terrible thoughts immediately appeared in his head about the fact that his house had been robbed, so the guy was on his guard. And so, when he looked around the corner, he saw his neighbor standing in pitch darkness. In surprise, the young boy screamed loudly. It seems that the girl seriously scared him. Fan Ling almost died of fear. Seeing a girl at night in the middle of the yard is quite creepy. She explained that she decided to wait for him in the yard because he had not returned for a very long time and his mother was starting to worry. A moment later, the young man handed the girl the phone. It was a gift for her. This way she can always contact him. The girl was very embarrassed to accept such an expensive gift, so as a sign of gratitude she gently kissed him on the cheek. The young man was very embarrassed, but despite this, he called the girl to sit next to him so that I could teach her how to use the phone. The night was beautiful. Magic stars spread across the entire night sky and mesmerized with their beauty. When the black-haired boy entered the house, he tried to be as quiet as possible so as not to wake up his mother. And so, soon, the young boy reached his room and fell onto a soft bed to finally rest after a hard day. But before going to bed, the young man decided to check the clothing change system he received today. The main character opened the menu and found the desired icon, after which he immediately clicked on it. A moment after the black-haired boy pressed this button, something began to happen to his body. Suddenly, a short skirt appeared on the young boy's hips, showing off his hairy legs. Our hero's transformation is almost over. There were only a few steps left. And now, a moment later, the main character completed his transformation into a super beautiful girl. It was a terrible scenario that suddenly appeared in the main character's head. He hoped this wouldn't happen. The black-haired boy calmed down slightly when he saw that his old clothes were on the menu. The boy was amused that the system had his clothes from kindergarten. He wanted to try it on. A moment later, the transformation began. The sensations were as magnificent as the first time. He was actually wearing his kindergarten uniform, and even the red dot on his forehead was the same as before. But there was one tiny problem. The clothes were too small, so they tore after just a moment. A moment later, the main character saw that there was a fee for changing clothes. On the menu, Ling saw an invisibility suit that caught his attention. But if he buys it, he will have no points left. The young man decided not to dwell on it now, because all he wanted now was a good night's sleep. The night passed quite quickly and was replaced by a warm, pleasant morning. The guy woke up because someone was talking loudly on the street about the terrible roads in their village. The young boy immediately got up and went outside to check where the noise was coming from. On the street, the young man saw a crowd of people who were dissatisfied with the command of some little girl. The black-haired boy also wanted to look at this girl, so he pushed through the crowd. And he was shocked when he saw a familiar face. It was the mayor whom he had previously saved from the scammer. But it seems that all the villagers were aggressive towards the girl who was just trying to help them. The head of the village began to threaten the mayor with a weapon, telling her to get away. Unexpectedly, the brunette notices our hero in the crowd, who previously saved her from the scammer. The young girl who lived next door also looked excitedly at the black-haired boy. The young man does not understand why everyone attacked the mayor so much, because she is a guest in their village, and even more so, she is here to solve their problem. But in response to this, the scoundrel only laughed loudly, saying that the road had already been repaired. A moment later, this bastard directs all the villagers to attack the defenseless girls. They want to drive them out of the village. But it seemed that none of the uninvited guests was going to leave. They were ready to take the fight with pride. One of Yang Ma's subordinates decided to convince the boss, having sensibly assessed his strength. He understood that they could not defeat the guests. But, as it turned out, this scoundrel did not care at all about the health of his subordinates. The main thing is to scare these people away. Lin remembered that the previous mayor of the city squandered all the money that was allocated to repair the road in their village. Perhaps a man is involved in this? The young man accuses the man of being involved in the missing money, but he has no evidence. The man was a relative of the previous mayor and participated in a road repair project, but did not repair anything. The black-haired boy wanted to hear the agreement of the crowd, but no one dared to contradict the boss. This amused the scoundrel, and he laughed loudly, blaming it all on Lin's desire to appear cool in the eyes of the girls. Having heard such a blatant lie, the lady stood up for our hero, saying that he was not like that at all. A moment later, Xiaofang also stood up for her neighbor. She confirmed the words that the guy is not like that at all. Unexpectedly, a thin female hand touched the protagonist's shoulder. It was the mayor of the city. The brunette asked the young boy not to stand up for her, because she was embarrassed. The young man appreciates her kindness, but now all that matters to him is that the roads in the village be repaired. Our hero publicly challenges the man. If the road is not repaired, he will leave the village, and if they are repaired, then vice versa. All the young boy's friends and acquaintances are trying to dissuade him, but his decision has already been made. The man accepted his challenge without hesitation. Even if he loses, no one will dare to kick him out. The black-haired boy is full of determination to win. His eyes are filled with excitement. Soon, our hero led the workers to his room to discuss the further plan for building the road. It seems that Miss Jiang was jealous of our hero towards Xiaofang, because she was very worried about why she was so close to him. Meanwhile, the young girl was aggressively chopping carrots. Her thoughts were almost the same as Miss Jiang's. She was also jealous of the boy and the woman and wondered why they were so close. Finally, the hot dinner was ready and we could start eating. Ling invited his mother to join them. The main character invited Xiaofeng to sit next to her, although she felt awkward. Jiang immediately noticed the young man's kind behavior towards the girl. Finally, the guys could start eating. Xiao Fang made delicious sweet and sour fish. As soon as the woman took a bite of the fish, she immediately grimaced, because it was terribly sour. Apparently the girl is jealous of her son. In fact, it was the girl's first time preparing sweet and sour fish, so no one dared to admit that it was too sour. Since everyone has gathered, the black-haired boy offers them a drink. He will bring the best wine in the house. Some time passed and Xiao Fang was already very drunk. Fan Ling was discussing the construction of a new road. To build it, the house needs to be demolished, but they decide to think about how it can be moved to another place. Suddenly, the mayor comes up with the idea of offering compensation to these people in the amount of 60,000. The family living in this house is very honest, so the young boy decides to come to an agreement with them himself. Some time has passed. The young boy decided to immediately head to the Chen family's house to discuss everything. At this time, a little girl was feeding a baby goat in her yard. She talked to him cheerfully. Suddenly, the main character loudly called the girl's name, and she suddenly fell to the ground in fear. The young girl was very embarrassed that our hero found her in such an awkward position. A black-haired boy came to the girl's father. He brought him several bottles of good wine as a gift. The girls were very embarrassed. Luckily, her dad was home and she immediately ran to call him. The young boy was slightly disappointed with himself, because he thought that he had scared the girl terribly. Suddenly, the system gave Fan Lin a task, which was that he must persuade the Chen family about the road. The man seemed very pleased to see our hero and kindly invited him to come inside. The main character immediately handed the man several bottles of wine that he had brought especially for him. The man was very pleased to receive such a sudden gift and, naturally, he could not refuse it. After this, the man turned to his daughter and told her not to stand there, but to bring tea for the guest. Our hero began to explain to the man the essence of the situation, and he agreed without any problems to give up his backyard for the construction of a road. The man understood perfectly well that repairing the road was an important project for the village and should not be delayed. For the sake of the man's consent, the mayor even offered him compensation in the amount of 60,000, but he refused it. When the black-haired boy heard the agreement, he immediately headed away, because he still had other things to do. The girl had not yet had time to bring the tea when the guest had already left. The guy can't wait for the mayor to hear the good news. At this time, the girl was very excited and fear seemed to grip her whole body. She just couldn't move. The young boy hurried to the mayor to quickly convey such good news. But the desire to tell the good news was so strong that the young man did it over the phone. The young man could not stand it and wrote in the road repair group chat that the Chen family had agreed to use their yard for repairs. Immediately after this message, congratulations and compliments from his friends began to pour in on our hero. At this time, Ms. Jiang carefully read the chat and did not miss a single message that appeared in it. The main character was full of joy and decided to check the system task, which should already be completed. Fan Ling was slightly shocked when he saw that the task was still not counted as completed. The young guy didn't worry too much and blamed it all on the system delay. While the young man was distracted, a strange guy was looking at him from around the corner. There was a feeling that he was watching him. That's how quickly this day flew by. The next one came. The sun was shining brightly outside. It was early in the morning, but the guys had already started work. The work vehicle was heading to the backyard to clear it. But, before starting work, the builders warned the owner of the house about this. Suddenly, an angry man ran out of the house, shouting that they couldn't demolish his yard. Strange, but today the man was in a completely different mood. He couldn't let anyone tear down his backyard. In this case, the builders could not start work, so first they had to contact their superiors. Some time later, the worker called Mayor Lu and reported that the owner of the house did not give permission to work on his site. The brunette was completely shocked by what she heard, because only yesterday everything was fine. At this time, the black-haired boy was at home doing his morning routine. At this moment he was just brushing his teeth, but he was interrupted by a phone call. As it turned out, the mayor called him. The black-haired boy didn't understand what she needed so early. The girl immediately got to the point and reported the problem. She asked him to go to the station and sort out the situation. The young boy was shocked that everything they had planned did not go according to plan. The young man immediately went to the scene of the incident and tried to find out from the man the reasons why he changed his mind. Overnight, the The man thought about his decision again and came to the conclusion that it would be wrong. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. The uncle thought it over carefully and realized that compensation in the amount of 60,000 is not enough. The man hesitantly raised his gaze to the young man and said that he demanded 100,000. Hearing such a huge amount, the young boy was horrified and shocked. Where can they get so much money? But it seems that was not all. The man's lips trembled as he was about to say something else. A moment later, the man blurted out that he was demanding another 100,006 and not just 100,000. The total needs to be 160,000. And after these words, the man slammed the gate right in front of the nose of the black-haired boy, who was in a stupor. The young man was completely shocked by what had just happened. He didn't know if this was the Uncle Chen he knew. As the young boy walked away from the Chen family's house, he saw Jing Jing, who was in the yard with her father. A moment later, our hero loudly called out to the young girl, which instantly attracted her attention. The black-haired boy wanted to find an answer to his question, so he hoped that Uncle Chen's daughter could explain everything to him. The young girl was a little scared, but seemed to intend to explain something to Fan Ling. But as soon as the girl tried to start a conversation, her father shouted loudly and called her back into the house. The young girl had no choice but to obey her father's orders. She walked home silently. The builders did not understand what to do now. They asked for advice from a young boy who was also in a stupor. But the black-haired boy could not make such important decisions himself. First he needed to contact the mayor. And so, when our hero dialed the mayor's phone number, he noticed some strange movement around the corner. The young man realized that someone was there. There were indeed two men around the corner. Fan Ling thought that Yang Ma might be involved in this. The young boy only pretended to be on the phone and pretended that the girl agreed to pay Uncle Chen 160,000. As soon as the guys heard such good news, they immediately jumped with happiness. Now they will be rich. The men were in seventh heaven and could not contain their emotions. They high-fived each other. Then, the main character pretended to write a check to Uncle Chen. At this time, strangers around the corner are carefully observing his every action, thinking how stupid he is. The guys could not calm down and continued to dance. Now, finally, their lives will get better. But when the men looked around the corner again, they were surprised when they didn't see the black-haired boy. Due to the fact that the men were very happy, they relaxed, got distracted and lost sight of the guy. They urgently need to find him. Fan Ling hid around the corner and carefully watched those who were looking for him. He immediately realized that these were Yang Ma's people. At this time, a group of men gathered in the casino and were having fun playing games of chance. Yang Ma warned his friends that today was his lucky day and they should be careful. And then, a moment later, the man put 6 bamboos on the table. The men were glowing with excitement. The game completely absorbed them and they wanted to continue. But, unfortunately, they still failed to win. Yang Ma wins. He felt incredibly smug now. One of the scoundrel's acquaintances notes that he is quite lucky today and has already earned a lot of money. Unexpectedly, the same man 6 who had previously been watching Fan Lin bursts into the casino. He reports good news about the money. Men are in a state of euphoria when they hear about such wonderful news. At first they can't even believe it. The black-haired man noticed that today the money is flowing straight into Yang Ma's pocket. The bastard is very happy that everything went according to his plan and the visit to that old man was not in vain. At this moment, another subordinate runs into the casino with news about Fan Lin. The man calmly said that Fan Ling did not suspect them of anything. The young man just returned home. Having heard such good news, the scoundrel still did not relax and ordered his subordinates to continue spying on our hero. At this time, the young boy had already reached his home and was thinking about his further plan. The current situation really took him by surprise and he needs time to think. Yang Ma's subordinates are all over the street and even in the yard. It will be very difficult to fight them. But luckily, the fake phone call should have caught the creep's attention. And if the young man's guesses are correct, then in the evening the scumbag will visit Uncle Chen. Fan Ling must find out what's going on. But the problem was that the young boy would not be able to escape unnoticed, because too many people were watching him. Suddenly, the black-haired boy remembers something that can really help in this situation. The guy enters the system store and finds there the very same invisibility suit that can help. The main character doesn't think long before finally making a purchase. And so, several hours pass, after which evening comes. All this time our hero was making his double in the form of a doll. All day the young man was busy sewing a doll that would look like him. This is done to distract the attention of pursuers. The main character is going to leave the doll at home so that these scoundrels don't suspect anything. After this, the young boy carefully examines the invisibility suit on the screen of his phone, and a moment later he decides to try the new thing on himself. The young man is really gradually becoming invisible. Our hero sincerely admires the clothes that the system provides him. But before carrying out important tasks, the black-haired boy decides to test this suit. The main character decides that he can test this unusual costume with the help of his mother. To begin with, the guy enters the living room and approaches his mother, waving his hands right in front of her face. And when he realized that the suit really worked, he began to play around. Ling started making stupid faces in front of his mother. The main character was incredibly happy when he realized that the suit really worked. When the black-haired boy looked at the TV screen, he realized that his mother was listening to a dance song. Unexpectedly, after a moment, our hero's mother silently stood up from the sofa. And so, after a couple of seconds the woman started dancing. She moved smoothly and rhythmically to the beat of the music. The woman begins to move faster and more freely than a couple of minutes ago. And after a couple of moments, she is already using the entire room as her dance floor. The woman swings her arms and legs, and Ling, at this time, dodges her movements. But, unfortunately, the guy was unable to predict and avoid one of his mother's movements. The woman hit him right between the legs. The pain was as unbearable as possible. The main character mustered all his strength not to scream in pain. The woman felt her foot touch something, but did not attach much importance to it. Meanwhile, the young boy went outside to finally go on a mission. The main character was still writhing in pain after being hit between the legs by his mother. The young man slipped away unnoticed while observers thought he was still at home. It was an ordinary doll. Meanwhile, a crowd of thugs led by Yang Ma head straight to Chen's family's house. One of his subordinates asks if they will stop at 160,000 yuan. But after such a stupid question, the young man immediately gets a fist in the face from his boss. The boss explains that it's only some 160,000, and that's not enough. He wants to demand another 100,000 from above. The mayor supposedly gave them this 100,000 very easily, which means it won't be difficult for her to give even more. Yang Ma is surprised that Ling has not done anything yet, but his subordinates assured him that the guy is now at home. The guys have already relaxed and are confident that even the black-haired boy will not be able to save the situation. This scumbag laughs loudly and smugly, imagining how desperate our hero is now. Some time passes, and a crowd of men finally arrives at the Chen family's house. All this time, the young boy followed the scoundrels, under the cover of his invisibility suit. The young man intends to find evidence of blackmail, thanks to which he can bring this bastard to justice. And so, soon, these thugs gathered in a crowd under the gates of the Chen family. A moment later, they began knocking on the gate, waiting for the owner of the house to come outside. After a few seconds, the gate opened slightly and Mr. Chen peeked out. He was unhappy with this visit. When the man saw Yang Ma and his subordinates in front of his yard, he immediately became nervous. The man did not understand why these scoundrels came, because he had already done everything they asked. Yang Ma abruptly covered the man's mouth with his hand so that he would stop screaming and attract unnecessary attention to himself. The bastard calmed the man down and said that they would discuss everything inside so that no one would see or hear them. And then, a moment later, a crowd of men entered the courtyard of the frightened Uncle Chen, who was clearly not happy with the guests. The black-haired boy was convinced of his assumptions that something was fishy here. Uncle Chen led the uninvited guests into his house and waited for what they were preparing to tell him. The main character intended to film everything that was happening now on camera, so that later he could present evidence to the residents. A moment later, the black-haired boy begins recording. He captures a frightened Uncle Chen. Wang Ma has already heard rumors that the city mayor agreed to pay such a large compensation, and the check is in his possession. But, oddly enough, the man knows nothing about this, so he is very surprised when he hears about it. The scumbag loudly slams the table and asks Uncle Chen not to lie, because his people clearly saw everything. He knew that our hero called the city mayor, and she wrote him a check for 160,000 yuan. The man is disappointed in himself, because he understands that the mayor of the city in Fan Ling sincerely wanted to help their village and fix the road. He doesn't understand why these scoundrels came to him again if the mayor had already agreed. When Uncle Chen receives the money, he will immediately give it back. Suddenly, the bastard hit the man hard on the shoulder, placing his hand on him. If 100,000 yuan is a small thing for the mayor, then the bastard wants to ask for even more money. He ordered the unfortunate man to go to our hero and ask for another 100,000 from above. The black-haired boy hated Yang Ma for his disgusting actions, which he was now filming. The black-haired man fell into a stupor when he heard about such a huge amount. The scumbag begins to threaten the man that his subordinates have already been to prison and they are not afraid to serve another sentence. Uncle Chen is completely shocked and horrified when he hears threats against him. He simply has no choice. Suddenly, the man becomes ill due to stress and, unable to stand on his feet, falls into a chair. The man begins to cough loudly, and his worried daughter comes running at the noise. The young girl immediately runs up to her father and wants to help him and at least somehow support him. Yang Ma didn't see his daughter last time, which means Uncle Chen hid her from them. Suddenly, the bastard grabs the frightened girl by the hand and begins to pester her. A father, when he sees such an attitude towards his daughter, wants to protect her at all costs. He abruptly gets up from the chair and hugs his daughter, removing the hands of this bastard from her. But the man fails and receives a strong kick to the chest. From such force the man fell to the floor. He understood that he could not resist this bastard. The scoundrel continues to pester the frightened girl, who is very worried about her father and is crying. All this is observed by a black-haired boy, who slowly boils with anger from what he sees. The scumbag continued to pester the defenseless girl. His touch disgusted her beyond belief. The black-haired boy's patience ran out. Fan Ling could no longer watch Yang Ma bully the girl. A moment later, the young boy delivers a precise and strong blow to the face of this scumbag. Since the young man was wearing an invisibility suit, no one understood where the blow came from on the man's face. The bastard immediately shouted, because he didn't understand who dared to hit him. This needs to be clarified urgently. The man began to frantically look around, trying to find the culprit, but after a couple of seconds he no longer cared. The scumbag again turned his gaze to the unfortunate girl, who could not defend herself in any way. A moment later, the bastard again reached out with his disgusting lips to the frightened girl. Suddenly, the faces of all his subordinates were filled with intense horror and anxiety. But the boss didn't understand what was going on. The man continued to move his lips towards the girl. A moment later, the scumbag finally decided to open his eyes and see what had caused such surprise among his subordinates. The bastard is horrified when he realizes that he is in the air. He begins to quickly wave his arms and tries to get down. After a couple of seconds, our hero throws the bastard with all his might towards his subordinates. And he, like a bowling ball, knocks down all the pins. At this time, the girl stands in stupor and fear. The men look around frantically, trying to figure out who is to blame for all this. Suddenly, in the darkness, they see eyes that look wide and dangerously straight at them. The scumbag gets very scared when he sees a pair of eyes. He is afraid to see something terrible in front of him. As it turned out, it was the girl's father. He hugged his daughter tightly, not wanting to let her go. The man looked at the wall and thought that all this was the work of divine magic. The boss's subordinates were terribly afraid. So much so that tears of horror were already flowing from my eyes. This reaction was caused by one of them looking at the window. They looked at the glass in horror. On the window it was written, "What goes around comes around. No one can escape from retribution." As soon as the thugs read this phrase, they immediately burst into tears and screams of horror. They immediately ran out of the house like crazy. All they need now is to escape. It was so scary that they couldn't even turn around. Our hero was pleased with himself. The black-haired boy will continue to watch these scum very carefully and will not allow anyone to be offended. Fan Ling went to his home, thinking that this stealth suit was very useful. Now the main character had almost arrived home and passed by the Wang family's house. He came up with a funny idea to prank Xiao Fang. he decided to fulfill it. The young boy carefully looked into their window to see who was doing what at such a late hour. Our hero was upset when he didn't see Xiaofang in the house. Is she really not at home and the prank won't work? Suddenly, the young boy heard a scream. It was a girl calling out to her father. The young girl asked her father to bring her shower gel, because this one had already run out. But the man did not hear his daughter, because he was screaming loudly and desperately rooting for the Chinese team. The main character had no choice but to bring her shower gel. It wasn't difficult. Fan Ling walked to the shelf where there was soap and shower gel. Taking the required bottle, he went to the shower. The young man hummed a song quietly as he approached the shower stall. Unexpectedly, the young boy slipped on the water that flowed out of the shower. Unfortunately, the black-haired boy was unable to maintain his balance and flew forward, dropping the gel. Fan Ling fell, and his head and hands ended up in the shower, and the rest of his body was outside the shower. The shower gel rolled right under the feet of the young girl. Our hero hit the floor very hard, so he didn't even immediately understand where he was. The young guy's head hurt incredibly badly. He opened his eyes. The black-haired boy did not immediately understand where he was. I looked around. The main character was shocked when he saw thin female legs in front of him. From this, his whole face was covered with a blush, and he did not confidently raise his gaze upward. The young man saw in front of him a beautiful young girl who was completely naked. This is Xiaofeng. Such a sight made the young boy's nose bleed. He was very tense. The young girl looked out slightly from behind the curtain, because she thought that it was her father who had fallen, and asked if everything was okay with him. The father replied that everything was fine. At this time, the black-haired boy could not take his eyes off the girl. Hearing that her father was fine, the young lady's worries immediately disappeared. Then, the girl turned her gaze to the shower gel, which was still lying on the floor. The brown-haired woman sat down and reached for him to begin washing herself. And when the girl bends over, it allows our hero to see her gorgeous breasts. He can't tear himself away. Suddenly, the black-haired boy begins to emerge from his invisibility suit. This immediately attracts Xiaofang's attention, and she looks up, trying to understand what is happening. The girl looks straight ahead. The main character's face begins to slowly appear, but still not completely. A moment later, the young girl realizes that someone has been watching her all this time. This causes the young lady to scream loudly and furiously, which attracts the attention of her father. The young boy urgently needs to escape, but before that he needs to disguise himself. He grabs a piece of cloth. The young man wraps the cloth around his face and head so that no one will recognize his identity and runs away. At this time, the girl's father runs out of the house, who seriously intends to catch this dirty pervert. Our hero continues to run, but the man with the club is not far behind and continues to pursue him. At this moment, the main character thanks God for the fact that he can run quite fast. The man was already a little tired, so he stopped to catch his breath. Suddenly, he loudly shouts to the whole village that a thief is running down the street and urgently needs to be praised. All the neighbors quickly run out with frying pans and other items to help. A moment later, a massive chase begins for the black-haired boy, who is still trying to escape. And so, soon, our hero manages to break away a little from the crowd and turn the corner. He immediately throws off the sheet and straightens his clothes so as not to arouse any suspicion. Soon, the crowd approaches this corner, but the young boy is already ready and clears his throat. He comes around the corner and pretends he doesn't know anything, asking Uncle Wang what happened. The main character replied that he saw this pervert and pointed directly, showing where he ran away. A moment later, the entire crowd quickly runs in the direction where our hero showed them. The young man does not remember that the system warned him that the invisibility suit had a time limit. So he opened the system and looked at the stealth suit again. Suddenly, he saw a small inscription at the bottom. The black-haired boy is very angry, because these letters were too small to see them before. He waves the phone and wants to throw it away, but restrains himself, because he cannot do that. Fan Ling can't throw away the phone. He must control himself. Since there is nothing left to lose, the main character decides to click on this text and see what is written there. It turns out that the invisibility suit loses its effect if it comes into contact with water. After use, it will not be available for 24 hours. Finally, the black-haired boy understood why the effect of the suit was gone. all because he came into contact with water. Meanwhile, the young girl was very angry about this whole situation. She wrapped herself in a towel and was about to get out of the shower. The girl was completely furious that someone was spying on her. Suddenly, when she gets out of the shower, she notices the footprint of that same pervert on the ground. When she sees this print, she immediately remembers our hero and thinks that if he spied on her, she would forgive him. But, after a moment, the girl returns to reality from her fantasies. We need to quickly erase these traces so that father doesn't guess anything. This is how the night flies by. The next day arrives, early morning. Someone came to the main character's house and knocked on the door several times. The young boy immediately jumped up from his seat when he heard a knock on the door and threw his shirt on. As it turned out, it was his neighbor. She acted as if nothing had happened. The black-haired boy immediately remembered yesterday's fragment, which he had looked at so carefully. Because of this, the young boy becomes incredibly ashamed and experiences great embarrassment. The young man hits himself on the cheeks and tries to bring himself to his senses. He convinces himself that nothing happened yesterday. The young girl again asks to open the doors. She assumes that the guy must be shy. At this time, the young man prepares himself to open the doors. He takes a deep breath, and now, after a moment, Ling finally decides to open the door and let the girl in. Soon, the black-haired boy opens the doors slightly, fixing his gaze on the young girl who stands behind them. As soon as the young man opened the doors, the young girl began to cry bitterly. She immediately rushes into the arms of our hero and begins to cry even louder. The guy is in a stupor. As she presses herself against him, he admires how soft and nice her breasts are. After a moment, Ling coughs to compose himself and calms down. He strokes the girl's head and asks what happened. I want to know the culprit of her tears. At this time, the young girl wipes away her tears and prepares to tell the story that happened to her last night. After listening to the story from beginning to end, the young boy asks the girl not to worry. He promises that justice will be restored, because she never sleeps. Xiaofeng is very amusing to watch and listen to our hero, who pretends that he has nothing to do with it. Suddenly, the awkward moment is interrupted by a loud phone ringing. The ringtone is the song of the wires growing. The black-haired boy is happily distracted by the phone and says that he received a call from the mayor. The mayor happily reports that the police have found evidence to arrest Yang Ma, and Uncle Chen has agreed to repair the road. The young boy is very happy about this news and says that he will arrive right now. Unexpectedly, the main character grabs a young girl by the hands and tells her good news about fixing the roads. The young man grabs the girl by the hand and they run together to see it in person. Soon, a huge crowd of people gathered at the gate, who were also looking forward to the start of repairing the roads. One of the men who was standing in the crowd turned his gaze to the side and caught Ling with it. He noticed that our hero had grown a lot. After that, all eyes were directed at the guy. Everyone trusted the main character and said that the future of their village lay with him. Suddenly, a loud clicking sound of heels was heard. The steps got closer and closer. As it turned out, it was Miss Zhang's secretary. She swung her fist at the young boy. The guy blocked the blow. The girl was very interested to know where he got that video evidence for the police. The black-haired boy simply made up a story that he was carefully spying on him. A moment later, a big man approached the guys and said that the boss was already waiting for the guy. When the young man turned around, he saw Madame Jiang and the mayor standing aside, kindly waving and greeting him. As soon as Xiaofeng saw Madame Jiang, she immediately began to seethe with jealousy. A minute later, the mayor and Miss Jiang approached the guys, who praised the main character for his courage. In addition to the fact that the young boy helped with the promotion of the repair project, he also rid the village of the tyrant. These words embarrassed Ling. The woman did not understand what kind of girl was standing next to him and what kind of relationship they were in. It takes more than just the strength of one to repair a road. Everyone must make an effort. Uncle Chen was incredibly ashamed of what happened the other day. He sincerely apologized to everyone. But, unexpectedly, the main character grabbed the man's hand and interrupted his speech. I was shocked by this. He silently watched as the main character held his hand. Everyone understands perfectly well that Uncle Chen was forced to do this, so he is not to blame for anything. He's not like that at all. From such pleasant words, the man almost burst into tears. The guys were very understanding and kind. The young girls seemed to have guessed that Brother Lin had helped them last night. Suddenly, a loud female voice came through the microphone and asked for a moment of attention. Everyone immediately fell silent and turned to the woman to listen to the announcement. Thanks to their teamwork, the project is running smoothly. The mayor brought the village residents up to date. Now the woman wanted to raise the morale of the residents. She hopes everything works out for them. A moment later, the joyful crowd started cheering and cheering for each other and the mayor. Some time passed and finally work began on building roads. The long-awaited time for renovation has finally arrived. Everyone around was in a great mood and excited. Suddenly, the phone started playing in our hero's pocket. I received a notification from WeChat. He looked and saw that a lot of glasses and all sorts of goodies had appeared. There are also new tasks and rewards for them. The guy had new equipment unlocked and was rewarded with 10 points and prestige. Soon, the black-haired boy returned to his home. It was lunch time. The main character was sitting at the same table with his mother, and they had a delicious dinner. But all this time the young boy was carefully looking at his phone. The young guy was in the widget store, and what kind of special items did he have here? The main character sees an inscription about a bright, titanium, dog eye and clicks on the icon. It turns out that this is a special item that can be improved, but it is on sale for 1 day. The main character decides to purchase this item, because time is limited. He starts eating quickly in order to get everything done. A moment later, Ling runs away. Mom thinks cell phones are really addictive because her son hasn't even eaten properly. Now our hero has 30 points, so there is no need to worry about them. Therefore, the young boy decides to make a purchase, because later he may regret it if he does not. A moment later, something in front of the black-haired guy's face begins to shine brightly, causing him to immediately close his eyes. A shining box appears on the table. No wonder it's called a bright, titanium, dog eye. At first, the main character does not open the box, but simply examines it from all angles. But, after a moment, he still decides to open it and sees a box with lenses inside. It looks pretty interesting, but the young guy still doesn't understand what these lenses are for. The black-haired boy wants to test this in practice and wants to put on lenses. His hand is shaking incredibly. After a few seconds, Lin still manages to put the lens on one eye. This caused a searing pain, causing tears to immediately flow from the other eye. Having overcome the pain, the young man opens his eyes slightly. Now they are white and glow brightly. He realized that with this lens the world had become clearer and now he could see everything. But, after a moment, it dawned on him that this was an ordinary contact lens. After a moment, the black-haired boy decides to try another lens. This lens was a different color. It was soft pink, but also glowed brightly. The main character closed his eyes, trying to get them used to the lenses. And after a moment, he slowly opened them, looking at everything around him. In front of him he saw the street and the people who were there. The young boy is absolutely delighted when he realizes that with the help of these lenses he can see through objects. This is just an incredible find. He runs around the room and looks through the walls. I admire these skills. But another question is brewing. How can he control it? The main character opens the menu and tries to find instructions for controlling these lenses. These individuals also have night vision capabilities. The guy notices the missed call and first decides to turn off his X-ray vision. He was so excited about these lenses that he completely forgot to check his phone. Jiangli called him, so he needs to call back urgently. A moment later, he dials her phone number and calls back, asking what she wanted. But it turns out that the girl's father is throwing a dinner party today, and the woman invites our hero to attend. She's already sent someone to fetch him. The black-haired boy awkwardly replies that now he should prepare and think about whether he should give his heart to a woman. The woman is very glad that the guy accepted her invitation so quickly and easily. The main character is delighted with himself and the fact that the girl invited him to the party. A young boy looks at himself in the mirror and admires. It's hard to be handsome. He leans closer to the mirror and carefully examines his face. Ling immediately understands that he needs to change into something more formal, because if he comes like this, he will only embarrass himself. A moment later, the black-haired boy rushes to his closet and tries to pick out a fashionable look for himself. At night, after a while, he falls on the bed in despair. I understand that he does not have suitable clothes for such events. Suddenly, the young man remembers that he has a dressing system that can be useful in this situation. He immediately opens the phone and notices a temporary offer. He decides to take a look. Well, when he opens it, all he sees is Cinderella's ball gown, which is worth 1 point. The young man imagines himself in this dress for a second and is simply horrified by what he sees in his head. But, after a moment, the young boy has an idea. Now the clothing issue has been resolved. Evening is coming. The party is already starting at Jiang Yujing Villa. The woman is very worried because our hero has not arrived yet. An elderly man approaches his daughter and asks why the guest has not arrived yet, but she assures him that it will not be long. And then, a moment later, a car stops near their luxurious house. The main character immediately emerges from it. He was not alone, he also had a secretary and a big guy with him, who kept him company. The woman introduces Fan Lin, saying that it was he who saved her earlier. The elderly man sincerely thanks the guy for saving his daughter, because this is really important to him. The woman watches the couple carefully and immediately understands that Chen was right. It seems that Jiang is really in love with Fan Lin. After some time, the guys go inside. The guy carefully examines their luxurious house. They have a casual conversation and the main character says that he recently graduated from university and decided to start his own business. After this, the elderly man immediately asks questions about whether the young guy is married now. The man starts asking Fan Lin a lot of questions about girls, about his preferences and stuff like that. The woman tells her father to quickly start eating before the food gets cold. A moment later, all the guys happily clink glasses and start eating. Suddenly, the phone started playing in the protagonist's pocket again. Another notification has arrived, and when the young man checked the message, he was horrified. He was so shocked that he dropped the glass. A moment later, the glass shatters. The woman immediately became worried when she saw what happened. She was worried that the young man would not get hurt. The main character was very embarrassed and he said that he just had a slippery hand and apologized. The elderly man was not at all angry with him and asked the servant to clean up after the guy. As it turned out, a notification came to the phone that Uncle Jiang would be killed tomorrow. A famous Chinese businessman will be killed by a gunman and die in the hospital for a botched operation. The man invites our hero to try the food prepared by his house worker Chen. The guy is shocked, because he didn't know that Uncle Chen could cook so deliciously. Wherever a man goes, he will never be able to forget the taste of home-cooked food. Chen's best dish is grated, dried bean curd. The black-haired boy tried this dish and immediately fell into a stupor from the taste. It was so wonderful that the guy couldn't describe it in words. Suddenly, the elderly man's phone began to play. Some kind of notification has arrived. The woman immediately asked what happened and who was writing to him. The man apologized to his daughter and said that tomorrow, unfortunately, he would not be able to go with them. The city has prepared a welcome party for him, and he should be there. Trade projects will be discussed there. The young boy suggested that someone was deliberately luring Uncle Jiang to the party. Fan Ling volunteers to accompany him tomorrow, since he also knows the mayor well. They also met because of the project in Fanjia village, so it wouldn't be difficult. The elderly man accepts his offer and says that in gratitude, their company will support the road repair project. Then the guys will go with him tomorrow. There will be an important meeting there, so they will gain experience. The black-haired boy is determined to protect a man who is not even aware of the danger. Meanwhile, Hanwu Tao Villa is very quiet. There is silence in the room. A man smokes a cigarette and looks at the night sky. Suddenly, the silence is interrupted by the ringing of the phone. The red-haired girl hands the phone to her fiancé and says that his father is calling him. The man picks up the phone and asks what happened. At this time, the girl begins to pester him. The man confidently reaches under his bride's t-shirt and touches her smooth skin. The father says on the phone that there will be a party tomorrow. The father says that the guy should transfer this case to someone he trusts and get rid of the old man. The man told his father not to worry, saying that he would carry out this assignment and this date would be the anniversary of Jiang Jing's death. The man was completely confident in his abilities. A moment later, the man threw his phone on the sofa, because now he had more important things to do. When he did this, he began to harass his fiancée. The man took her in his arms. The young couple was going to have a pleasant evening, enjoying each other. But, unexpectedly, the men called again. Who is calling this time? The man picks up the phone irritably. It turned out that it was Ding Kun. Wasn't he sent to prison? He asks for help in taking revenge on Fan Ling, who nearly landed him in jail if he hadn't pretended to be crazy. This only plays into the man's hands, because he was just looking for a suitable candidate for the dirty work. After a moment, he hangs up and returns to his fiancée, who is impatiently waiting for him. Some time passed and the dinner party finally came to an end. Jiangli got very drunk, so our hero personally drove her home. When she's tipsy, it's very difficult to stop her. The black-haired boy took Jiangli home and sat her down at the table, after which he gave her tea. Fan Ling was worried about the woman, because she had drunk a lot and now she probably felt bad. The main character went to the kitchen to bring her a cup of tea, after which she should feel better. The woman dreamed that everything would remain as it is now. The women are wondering why he wanted to go to his father's party so suddenly. The young boy came up with an excuse and said that he just wanted to get to know her father better. Unexpectedly, Jiangli, with a seductive and flirtatious look, invites our hero to stay the night. The woman continues to play with the guy, as if challenging him, saying that he is probably afraid. The black-haired boy leans closer and says that he is not scared at all. Jiangli was very embarrassed because she thought that the guy was going to kiss her. At this time, he hoped that Xia Miao and the big man would return quickly. Meanwhile, the girl stood on her tiptoes, although it was very difficult. It was Xia Miao and the big guy who were spying on the guys through the window. But, unfortunately, because of the curtains everything was very difficult to see, but from the silhouettes it looked like they were going to kiss. As soon as the secretary heard about this, she immediately jumped on the big man's back to take a look too. The guys were very happy that their boss had finally found her love. Suddenly, the phone rang in our hero's pocket again. Another notification has arrived. This saved the black-haired boy, because it broke the awkward and tense moment. The woman suggested that our hero's mother called, but no. A countdown appeared on the screen. The main character did not understand why a countdown appeared on the screen. Maybe he accidentally clicked on it. The woman was saddened and upset that the phone rang right now, and not a couple of minutes later. The young boy realized with horror that the temporary offer had expired. His Cinderella dress will disappear in 57 seconds. Before he used cross-dressing, he was only wearing underpants. Fan Ling frantically began to look around and tried to find a room to change clothes. It was already late, so our hero called the woman to go to bed. The woman was very embarrassed, because she didn't think at all about what he meant. There was very little time left, so the main character should hurry up. The black-haired boy explained that she had understood everything wrong. He just really wants to sleep. A moment later, the young boy rushed into the bedroom to hide. 3 seconds left before the fateful event. The young man ran with all his might. Finally, the guy found the right door. There were 2 seconds left, and so, he touched the treasured doorknob, intending to open the door. But as soon as he opened the door slightly, all the clothes he was wearing disappeared. He was left in only his shorts. Jiangli saw all this and was extremely embarrassed and stunned. She didn't know how to react to what happened. The main character was at home with his girlfriend named Jiangli. He ran into the room. Fan Ling excitedly thought to himself with hope that his girlfriend didn't see anything. He himself stood almost completely naked. The guy remembered to himself that for some reason he forgot about the time limit for using the purchased clothes. He looked at the phone. Fan Lin, I found some regular clothes for myself on my phone and decided to buy them. The main character looked in the mirror. He seriously thought that he needed to protect Uncle Jiang tomorrow. The guy thought about it. He could not understand who wanted to harm his uncle. Jiangli was in another room. She sat on the bed and thought about her own things. The girl excitedly decided that she was very tired. She remembered seeing the main character naked. The next day the guy, accompanied by his companion, went to the meeting. Fan Lin met a girl and her huge guard in the city. The girl with red hair smiled at the main character and said that now they will be friends. Fan Ling was very surprised. He looked at his interlocutors with a big questioning look. The interlocutor put her hand on the guy's shoulder and said that they supported him. The girl quietly whispered in the main character's ear that last night he had something with Jiangli. The main character excitedly told his interlocutor that nothing like that had happened. Uncle Zion from the car told his interlocutors to get into the car. He said the mayor contacted him. A welcome party was taking place in a large building. There were a lot of people around. The old man said that Jiang Jing had returned. The guy delightedly announced that Mr. Jiang had returned to invest in something. A car appeared along with the guests. They arrived at the building. Uncle Jiang came out accompanied by his companions. The man near the car bowed to him. The girl near the entrance told the guest that they were glad to see him. She asked the man to come through. The banquet was full of guests. The man came up and told Mr. Jiang that he had heard a lot about him. The main character looked around with great attention. But he could not understand who wanted to harm his uncle. The girlfriend looked at the main character and asked with interest, "What is he looking for?" The main character answered his interlocutor in a calm voice that he wanted to look at the guests of the party. Uncle Jiang told his interlocutor that the guests he invited were famous entrepreneurs. He wanted to introduce the guy to the guests. Fan Ling thought to himself that he could use the thing he had recently bought. The main character looked at his uncle and said that he would go away and look around. The guy stepped aside. He decided to activate his special skill on his phone. The main character activated a special skill called X-ray vision on his phone. The main character looked through X-ray vision and saw his girlfriend half naked. Fan Ling began to examine the guests around him with great attention. The main character saw with the help of X-ray vision how people had various metallic things on their bodies. The guy walked around the banquet. He looked around with great attention to see anything suspicious. Fan was very amazed. He could not understand why no one brought any weapons with them. The main edge looked at the phone. He realized that there was half an hour left before his uncle was killed. He didn't know what to do. The presenter on stage said that he was honored to be here today. He added that he lived abroad for a long time, but could not forget his native places. The girl next to him announced the auction for the village of Fanjia. The main character looked around carefully. He knew that the time had come for an assassination attempt on his uncle. He didn't understand why nothing was happening. The guy was struck by a guess. He realized that the attacker could be somewhere further away. Fan turned to the side and looked out the window. He realized that his guesses might be correct. The main character looked closely. He saw a potential killer. The guy noticed there was a rifle on the roof of a nearby building. He realized that there were snipers there. The main character carefully looked around to see where the barrel of the weapon was pointed. Fan Ling noticed with horror that the killer was aiming straight at Uncle Jiang. The main characters stood up from their seats. He told his girlfriend that he would go and answer the phone. The girlfriend asked the main character with interest. The main character told his friends to protect the girl and Jiang's uncle. He added that he would be back soon. The main guy ran as fast as he could down the alley. He needed to get to the next building. Fan Ling realized that his opponent was armed. He decided to activate his invisibility. The guy activated his special skill on his phone called the invisibility suit. At this time, killer took careful aim with his rifle. The criminal was annoyed. He could not understand where the signal for his shot was. The main character, in an invisible state, approached the killer from behind. He looked at him carefully. Fan Ling happily decided to himself that he would teach the intruder a lesson right now. At this time someone wanted to contact the killer by radio. The main character listened to everything attentively. The interlocutor told the killer that his accomplice had 5 more minutes. If the other killer fails, he will have to shoot the old man himself. The main character was very amazed. He realized that Uncle Jiang was in double danger. Fan Ling fearfully realized that there was another killer. He noticed a pistol lying on a tray inside the building. The main character decided to immediately attack killer. He approached him from behind. The main character noticed how the wounded attacker fell near the rifle. Fan Ling realized that he had very little time left to protect his uncle. He would not have had time to reach the neighboring building. A group of people was walking inside the building. They were carrying food on a tray. There were weapons there. The intruders carefully drove up to the place where Uncle Jiang was. The man sat quietly and rested. He was unaware of the danger. The killer had a mask on his face. He prepared to shoot his victim. The intruder lifted the tray and extended his hand. He wanted to grab the weapon immediately. The guy held out the weapon and pointed it at the man. He prepared to shoot. Suddenly there was a ringing sound and the window broke. It's the main character who dropped in. Ling landed on the floor after jumping. The people around were very amazed. The main character told himself that he liked the pills that increase speed. Ling was very shocked. He realized that invisibility would help him. At this time, killer fired his pistol. The bullet flew at the guy. The main character waved his hand. He shouted to his uncle to be careful. Killer's bullet missed the man. It just ricocheted and flew to the side. The killer was very surprised. He looked ahead and did not expect such a turn of events. The main character realized that the time had come to act very decisively. He rushed at the guy. Ling grabbed killer's hand with the weapon and twisted it behind his back. The weapon fell to the ground. The main character managed to neutralize the killer. The people around were very scared. They looked at everything that was happening with great excitement. The girl turned around and shouted in fear for the rest of the people to move back. Jiangli ran up to her father in fear and asked if he was okay. Uncle Jiang turned to the girl with excitement and replied that he was doing well. The main character thought joyfully that he was saved by the fact that he had pills to increase speed. The main character ordered his friends to take care of the killer. He himself ran to Mr. Jiang. Fan told the man that he had good knowledge of medicine. He decided to examine it. The man turned around and said with a smile to the guy that he only had a small bruise and high blood pressure. The Jiang girl thanked the main character with a smile for saving his father. The girl said that she had already called the police. She asked the main character to stay and help her figure everything out. The main character saw a bunch of police cars appear from afar. The car stopped. A girl came out of it. The main character noticed that the girl was very beautiful. The girlfriend told the main character that Shue from the forensic department had come to see them. The policewoman turned to the main character and said that she was glad to see him. The guy replied that he had detained the criminal. Shue told the guy with surprise that he, it turns out, knows Kung Fu. The main character with a smile told his interlocutor that he was very flattered. The girl told the police to go inside and watch everything. The guard held killer's hands. The police approached him. The girl noticed a pistol lying nearby on the floor. She decided to take it. The policewoman put a glove on her hand. She decided to investigate the weapon. Shue carefully and slowly extended her hand to the gun and took it. The policewoman looked at the weapon and realized that it had almost killed Mr. Zion. The girl thought that when shooting from a short distance the target could not escape. The policewoman looked carefully at the wall and noticed that a bullet was sticking out there. The girl said with excitement that everything would have ended horribly if the main character had not arrived in time. The policewoman was very interested. She was surprised that the main character was able to save the man. Fan thought to himself that the police might already suspect him of something. He remembered that he had already managed to pick up the silver needles. A subordinate came to Han Wutao's home. He talked about the failed assassination attempt. The subordinate brought the boss a lighter and said that it was the fault of the two killers. The leader said that the killers were professional. He added that it was very surprising that they were captured. The subordinate asked his interlocutor excitedly, what did he think? The man replied that everything was clear. The leader cheerfully told his subordinate that the main character is not so bad. The police were conducting a crime scene investigation. Everything was blocked. Suyu told her interlocutor that she would pick up the suspect and interrogate him. The girl apologized for the inconvenience caused. The policewoman asked the main character how could she contact him. Fan replied to his interlocutor that she could scan his barcode. The police officer told the guy he could go. She scanned his phone. The main character said goodbye to the policewoman and told her to tell him if anything happened. The girl stood and followed the main character with very long glances. The police officer told his supervisor that a civilian had spotted an armed man on the roof of the building. The girls were very surprised. They looked at each other excitedly. Fan was driving in a car and looking at his phone. He was glad that he managed to use WeChat. The system informed the main character that he had completed the task. He was able to successfully save Jiang Yujing and receive 20 points for it. The main character was looking at the phone. He thought to himself that the task was dangerous, but he received a good reward. Fan saw on his phone that mom was calling him. He decided to answer. The main character picked up the phone. The woman asked him when he would return. The son told his mother that he would be there soon and that he had just finished work. The woman told him that the head of the village was waiting for him. Fan Ling answered the woman excitedly that he would come to her now. The police went up to the roof and carefully examined everything there. The police told their boss that they had taken the criminal from the roof. They were holding a suspect. The criminal thought displeasedly to himself that he was caught because he had a needle with an anesthetic in him. The girl looked at the suspect. She realized that it was not an ordinary person who knocked out the criminal. Suddenly Shui noticed something very suspicious on the man. The girl saw how the criminal had a small needle sticking out from the back of his neck. Shui walked up to the criminal and pulled the needle out of him with her hand. The police officer carefully examined the needle and realized that it was not illegal. A policeman approached from behind. He told the girl that they had found very strange bullets in the banquet hall. The girl excitedly asked her subordinate to show her the bullets. The policeman handed his boss a bag with bullets inside. The subordinate said that the bullets had holes, as if they had been pierced with needles. They did not find the needles themselves. Shui pointed out to the policeman that he should find out exactly the size of the needles. She added that he should collect information about all the party participants. The girl was excited. She couldn't understand what kind of professional dealt with the criminals. The guy called his father and told him that Ding Kuan was to blame for everything. He was the one who ruined their plan. The interlocutor said that this time the old man was lucky. He told the guy to keep a close eye on trade in the city. The guy angrily thought to himself that the main character was always bothering him. After that, the guy decided to call his friend named Jin Yu. The girl said that she was a detective and asked who she was talking to. The guy answered her that his name was Han Wu Tao. The girl happily asked the Han, what could she do for him? Han asked his interlocutor to study one guy. He added that he would transfer the payment to her card. Jean told the other party that she would give him information within a few days. There were a lot of people at the main character's house. Someone said that there are always a lot of problems with road reconstruction. One of the men said that every time the situation gets worse and worse. The girl happily told the man that Fan Ling would definitely come up with something. At this time an expensive car drove up. People around were surprised. The main character came out in a suit. There was a huge guard next to him. The girl greeted the main character and said that everyone was waiting for him. Fan Ling explained to his interlocutor that he had business in the city. He asked how the repairs are going. The man displeasedly answered the main character that he could go and see for himself. People arrived at the repair site. They were unhappy that Bull Fan decided to appropriate this place for himself. The man explained to people that he took the place for his son. He demanded that people pay him for this territory. One of the people turned around and joyfully said that the main character is here. Fan Ling stood and examined with great attention what was happening here. The main character demanded an explanation from Uncle Beulah as to what was happening here. The man very guiltily answered the guy that he was really very sorry. The main character asked the interlocutor if he had any problems. The man demanded that people pay him 1,500 yuan per cubic meter of land. The man shouted displeasedly that such a price for the main character would be very far away. Bull stuck the shovel into the ground. He explained that until he was paid, he would not give up the territory. People stood around and talked to each other. They were excited. The main character told his interlocutors to calm down. He invited Uncle Bull to discuss everything. The man nodded. He looked at the main character with surprise and apprehension. The main character told Uncle Bull that he was a very noble man. He recalled that a man once paid for his studies at the university. The man looked at the guy with tears in his eyes and said that he had no choice. The main character told the interlocutor to explain everything to him. He promised to help. The man explained that Bull Jr. was in big trouble in the city. He beat some guys while saving a girl. As a result, he was put behind bars. The girl was in her building at the detective agency. She was resting and stroking the cat. The girl looked at the photograph of the main character. She didn't understand why the Han asked her to find out information about this guy. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The girl was distracted from her thoughts. Jean stroked her cat and told the guest to come inside. The secretary came in. She brought the documents. The girl reported that the material had just been received. The secretary said that the main character was a very ordinary person. After graduating from university, he changed. The employee told about her boss that Fan Ling became very close to Jiangli. The girl listened carefully. The secretary said that the main character has a close relationship with the mayor of Xia. The secretary said that the main character was at a party that was taking place in the city. Jean joyfully shouted to her subordinate that she would personally collect information on the main character. The secretary told the interlocutor that this was the most ordinary investigation. She added that people can figure it out for themselves. The boss told her secretary named Xiao that she still had a lot to learn. She added that Han Wutao would not be interested in an ordinary guy. The secretary said that the main character is the ex-boyfriend of Han's girlfriend. Jean explained to her interlocutor that Han Wutao never plays by the rules. She added that if you collect information legally, you won't get anything. Secretary Xiao excitedly shouted to her boss that she understood everything. Jean was petting the cat at this time. She was very interested in meeting the guy that Jiang Li's girl had chosen. The main character came home to Bull Fanu. They were there together. The man sadly told his interlocutor that Xiao Nu beat one bastard who mocked the girls. He added that the guy had done nothing wrong. Fan asked his interlocutors what store does Xiao Nu work in. The man replied that the guy worked at the Jingguan restaurant. The main character said confidently and with a smile to his interlocutor that he would figure it out. Uncle Bull told the main character that he just wanted someone to help him with the repairs. Fan Ling shook the man's hand and told him to expect good news from him. The girl told Uncle Bull that the others in the village would also help him. The main character was walking with his girlfriend. She asked if he had come up with a solution. Fan Ling hugged his girlfriend and quietly told her to wait. The main character whispered in the girl's ear that his answer was secret. The evil one's girlfriend attacked the guy with her fists. Fan answered his interlocutor that if he told her, nothing would work out. The girl turned around and told the guy that he didn't come home yesterday. She promised that she would ignore him. The main character told his girlfriend Xiao Feng, who was leaving after him, that he would not do this again. Fan Ling collapsed on the bed. He told himself unhappily that it was going to be a hard day. The main character took the phone in his hands. He thought to himself that he had probably forgotten about the reward. Fan Ling looked under the bed and saw a box there. He realized that the reward was really there. The main character carefully took out a box from under the bed and placed it on the nightstand. The guy received gold soft and silk armor as a reward. He looked at her in amazement. Fan Ling was very shocked. He realized that he was seeing a golden silk vest in front of him. The main character noticed that there was a place on the armor that needed to be pressed. Fan Ling looked carefully at his armor. He said joyfully to himself that next time he would be invulnerable. The main character noticed how another button with a function appeared on his clothes. Fan Ling thought for a moment. Then he decided to try pressing the button. Suddenly something beeped on the guy's body. He could not understand what had happened. The system told the main character that it would use voice alerts for him. Fan Ling pressed the button on his clothes. He activated his invisibility skill. The main character said dissatisfied to himself that he would continue to read the instructions. The main character noticed a message on his phone. Xiao Shui wrote to him. Fan Ling was delighted. He decided to tell the girl about Xiao Nu's problem. He wrote her a message. At this time the girl got ready to get dressed. Her phone rang. Xiao Shui turned around. She looked at the phone with great attention and surprise. The girl was surprised to notice that the guy Fan Ling had written to her. She remembered that she wanted to contact him herself. The main character asked his interlocutor what her problem was. The girl read carefully. The guy invited his interlocutor to meet tomorrow. The girl asked where and when they would meet. The main character thought to himself that if he made an appointment with a girl in the city, they could go to Wang Yuan's restaurant. He hoped to solve the Xiao Nu problem. The girl thought to herself that tomorrow she would check the main character and find out if he used needles. The Xiao girl arrived in her car at the Hua Mao restaurant building. The passenger opened the doors and got out of the car. She was looking for the main character. The girl looked around carefully. She knew that Fan Ling must be somewhere nearby. The main character waved to the policewoman and told her to come to him. The girl asked Fan Ling, how long had he been waiting for her? The main character answered her that he had just arrived. The waiter came up. The main character told the girl to order whatever she wanted. Xiao replied that the formalities should be omitted. The girl asked the interlocutor, how is Mr. Zhang's health? The main character replied that he was visiting a man in the hospital. He has no serious injuries. The interlocutor asked the guy if he wanted to know details about the progress of the investigation. The main character asked the policewoman if they found out the reason why they wanted to commit the murder. The girl replied that they were still continuing the investigation. She added that they found another bad guy on the roof. Out of surprise, the main character spat out the drink. The girl asked the guy, was he really scared? The main character said with surprise that he had no idea that there was another criminal. The girl answered the interlocutor that Mr. Jiang is a very lucky person. The main character thought to himself that some noble gentleman saw the criminal and decided to neutralize him. At this time someone's steps were heard. It was some girl who came up. The girl was surprised to tell the main character that he came here and didn't tell her about it. The main character told his interlocutor named Wang that a girl Xiao from the police was sitting opposite him. Van told the police that she owned the place. Xiao told the girl that she was a well-known entrepreneur in the city. Main character asked the girl if she knew the owner of the Qin Kuang restaurant. Wang asked her friend if he was looking for Jing Hui. Fan Lin answered his interlocutor that it was all a long story. In a nearby cafe, two girls were sitting and looking out the window. Jing said displeasedly that Xiao was a psycho cop. The secretary told the girl that she was in class with the policewoman. Jing responded dissatisfied to her interlocutor that the main character and the crazy policewoman came in together. The secretary looked at the documents and said that Fan Ling and her girlfriend met yesterday. Jean answered her interlocutor that the guy and the girl met quite recently, and were already going on dates. At this time, the main character told the police the whole story. She was unhappy that the good guy was arrested instead of the one who abused the girl. The guy told police officer that he needed to go to the restaurant and find out everything. The policewoman suddenly jumped up and told the interlocutors that they needed to go. The secretary told her boss that the owner of the restaurant named Wang Yuan was going with the main character. Jean left the money on the table. She told her subordinate that they need to go after the main character. Fan Ling and her companions arrived at the Jingguan restaurant. The waitress greeted the guests of the establishment. Wang asked the restaurant owner to come. Someone's footsteps were heard. The guy came up and joyfully called the girl. The guy was with flowers. He told the girl with a smile that she was looking for him. The interlocutor with a smile told the girl Wang Yuan that he wanted to kiss her. Suddenly the policewoman took out her ID and handed it to the guy. The woman told her surprised interlocutor that this was her ID. The guy was very surprised. He couldn't understand why the police had come here now. The owner of the restaurant asked his interlocutor what kind of guy came to them. Van replied that her friend was sitting next to her and wanted to talk to him. Fan told boss Kim that he wanted to discuss the situation with his employee Bull Fan Jr. The owner said that a couple of days ago Fan Yangnyo beat one of the well-connected employees. The policewoman was unhappy. She didn't like the guy's words about connections. Boss Kim told the interlocutor that he did not really delve into everything that happened. Xiao said dissatisfied to the restaurant owner that San Yuan violated the law and bullied others. The main character told Boss Jean to become a witness to Fan Xiaonu and help the guy defend his innocence. Boss Kim burst into tears. He told his frightened interlocutors that he had screwed up. Wang's girl told the guy that he was a good person. She added that she believes in him. The restaurant owner said joyfully that he would become a fair Jean man. Xiao told the guy that she would contact the police. She added that she would see Jean later. At this time a girl ran into the room. She joyfully told the guy that he was finally here. The girl said joyfully that she forgot her underwear here. She asked the guy in surprise, What kind of people are next to him? Van was very angry when she saw the girl. Mr. Kim excitedly called his girlfriend Xiao Mei. Van ran after the guy at speed. The restaurant owner shouted to the police officer to save him. The owner of the restaurant complained that girlfriend hit him very hard. The guy told his disgruntled girlfriend Van that there was only her in his heart. The main character asked the boss of Znia with interest whether he suffers from nightmares. The guy asked the main character in surprise, how did he know? Wang told her friend that the main character is a wonderful doctor. She added that he cured Jiangli. The restaurant owner told the guy that he had been getting worse and worse since last month. Fan answered the guy to sit down and he would check his pulse. Fan Ling extended his hand to take his interlocutor's pulse. Boss Jean asked the protagonist excitedly, will he survive? The main character hugged his interlocutor and said that he would write him a prescription. The guy was very happy. At this time, the criminal was brought to the police station by car. The man displeasedly asked the police, why did they arrest him? Xiao said that San Yuan is suspected of rape. She asked if he admits his crime. The man shouted to the police that the main character had sent them to him. He added that his friends wouldn't just leave it like that. The policewoman watched carefully as her subordinate led the criminal. The subordinate came over and told the police that Xiao Fang Xiao had been released. The woman told her subordinate to think with his head next time. The policeman told the boss that they would correct the mistakes. The main character expressed great gratitude to the policeman on behalf of Fan Xiaonu. Fang Lin looked at the policewoman with great attention and passion. She seemed very beautiful to him. The owner of the restaurant came up to the main character from behind and told him to act. The girl came up from behind and grabbed the guy's ear with her hand. He shouted that he was in pain. Van grabbed the guy's ear with her hand. She told him dissatisfied that the main character is a gentleman. The owner of the restaurant invited his friends to drink. Van answered dissatisfied with her friend that they were not as free as him. At this time, the main character received a call on his phone. He saw that Jiangli was calling. The girl asked the guy where he was. She said there was a problem. The main character was very scared. The main character was sitting with his girlfriend at a party. The girl said that Khan reached an agreement with other companies and organized a boycott of them. Therefore, they have no working capital left. The girl was very unhappy. She slammed her hand on the table and said that Han Tao was a very big bastard. The main character said judiciously that they can postpone road repairs for now. He added that he would go to the city and find out everything. The girl said that her father was abroad. Therefore they will have to rely on themselves. Fan Lin confidently told his interlocutor that he would figure out how to get money in 7 days. At this time Han was on his estate. He continued to think about his plans. The subordinate said joyfully to his boss that his plan was very great. Han laughed evilly to himself. He said that the main character will not be able to repair roads without money. Boss asked his subordinate if the mercenaries had finished their work. The guy replied that all the work was ruined by the girl Xiao Shui. Han turned around and said excitedly that Xiao Shui was not an ordinary cop. He instructed his subordinate not to do anything hasty. The guy said that he could order his guys to kill the policewoman. Han said displeasedly to his subordinate that if he was caught by the police, he would not be able to promise him safety. The subordinate answered Mr. Han with a smile that he was just selling nutritional supplements. The boss told the subordinate to behave decently and without fraud. Han told the surprised repairman not to forget to add a little spice. The guy happily answered his boss that he understood everything very well. The boss told his subordinate that he can now go. The guy happily thought to himself that he would even out old scores with the main character. People from his village came to the main character's home. The guy asked the girl if Fan Ling was at home. Another guest reported that the main character stole all the money that was allocated for renovations. Xiao Feng was very surprised. The man said angrily to the dog guy that they all know that the main character is not like that. The guy said that he heard from his cousin that all the money was gone. The man recalled that the main character had done a lot for their village. Dog said in a guilty voice that he heard others talking about it. Xiao Feng told her interlocutors excitedly that the project would continue. The guy came to the forest and told his friend that he had fulfilled his order. He reported that almost no one in the village believed him. The interlocutor said dissatisfiedly that the dog could not carry out even a simple assignment. Dog explained to his interlocutor that the reputation of the main character in the village cannot be destroyed. The guy asked his friend with interest, what should he do next? The interlocutor indicated that the dog should go to the neighboring village and spread rumors that the repairs had been stopped. Dog was delighted. He told his friend named Rat that he understood everything. The guy called his boss joyfully and said that he had everything ready. People came to the construction site in the village of Fanjia. They demanded that work be stopped. The residents very angrily demanded that the main character be given to them. Bull asked the interlocutor named Lee displeasedly, what does he want from him? Lee demanded from Bull that they bring him the main character. He added that if they are not given Fan Ling, then people may forget about continuing the repairs. Bull asked his interlocutor why they did not allow them to continue working. The man said that the main character stole the money they spent on repairs. Bull shouted dissatisfiedly that he would not give an opportunity to slander Fan Ling. He told his interlocutors that the reconstruction was completed for them. He added that they could forget about the renovation if they didn't give them the main character. The girl was in her yard. She hung clothes there. The door opened and a guy ran in. He shouted that they had a big problem. Xiao Feng asked the guest, what happened? The guy said that he brought a bunch of people with him and created chaos in their village. He asked the girl to call Fan Ling. Xiao asked in surprise, how could they not please the residents of the neighboring village? The guy excitedly said that the money for repairs could have been stolen by the main character. The girl told the guy to go to the rest of the people. She added that she would contact Fan Lin immediately. A guy named Rat arrived to visit his friend at the Quan Han Insurance Company. The boss, sitting at the table, told his subordinate that he had made a great move. The guy asked his guest if the man had arrived in the village. Yes. Rat happily said that he was already creating big problems. He will soon become a headache for the protagonist. The guy told the subordinate that the money was sent to his account. Rat thanked his friend Kun. There were a lot of people standing at the construction site in the village. They interfered with work. The main character asked the guests why they were stopping them from doing their work. Lee pointed his finger at the guy and accused him of stealing money for repairs in the village. Fan Ling explained to his interlocutor that he wanted to build roads for the entire city, and not just the Fanjia village. Yes, he very angrily shouted to his interlocutor that the money was definitely missing. Lee explained that the main character does not want to fix their roads. He asked the people if they agreed. The rest of the guests shouted that all this was obvious. Bull asked the main character if the money had disappeared. Fan Lin told his interlocutor that they really had problems with the fund. He added that they would figure out how to make up for the losses. The guy promised that the reconstruction would not stop. Bull asked the man if he heard the words of the main character. Lee explained that the main character is saying all this to simply gain time and get away with the money. The man said that the main character is now friends with a rich girl, Jiang Li. The Xiao girl was very upset. It was unpleasant for her to hear such words. Bull shouted to the guest that he had crossed all boundaries. Lita answered his interlocutor that their village had more people. The main character listened to people and got tired of it. He shouted at them to shut up. The men were already ready to start a fight among themselves. They stopped in surprise. Yes, he shouted displeasedly to the main character that because of the past corrupt mayor, the renovation was interrupted. Fan Lin shouted dissatisfiedly to the man that now there is a problem. And everyone says that the responsibility lies only with their village. The guests thought. Lee told his friends that for some reason they fell apart after the guy's answer. The man angrily demanded that the main character give him an explanation about the missing money. The main character explained to his interlocutor that not only they, but the entire district would be involved in the renovation. Fan Lin promised his interlocutor that in 3 days he would return the money. The man told the guy very angrily that he was giving him 3 days. Guy in Jean Huey's office was talking on the phone with a girl. He told her that he had everything under control. Jian told the interlocutor to check everything. The guy promised his interlocutor that tomorrow he would find the main character and visit. Jean Hui continued to draw on the glass. He said that he would give the guy a surprise. The main character was sitting at home. He reflected on the fact that he had problems. Fan Ling looked at his phone. He did not know how he could collect the required amount of money in just 3 days. The main character decided to participate in the lottery. He hoped that he could solve all his problems. Fan Ling read the messages on his phone. He decided he could try. Main character received a message that, according to the laws, this site is considered illegal. The guy was unhappy that he could not participate in the online lottery. The main character is stretched out on a chair. He decided that he would just wait until he was killed. Unexpectedly, the main character received a message on his phone. The news reported that a mysterious woman bought hundreds of millions of jewelry from an antique store. At this time, the guy noticed how he received a call from an unknown number on his phone. Jin Hui called the main character. Fan Lin asked his interlocutors what happened. Jin told the interlocutor that he had learned about his problem. He promised to help. The main character thanked the guy. Jin Hui told the main character that he would thank him for once curing him. He asked the fan to accompany him somewhere. The main character asked where they would go. The interlocutor told the guy that they would come to the antique market together. The main character was very happy. He shouted joyfully, which is what he knew. Jin asked his interlocutor with great interest, what could he know? Fan Ling joyfully shouted to his interlocutor that he would go with him to the antique market. The main character told his friend that he would definitely pick him up tomorrow morning. Fan Ling was very happy about the conversation. He turned off the telephone connection. The main character thought very pleased to himself that the treasure could now be waiting for him. Fan Ling looked at the antiques on his phone with interest. The main character looked at the phone with great attention. He received a message. A system notification informed the guy that he had received new capabilities for his titanium eyes. The guy went to the GNU detective agency to talk to the girl. Guest asked the girl why she thinks that the main character is an unusual person. The interlocutor held the cat in her arms. She told the guest that Fan Ling was a simple person at the university. After graduation he changed a lot. Jean said in surprise that he understood how the main character was able to cure him. The girl asked her interlocutor where he wanted to take Fan Lin with him. The guy looked at the girl slyly and said that all this was secret. The interlocutor asked the guy whether his girlfriends would want to communicate with him if they found out what he was sick with before. Jean begged and told the girl that he wanted to take his friend to the antique market. The girl put her hand on the guy's head and asked if she could go with them. Jean asked the girl with interest why she was so interested in the main character. The interlocutor told the guy not to talk nonsense. She added that she was just curious. The girl told Jean to introduce her tomorrow as his secretary. The main character left his house and prepared to leave on business. Girlfriend asked the guy if she could go with him now. Fan told the girl with a smile to behave well and wait for him at home. The guy saw that the girl was very upset. He asked Xiao Feng what happened to her. The main character excitedly and caringly asked the girl why she was crying. Xiao, with tears in her eyes, told the main character that she was very ashamed to be near him. The main character grabbed his hand and the girl's hand. He decided to calm her down. Xiao called the main character by name in a very excited voice. Fan Ling said with a smile to his interlocutor that as long as she is next to him, he doesn't need anything else. The girl was very overwhelmed with emotions. She had tears in her eyes. The main character gently hugged his girlfriend. She immediately calmed down. Fan excitedly told the girl that this was not what he meant at all. Xiao I asked the guy, what did he mean then? The girl suddenly stretched out her arms and grabbed the main character by the neck. Xiao kissed the surprised guy. Fan Ling was silent. He was discouraged. The girl with a smile told the main character that she was his main fan. Fan Lin was very flattered by such attention from his girlfriend. At this time, a large blue car suddenly drove up to the house. Fan Ling looked with great surprise at the guests who arrived to them. The door of the blue car opened and a young girl came out. The companion came and opened the doors to Jean. The guy was in a business suit. The guest happily told the main character that it was time for them to leave. Fan Ling looked at him with great attention. Jean said in surprise that there was a nice lady standing next to the main character. Fan explained that the girl Xiao Feng was standing next to him. The girl asked the main character with fear, who came to them. Fan explained to his friend that the owner of the restaurant named Jean had come to see them. At this time, the companion pinched the restaurant owner from behind with all her might. Jean told the main character that his secretary named Xiao Yu had come with him. The girl greeted the main character. Fan Ling happily answered his interlocutor that he was also very happy to see her. Jean told his friends that they needed to go to the auction. They can't be late. The main character and his companions arrived at the antique market. Jean asked the main character, "Does he like the market?" Fan Ling was very shocked. He looked around with great attention. Jean joyfully told the main character that everything interesting would be ahead. The seller happily told the guests that they could come up and choose the best product. Fan Ling picked up a small bowl. He decided to examine her with lenses. The seller thought that in front of him was clearly a stupid person. He thought that he would rip the main character dry. Fan Ling activated his special gaze. He analyzed the thing in his hands. The main character noticed that everything on the antique product was fake. Jean said joyfully to his friend that he could take whatever he wanted. He promised to pay. The main character stood up. The seller said that he was offering the guy an antique cup that was created for the imperial family. Fan Lin asked his interlocutor if he had anything else for him. The man cunningly refused to let his guests go with him to the store and take a look for themselves. The main character, together with his companions, went inside the pavilion of luck. The seller approached the shelf. He took out a box from her to show his clients. The man told his friends with interest that he does not show these precious objects to ordinary people. The seller opened the box. There lay an expensive and antique bowl. Fan Ling looked at the antique item with great interest. The man explained that he showed the guests a bowl called Sanskrit Qinghua. The main character carefully examined the bowl using his vision. He realized that it was a fake. Fan looked at his friends. He realized that the antiques business was full of lies. He decided to himself that he would not allow the Jin Huiya to be carried out. The main character told his interlocutor that his product had one small problem. The man was amazed. He thought that the client realized that his cup was a fake. The main character told the seller that the antique bowl was created no more than a century ago. The man was very surprised. He asked the client in surprise, "Who was he?" The main character told the man that he is the most ordinary guy. Fan Ling told his friend Jean that they needed to leave. Jean told his friend that he was very knowledgeable about antiques. Fan suggested that the interlocutor go to another store. The seller invited the guests to look at one more product. He took out a box. Jean turned around and told the man that he agreed with his proposal. The seller opened the box. There was a very ancient cup inside. The guy told the man that this precious cup had only cracks all around. The main character looked at the antique cup with great surprise. The seller said that the bowl was found 10 years ago by farmers in a remote village. He doesn't know for sure whether it's a fake or a real treasure. Fan Ling looked at the bowl. He noticed that it was indeed very ancient. The main character said joyfully that the cup has a very clear and smooth pattern. The seller said joyfully that he had an amazing day today. Shui thought to herself that the main character should not be underestimated. Jean hugged his friend and said that today they witnessed a personal show. He added that a little later there would be an auction of ancient treasures. Fan thought happily to himself that they could find something valuable. There were a lot of people at the auction. The presenter offered people various expensive lots. The auctioneer reported that bidder number 58 received a bowl with a blue and white Ming dynasty pattern. Jean told the main character to tell him if he sees a good trinket. A girl came out and carried a rolled canvas in her arms. It was an antique. The auctioneer unfolded the picture on canvas and hung it on the wall. The host said that he was offering viewers a copy from Su Wei with a picture of grapes. The price starts from 10,000. People were unhappy. They said the auctioneer was giving them junk and fakes. The guests demanded real treasures. The main character carefully examined the picture with the help of special vision. Fan Lin realized that in front of him was a genuine canvas with an image of grapes. He decided to buy it. The main character told his friend that he would not go away for long and would return soon. Jean told his interlocutor that real treasures would soon be shown. Fan Lin picked up the phone. He realized he only had one option. The auctioneer raised his hammer. He said that if no one wants to buy the item, then he will cancel the auction. At this time one girl jumped up. She shouted to the presenter to stop. The guest joyfully said that she wanted to buy the linen. She offered 20,000. People at the auction were very surprised. They could not understand why the girl decided to pay such a high price. Jean thought excitedly to himself that the main character should check the product for authenticity. We can't let anyone else get it. The guy suddenly raised his hand and said that he was ready to pay 25,000. The auctioneer raised his gavel and began the countdown to the end of the bid. The girl jumped up and said that she was ready to pay 30,000 for the goods. Shui said from her seat that she was willing to pay 50,000. The stranger looked at the people in surprise. She couldn't believe that any of them realized that the linen was real. The girl said to herself displeasedly that all this embarrassed her very much. The auctioneer asked the participants who would pay more for the lot. The girl said that she was ready to pay 1,000 more. The participant decided to activate her magic skill to influence Jean Hui. The stranger activated a skill called Sleeping Venus and she needed to influence the guy. The girl smiled evilly and said that someone also likes this canvas. Jean turned around and looked at the stranger with great admiration. The guy thought he saw a dazzling beauty in front of him. Jean shouted very excitedly that he saw Sleeping Venus in front of him. The girl knew that a skill called Sleeping Venus could be used on any man as a target. The effect lasts 10 minutes. You can use the equipment once a day. Jean delightedly handed the picture to the girl. He asked what else she wanted. The stranger thanked him. Shui displeasedly asked the guy, "What is he doing?" The interlocutor answered her that in front of him was the most beautiful lady he had ever seen. The girl at that time made a bet of 51,000. The auctioneer raised his gavel and told the audience that the auction was over. The girl with blue hair joyfully raised her hand and shouted that it had already been decided. The stranger ran to the exit along with the purchased goods. Jean asked the girl to give him her contact information. The main character stood near the wall and thought that he needed to quickly turn back. His friend was running in the corridor. Fan Ling was very surprised when he saw his very cheerful friend nearby. Jean shouted excitedly to the girl to wait for him. The main character asked his interlocutor what happened to the guy. Shui replied that Jean simply hit his head. The main character looked joyfully at his friend. He could hardly contain his laughter. Shui told her interlocutor that the next auction will be amazing. After that, the main character and his friends went outside. Shui got into the car. Fan told the girl that she could go ahead, since Jean was not there yet. He added that he would look for a friend. The girl told the interlocutor that she would go to the hotel. She will see if the boss has arrived there. Shui moved from her place and looked at the main character in the mirror for a long time. The girl received a system message. She needed to keep a close eye on Fan Ling. The main character stood in the middle of the street. He decided to wait for the evening auction. This would help him solve his money problem. At this time, the little boy noticed how the hired killer was hiding behind a trash can. The main character became worried. He turned around and realized that he was being followed. Fan Lin decided to hide. He ran sharply and hid in an alley. Killer was surprised. He watched with attention as the main character ran away. The attacker realized that his target had disappeared into the alley. He decided to pursue the guy. The mercenary ran up the street at full speed. He needed to catch up with the main character. Fan activated invisibility. The attacker could not understand where the main character had gone. In the evening, many guests and participants arrived at the auction site. Han thought to himself, happy that Jiangli has a lot of problems. The main character does not have money to repair the road. Auction participants were offered a huge and large painting for purchase. The guy prepared to sit down in his seat. He thought that the auctioneer was ready to offer him a valuable item. The presenter greeted the participants. He said his name was Hukan. The auction has started. People began to bid for various items. The man offered the participants a painting of grapes. He added that it was a real antique. The presenter told people that the price of the painting starts at $1 million. People began to actively place bets. The guy raised the sign and said that he was ready to pay $1.5 million. People around realized that Mr. Han was sitting in front of them. Fan suddenly understood his sign and said that he was willing to pay 1,510,000. People turned around in surprise and looked at the guy. They were surprised by the large bet. Han became very unpleasantly angry. He couldn't believe what the main character was doing here. Han stood up and told the organizers that they needed to test the participants' bargaining ability. He couldn't believe that the guy could pay the sum of 1.5 million. The auctioneer sternly told the participant that all the people in the room could afford to buy the linen. The man sternly asked the guy, is he really questioning the viability of their organization? Han said in a conciliatory tone that Mr. Su would not take his words to heart. The auctioneer said that if the participants had no questions, they would then continue. The main character offered a bet of 1,610,000. Han confidently shouted to the auctioneer that he wanted to pay 2 million for the lot. Fan Ling said loudly that he was ready to pay 2,100,000 for the painting. Han jumped up from his seat. He shouted angrily to the main character that he did all this on purpose. Fan calmly answered his friend that if he doesn't have money, then he can simply give up. Han got angry. He realized that he would have to continue to participate in the auction. The guy jumped up and shouted that he was ready to pay 2,600,000. The spectators were surprised. The guest did not believe that the young master could pay more than 2.5 million. The main character said that if the young master wants to buy the linen, then he is ready to give up. The auctioneer banged his gavel and said that the painting had been sold. The girl carried the picture in her arms. The man congratulated young Master Han. The auctioneer handed the main character a check in the amount of 2,600,000. Fan thanked the man in front of him. He realized that with that kind of money he could afford to repair 2 roads. The main character explained to the guy that he had put his painting up for auction for 2,600,000. Han asked the guy angrily, is he really so sick that he sells his own things? Fan answered his interlocutor that he does what he wants. Han threatened the main character that he would not forget this. Fan answered the guy that they became enemies from the very beginning. His forgiveness makes no difference. Suddenly a guard appeared at the entrance. He blocked the exit for the guests. The man strictly told the Hanyu guy that there was no way to start a fight here. The main character handed the auctioneer his business card and told him to contact him. The guy came to Jin Yu's house. He said that he was waiting for the main character near the auction gate after they missed each other. He added that he saw the guy come out with a canvas in his hands. The girl asked what kind of cloth it was. The guest said that when the Han left the building, he muttered something about the lost 2.5 million. Jin Yu began to undress. She said that the day had finally come when Han Wu-tang was deceived. The interlocutor told the guy that there was no longer any need to pursue Fan Ling. Jin Yu took the phone. She said she would forward the results of the investigation to her client. On the site, various workers were busily engaged in construction work. Shui joyfully told the main character that he had solved all the problems. Fan answered the girl that he was just an ordinary person. Bull looked sternly at the man and asked who could have imagined that the main character would steal money for repairs. Whether Yes was very crushed. He didn't know what to answer the man. Fan Ling put his hand on Li Da's shoulder. He said that they should not be at odds. Shui said excitedly that if the main character wanted to steal the money, he would have taken the savings of the Fan village with him. Yes, he asked the main character for forgiveness. He added that he always keeps his word. The guests told the protagonist in a forgiving tone that they were wrong. Fan Ling told his interlocutors that they would now work together to successfully complete the renovation. People cheerfully and unanimously raised their hands and said that they would work together and fix the road. At this time, the phone in the protagonist's pocket rang. He decided to pick up the phone. Fan Ling looked at his phone and noticed that Jiang Li's girlfriend called him. The main character thought dissatisfied to himself that he forgot to warn the girl about the con. Fan Li asked his friend with interest what happened to her. Jiang Li told her interlocutor that she had good news. She asked the guy, will he be free tomorrow? The main character asked his girlfriend, what plans will she have? Fan Lin excitedly heard from the girl that she was inviting him to meet on a private beach. At the home of the protagonist there was a meeting of the residents of his village. Bull happily told the guy that he had created a real miracle. There were a lot of guests sitting at the table. They had dinner and drinks together. The man told the main character that without him the repairs would have taken a long time. Fan Ling smiled and thanked his friends for believing in him. The man told the main character that his reputation is even higher than that of the village head. Bull said thoughtfully that the head of the village has held his post for a very long time. The man said that the village leadership needed to be changed. Residents can choose a new leader. The girls looked in surprise. They didn't believe that the main character could lead the village. The woman looked away and told the man not to say anything stupid. The main character with a smile told Uncle Chen that he would be a bad leader. Bull said with confidence in the voice that Fan Ling is the only one who could take on greater responsibility. The main character answered the interlocutor that he wants to lead the Fan village to a happy future. The main character told his mother that tomorrow he would go to the beach with Miss Jiang. He will bring her some fish from there. Shui became very worried. She was interested in the fact that the guy would be fishing on a private beach. The girl was very worried. She realized that she wanted to go with the main character. The daughter told her father that they had not had a barbecue on the seashore for a very long time. The girl jumped up and shouted that if Chen Jing said that she would go, then she also wanted to go with her. The beach was full of different people. They were relaxing and having fun. The main character thought to himself that in order for the girls to have fun, they went to the beach. Fan Ling looked at the girls very carefully. He thought they were very hot. The main character felt excited. He turned away. Fan Ling excitedly looked to the side and saw his friend there. The main character noticed his friend named Li. He shouted that he could take her. Li smiled at her friend and said that she had arrived with Mayor Xia. The guest looked at the main character and greeted him by name with a smile. The mayor stood on the beach in a lilac outfit. The main character looked at her continuously. Fan Ling was very surprised and excited. He looked and repeated to himself the name of the mayor. The main character stood on the beach surrounded by his familiar girls. I asked the guy with interest, where did he get the money? Mayor Xia asked the hero, where did he get the large amount from? Fan Ling looked at his interlocutor and said that he had not broken a single law. The main character asked the girl how she was able to quickly get rid of the Han guy. The interlocutor replied that dirty tricks are nothing new to her. Li thought to herself that such things in the business world are not very pleasant. She realized that she needed to protect the main character. Chen pointed out to her friend that a beautiful girl was standing next to them. The main character, together with his girlfriends, looked admiringly at the police officer Su Yu. The policewoman took off her glasses and joyfully told her acquaintances that a great coincidence had happened. Mayor Xia happily told her interlocutor that she was surprised that she was also here. The policewoman said that officers also have vacations. The main character heard exclamations of admiration from the side. He turned his head. A vacationer on the beach excitedly pointed his finger to the side and said that there was a mermaid there. The main character looked to the side and noticed how his familiar girl with blonde hair was there. Excited Fan could not understand what his friend Yu was doing here. The policewoman was dissatisfied and asked the girl why she came here. Yu answered her interlocutor that she came for the same reason as she did. Su became wary. She looked at her interlocutor with disbelief. Yu smiled at the policewoman and said that she was currently on vacation. The main character said that Yu knows the policewoman. The girl said that she and Su were classmates, but their relationship was bad. Shui asked the main character, has he really forgotten about them? Chen Jing said that the main character decided as if they were not old enough for their conversations. Shui Feng shouted displeasedly that they were already big. Everyone around fell silent. The girls fell silent. They felt awkward after Shui's words. The main character turned around and looked at his girlfriends. They were still quite silent. The guy invited his girlfriends to go and play beach volleyball. They happily agreed. The main character, along with his companions, was busy playing on the beach. There were a lot of people around. Li jumped up. She prepared to hit the volleyball. Other girls rushed to try to return the serve themselves. The Shui girl raised her hand and said that they had just won 1 point. Immediately the girls Su and Yu lost by 2 points. They did not have time to parry the blow. The girl said that the main character and his girlfriend Jiang won the first round. Chen looked at the arguing girls and realized that they could not get a single point. You asked the girl Su Shui, did she really come here just because of the main character? The police officer told her interlocutor that she could ask her the same question. The policewoman jumped up and prepared to serve. She told her colleague that they should work together. The main character and his girlfriend were unable to return the serve. Lee asked the guy for forgiveness for the fact that she fell on him. Fan told his girlfriend that they needed to focus on the game. The main character was able to hit the flying ball with a very accurate and quick movement. Lee girl joyfully raised her hand up. They were able to get another point. The policewoman and her colleague continued to play ball. Fan Lin was relaxing with his girlfriends on the beach. He told them that they worked well together. Sue said that she and her friend at school always competed in everything. I asked the main character which of them he could choose for himself. You said that she was very interested. She asked the guy, what will he say? The girl moved closer to the guy and asked, does he really want them both at once? The excited girlfriend pointed her finger to the side and told the main character that there was a big fish there. Fan Ling joyfully jumped up from the ground and told his girlfriends that he was already going there. The main character joyfully thought to himself that he had finally been saved. Shui thought to herself that there were a lot of beautiful girls hanging around the main character. Fan Lin was looking for fish in the water at this time. The main character looked around displeasedly. He realized that he could not find the fish. Shui approached the main character. She said with a smile that she wanted to tell him something. The girlfriend stood near the stove. Lee called the main character and said that he needed his help. Fan Ling told his girlfriend that they needed to come over and help the girls. Fish and other foods were fried on the fire. Everything around smelled delicious. There were bottles of beer and booze on the table. There were various other snacks as well. The main character handed his girlfriend a glass of lemonade. The girl thanked the main character for the wonderful memories. Fan Ling looked at his running girlfriend with an incomprehensible look and said that it was he who should have thanked her. The girlfriends, standing near the table, very quickly and greedily consumed bottled beer. The main character and the girl looked at this in surprise. The main character handed the finished fish to his friend. The other girls continued to prepare food. The main character returned home. He brought the finished fish to his family. The woman told her son to take a shower and start resting. The guy told the woman to go to bed. At this late hour there was suddenly a knock on the door. The main character became worried. Suddenly several suspicious characters entered the house. The man asked, "Does Dr. Fan Ling live here?" The main character looked carefully at strangers. They seemed suspicious to him. Fan Ling took a closer look and noticed that one man had a gun in his belt. The mother asked her son excitedly, "Who came to them now?" The main character replied that a couple of friends had come to see him. Fan told himself that he needed to remain calm. The stranger demanded that the protagonist stop his friend's bleeding. The main character told his unexpected visitors to follow him. The guy took the phone. He realized that he now needed to discreetly contact the police. The main character read tomorrow's news. It was reported that several armed criminals were killed by the police. The main character realized that he could not inform anyone about the uninvited guests. The man sternly told the main character to just bandage his friend and inject him with painkillers. The main character was bandaging a wound. He thought the man was saying bad things to his accomplice. Fan Ling bandaged the stranger's wound and injected a small needle into it. The bandit told his leader Bao that if he died, he would not receive the money. He demanded that the leader sit and remain silent. Bao smiled at his accomplice named Li Lei and told him to put aside the issue of money. He added that they had a more important problem. The main character asked the guests if they really feel this way about the person who saved their lives. Li Lei angrily told the guy that it would be best if he died quickly at their hands. Fan Ling told her interlocutors that he would not have let them into the house if he was not sure that he would survive. Li Lei angrily shouted to the main character that he would definitely shoot him. The man tried to get a gun. He felt that his body was not moving at all. Fan Ling told his interlocutor that he did not need to move until all the needles were removed from the body. Bao was very angry. He took out a gun and pointed it at the main character. The man tried to pull the trigger. No shot was fired. He realized that there were blank cartridges inside. The main character swung his hand and hit the bandit with all his might. He was very amazed. Fan Ling angrily told his uninvited guest that strangers should not interfere with the healing process. The bandit excitedly said that he used an acupuncture needle on him. The main character angrily told the attacker that he would give him an acupuncture slap. Fan Ling looked at the unconscious bandits. He decided to tie them up and then hand them over to the police. The main character walked out of the building onto the street. It was night. There was silence all around. Suddenly, a branch cracked from the side. The main character realized that there was someone else here. Fan Ling thought to himself excitedly that there might be an accomplice of the criminals nearby. The guy quietly returned to his house. To hide, he decided to turn off the light inside. The main character noticed how someone stuck his hand with a weapon into the house. He thought it was Bandit Monday. Fan Ling stuck his hand out and grabbed the stranger sharply. He dropped his weapon. The main character grabbed the stranger. He demanded that he raise his hands. The girl excitedly shouted to the guy to lower his weapon. The main character realized that there was a young woman in front of him. Fan Ling grabbed the girl's chest with his hand. She felt that it was very soft. Sue angrily shouted at the guy to stop groping her. Fan realized that he saw a Sioux officer in front of him. Surprised police officers stood nearby. The main character waved his hands apologetically and said that it was all a mistake. Sue ordered her strictly subordinates to go and arrest the bandits. The girl looked displeasedly at the main character and said that she would deal with him later. Fan told his interlocutor in a serious voice that as compensation she could touch his chest. The girl was very angry. She did not like this proposal from the main character. The police arrested the bandits. Sue told the interlocutor that they received an order to arrest the armed drug traffickers from their superiors. Sue looked sternly at her interlocutor and asked him to explain how he was able to knock out 2 criminals. The main character told his interlocutor that the criminals came to him to bandage his wounds. He sneaked up and knocked them out. I asked my interlocutor if he knew anything about pulmonary fibrosis. Fan told the girl details about pulmonary fibrosis. This disease affects people over 45 years of age. The protagonist told the interviewee that the patient could be cured with acupuncture and quality medical care. The policewoman asked if it would be possible to cure his grandfather's illness. Fan Ling replied to his interlocutor that he definitely needed to see the patient in person. She wanted to test Fan Ling's treatment method. A policeman came in. He told Captain Sue that they needed to talk now. The policeman told the boss that he had a relative from the village of Fanjia. He was cured by the main character from a fatal disease. The girl told the main character that the day after tomorrow he could look at her grandfather. Fan replied that he would do his best. Sue happily told her interlocutor that she would pick him up the day after tomorrow. Fan Ling lay on the bed and looked at the phone. He decided to finally get some sleep. Suddenly the guy received a message. He read it carefully. The main character received an improvement in 1 skill as a reward. He was able to apprehend criminals and avoid police casualties. Fan Ling turned on his side. He decided to find out details about the update. The main character turned on the video. He realized that he could see today and tomorrow. Fan Ling saw a very exciting video. It interested him greatly. The girl was taking a shower. She told herself that the guys were already spreading rumors about her at the station. The policewoman said that if the main character cures her grandfather, he will be able to ask her for something. Fan Ling looked at the video excitedly. He could not understand who had filmed him. The main character looked excitedly at the video on his phone. He realized that someone had installed a hidden camera in Su Shue's house. Fan noticed with surprise that Jin Hui had just posted a video. The main character decided to watch the video. He pressed play on his phone. The guy stood near the mirror. He told himself that he could finally meet his destiny. The main character happily told himself that the camera in the toilet appeared after the update. Fan Lin thought joyfully to himself that all this is like a modern fortune ball. 2 days later, several cars with guests arrived at Su Shue's house. The girl happily and with a smile greeted her uncle and aunt as they got out of the cars. The woman told the girl that she was busy catching dangerous criminals. She asked, "Does Su Shue have time to return home?" The girl said joyfully that the case was closed. She added that she has a friend who understands medicine. She brought it with her. The woman told her interlocutor that they had also brought an expert. She added that the main character looks like an unlicensed trainee. Sue shouted angrily that her friend could show her the license. Fan Lin shyly replied that he did not have a license. The policewoman angrily asked her friend, "Why doesn't he have a license?" The man opened the door and an old man with glasses came out. It was a doctor. The woman told her interlocutor that her father is the most important thing now. Su Shui told the main character not to take the words of her relatives to heart. Fan answered the girl that if the doctor could help her grandfather, he would be only happy. The man and the woman entered the room and greeted the grandmother. The woman said dissatisfied to the man that she did not remember him having a daughter-in-law other than this. The doctor and his companions looked joyfully at the woman. Grandmother said in surprise that she saw Professor Hu Lu from the medical center in front of her. The man said that you need to thank Mei Ling. She was the one who invited Mr. Hu. The doctor came up and told people to move away and give him a chance to examine the patient. The woman told her mother that their top priority was saving her father's life. The doctor approached and began to examine the lying grandfather. People around looked tensely. The doctor said there was nothing he could do. The patient has only one lung left. The girl and her grandmother were very amazed. They did not expect such news. The man told Dr. Hu that he was ready to spend every penny to cure his father. The doctor answered the man that he should start organizing the funeral. The main character told the surprised people to stop. Fan suggested to his interlocutors that he examine the patient. He added that something might work out for him. Sue told her grandmother that she had brought her friend to examine her grandfather. The uncle and aunt told the main character that he was not welcome here. The woman shouted that the guy didn't even have a license. Doctor Hu said dissatisfied to his interlocutor that one should not become arrogant. The main character asked his girlfriend Su Shui if she believed in him. The policewoman very emotionally shouted to her friend that she believed in him. Su Shui told her grandmother that she herself called the main character and she trusts him. She suggested trying to cure my grandfather. The grandmother looked with great attention at the lying grandfather. He was unconscious. The woman looked at the main character and said that she was giving him the opportunity to act. The main character thought to himself that the old man had terminal pulmonary fibrosis. The guy decided to look up information about the disease in the system. The system told the guy that it would select the best quick treatment for the patient after an eye scan. The main character carefully examined the old man with the help of his special vision. The system said it was developing the best treatment plan. The doctor looked at the guy carefully. He noticed that the main character did not even check the patient's pulse. Fan injected the old man with a needle. The woman said dissatisfiedly that the guy should not be trusted. The man told his daughter that if the main character harmed his grandfather, he would bring him to justice. The grandmother angrily told the interlocutors not to interfere with the main character's work. The man angrily said that if something happens to his father, then his grandmother will not regret her decision. The doctor looked attentively at the main character. He realized that he had made a mistake about the guy. Fan prepared to inject another needle into the patient. The doctor thought that Fan Ling had good medical skills. Suddenly the patient's hand trembled. He seemed to have begun to come to his senses. Grandfather turned around and started vomiting blood. The main character helped him. The grandmother and her granddaughter smelled a very unpleasant smell. Fan told the girl that the smell in the room would become even more unpleasant. He added that she should take her grandmother out. The woman asked Doctor Hu whether Grandpa was getting worse or better. The doctor replied that he would stay with the main character and look after Mr. Su. Su told her grandmother that they should help. She invited her to go out and give the main character the opportunity to carry out treatment. Fan Ling carefully examined the lying grandfather. The doctor next to him watched carefully. The medical device showed an improvement in the patient's condition. Doctor Hu said that the guy has amazing abilities. The doctor told the main character that he was mistaken about him. Fan answered the medic that he was just worried about old man Su. The doctor asked the main character what his acupuncture method is called. The main character thought. He did not know what he should answer the doctor. Fan Ling cheerfully told his interlocutor that his method is called the wild all-destructive 7 needles. The doctor was delighted. He said it was a very appropriate name for the unusual method. Doctor Who asked the main character why he had never heard of his method. Fan told his interlocutor that he learned the method as a child from an old man. The guy slyly thought to himself that he had just come up with the name of the method. Therefore the doctor cannot know him. At this time the patient vomited again. He was vomiting blood. Sue abruptly ran into the room. She asked the main character what happened to her grandfather. The main character smiled at his interlocutor and said that he met their expectations. Grandma was very surprised. She couldn't believe that her husband was cured. Doctor Who said that the younger generation still has something to surprise them with. The old man woke up and opened his eyes. He extended his hand to his grandmother. Sue and her grandmother were very happy that grandfather had woken up. The main character looked joyfully at his friends. He was pleased that he had not let them down. Sue hugged her friend and very happily thanked him for his help. The main character replied to his girlfriend that he was very glad that everything was fine with Mr. Who. At this time, the phone in the girl's pocket rang. She decided to answer. Fan thought the policewoman looked cute when she wasn't angry. The girl indicated to her subordinates to remain in place. She said she would be there soon. The policewoman said dissatisfiedly that if she didn't come to the station one time, something was already wrong there. Fan asked his interlocutor, what happened? Sue said displeasedly that a couple of detained criminals died at the station. The main character said that Bao and Li Lei were locked up. They couldn't suddenly die. Sue replied to her interlocutor that there was a car accident. She needs to go to the site to find out the details. The policewoman told the main character that she could not give him a ride home, but would drop him off along the road. The woman excitedly called the guy. The main character looked at Grandma Sue. The woman told the main character that if it weren't for him, everything would have ended horribly. Fan Ling answered the woman that he did what he knew how to do. Grandfather thanked the main character. He said that he no longer thought that he could live any longer. Fan Ling told the patient that his health was the most wonderful gift for him. Sue told her grandmother to listen to the main character and take care of her grandfather. The woman told her granddaughter to bring the main character to dinner after work. The policewoman got ready to get into the car. The main character carefully read the news on his phone. The news reported that on the evening of July 20th there was an attack on the street. The victim was a police captain. Fan realized excitedly that all this would happen to Su Shui today. Fan Ling demanded from his interlocutor that she tell him more about the case. The girl and the main character were racing in a car down the street at full speed. The police said that the bandits Li Lei and Bao behaved calmly in prison. They voluntarily confessed to the crimes. In the morning, unexpectedly, the criminals got angry and fought. They maimed each other and lost consciousness. Su Shui said that the car accident happened while the bandits were being taken to the hospital. The two policemen accompanying them were injured. The driver and the attackers died on the spot. The main character became worried. He was very interested in the news. The guy and the girl drove up to the scene of the disaster. There was an overturned car and there were police officers. Fan smelled a very strong smell of alcohol. The policeman greeted the captain. The policeman explained that the accident was caused by a truck driver. He could not possibly be connected with the two dead criminals. The girl asked her subordinate why the bandits started a quarrel among themselves. Captain Su shouted to her subordinate that she needed to watch the video of the incident from the surveillance camera. The main character told the police that there were a lot of oddities in the death of Li Lei and Bao. He added that it was a planned murder. The policewoman told the main character that they needed to talk in the car. Sui asked the main character why he decided that a murder had happened. Fan asked the girl if there was anything unusual during the interrogation. The interlocutor told the main character that after arriving at the prison everything was quiet, including the morning interrogation. The main character told his interlocutor that this was the first strange thing. If everything was fine, then why would the prisoners start a fight? The policewoman said that the prisoners could have raised some sensitive topic and because of this a conflict began. Fan replied that the second side follows from this. The main character said that the bandit Li Lei was very seriously wounded. How could he beat the Bao to such an extent that he ended up going into a coma? Fan told the girl that the trucker was also suspicious. Sue asked what was wrong with the driver. The main character said that an ordinary driver would hardly get drunk in the middle of the day. Moreover, a driver from a cargo transportation company would not have done this. Su Shui said in surprise that she had missed a very unusual detail. The policewoman suggested that her interlocutor go and ask about everything about Jing Yi. The main character responded with a categorical refusal to his interlocutor. The girl was surprised. The policewoman said judiciously that if Jing received a reward from someone else, then he would never tell them the truth. The main character told the interlocutor that he wanted to be present at the interrogation. He added that the attacker would definitely talk. The main character and his companion arrived at the crime scene. Sue told her subordinate to bring the driver to her. She had questions. The policeman sternly demanded that the detainee tell him everything. Sue sternly told her subordinates to go to the crime scene and help there. The policewoman nodded to the main character. They decided to interrogate the driver. Fan Lin asked Mr. Jiang, "Can I add him as a friend on social networks?" The girl was surprised by the actions of the main character. The main character told the interlocutor that it must be very difficult for him to work in a logistics company. Fan asked his interlocutor what school his children go to. The policewoman told the main character that she wanted to talk to the detainee. Sue asked Jing Yi with interest if he understood the situation he found himself in. The main character was looking at the phone at that time. The main character watched the video. There the driver said that he killed criminals for money with the help of a car accident. The driver said he didn't have much time left. His family won't worry about money anytime soon. The main character put the phone in his pocket. Now the situation became clear to him. The driver told the police that he was sorry for the victims. He had nothing more to say. The main character asked Mr. Jiang if he was sure that his family would receive the money. The driver answered his interlocutor in surprise that he did not know what he was talking about. The main character told the interlocutor that he could not deny his lung cancer. The man was amazed. He didn't understand how the guy could find out about his illness. Fan told the other party that they would check his wife's bank account. If they find money there, everything will become clear. The main character told the interlocutor that his wife would be accused of hiding a criminal. The man replied that he only had himself to blame. His wife and children know nothing about money. The policewoman asked the driver if he received money for killing criminals while intoxicated. The driver shouted very angrily that the criminals deserved to die. The main character told the driver that although the dead were criminals, they were not the ones who started this game. Fan said that the driver killed the suspects, thus breaking a link that might have led the police to the real culprit. The driver told the main character angrily that they wanted to free the suspects. Sue said dissatisfied to the driver that if they wanted to free the criminals, they would not have spent so much effort on surveillance and capture. The driver asked in surprise, was it really the police who caught the criminals and not other people? Main character put his hand on the interlocutor's shoulder and said that he must tell the truth. The driver realized that he had no choice. He decided to confess everything to the guy. The driver said that the stranger, under the pseudonym Brother of the Snakes, had promised him a reward. The policewoman told with interest about the personal characteristics of a man named Brother of the Snakes. The driver confirmed all the signs. The main character asked the girl, what does she know? Sue said that Snake's brother is the leader of the gang. They have been following him for a long time, but have not collected the required amount of evidence. The captain ordered his subordinates to take the driver to the station and pick up his vehicle. The policewoman asked the main character to help her again. Sue explained to the guy that the snake would not have been able to find out the location of his subordinates without a tip from the inside. Fan thought to himself that there must be a mole in the police station. The girl excitedly told the main character to help her. She added that he is the only one she can trust. The main character thought. To himself he imagined the merchant and the mole as huge and predatory animals. Fan Ling fearfully thought to himself that if something happened to Su Shui, it would mean that his efforts were in vain. The main character asked the girl, what is her plan? Sue told her friend to go somewhere with her. The policewoman asked the main character how he knew that Jiang Yi received money. The main character jokingly answered his interlocutor that in addition to practicing medicine, he sometimes works as a fortune teller. Fan invited his surprised interlocutor to argue. She asked what kind of dispute. The main character told the girl that he can tell her one thing that only she knows. In return, he demanded that she follow his instructions. Sue told her interlocutor that if he proved that he was a fortune teller, then she would give him the opportunity to lead. The car where the main character and his girlfriend were stopped near a traffic light. Fan Ling told his interlocutor that on the 15th she would have the beginning of her female period. The girl was very worried. She realized that the main character was right about the 15th. Fan explained to his girlfriend that he meant what happens to her every month. Sue told the main character excitedly that she believed him. Sue explained to her friend that they wanted to do a very dangerous thing. The main character told his girlfriend that he would definitely help her. He added that because of the danger, he could not leave her alone. The policewoman thanked her friend. She didn't understand why he was doing this for her. The main character and his companion arrived at the building of a luxury hotel. Fan Lin asked the girl why they were here. Sue answered the guy that they wanted to rent a room at the hotel. The main character asked his interlocutor if it seemed to her that all this was going very quickly. Administrator Shah handed the police her key card. Sue told the main character that after they finished with the preparations, they would need to infiltrate the brother snake. The policewoman gave the main character a card. She looked at her friend and said that he needed to take a shower. Fan told his girlfriend that he would take a shower first, and then they would discuss everything later. Sue replied to her friend that she needed to go out and buy everything she needed. The main character was very excited. He walked around the room in a dressing gown and didn't know what to do. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Fan Ling became very worried. Fan Ling opened the door and saw his girlfriend. She intrigued him very much. Sue was wearing a red dress. The main character thought that his friend was very hot. Policewoman asked her friend if she really looks bad and that's why he looks at her like that. Fan replied to the girl that she looked gorgeous. Sue handed her friend the bag and said that there were clothes there for him and he should change. She added that they were going to a bar. Fan Lin asked his friend in surprise, did she really bring him to the hotel just to change clothes? The main character happily told himself that he had imagined a lot of things. Fan Ling and her girlfriend went to a bar called the Hunting Grounds. The bar was full of people. They were having fun. The main character said that people are most likely on drugs. Fan turned to his girlfriend. The main character told the girl that she has very bad taste in men's clothing. He examined the jacket he was wearing. Sue displeasedly told her friend that this was the first time she was buying clothes for someone other than her father. Unexpectedly, the main character suddenly grabbed the girl and pulled her towards him. She was surprised. Fan brought the girl's head closer to him and told her to stand still. Someone important was passing nearby. A guy was walking on the dance floor. He looked around at the people around him with great interest. The stranger noticed the main character with his girlfriend. He decided to approach them. The guy suggested that the main character buy a little thing from him that would enliven the atmosphere. Fan Ling asked the stranger with interest, what was he offering him? The guy put his hand in his pocket. The seller began to tell the interlocutor that he could get him anything, including methamphetamine. The main character asked the guy if he was afraid of being caught. The seller said that his boss, named Snake, has good connections in the government. He added that the police are only interested in money. Sue asked the stranger displeasedly, why did he decide that the police only needed money? The guy told the girl that he just spoke out like that. He asked why she was so furious. The main character told the girl that the stranger did not name names. He asked why she was angry. Fan told the stranger that one of his girlfriend's relatives worked for the government. The guy asked if the girl really wanted to rent him out to her relative. The main character assured his interlocutor that his girlfriend was not going to interfere in their affairs. Sue told her friend that she wasn't going to get involved in anything. She added that if something happens, then the main character should not ask for help. The seller looked at the main character and thought that he was lucky. The main character told the guy to bring his boss to him. He added that he wanted the product in large quantities. The seller said that he would now call the snake. The stranger stepped aside. The main character told his girlfriend that he would speak. The main character took a closer look and noticed how a man he knew appeared in the bar. Fan asked displeasedly, what is he doing here? Girlfriend, I asked my interlocutor who he was talking about. Sue was surprised. She didn't understand what young Master Han Wutao was doing here. The main character told his girlfriend that they needed to tread carefully. Fan Ling told the girl that people would soon approach them. He asked, is she ready? Sue answered the main character that she had a camera in her brooch. She has a wiretap on her watch. She added that once they gather evidence, they will be able to arrest the suspects. The snake came up. He asked the guests with a smile if they came here for the first time. Fan Ling hugged the girl and answered his interlocutor that they had come from another city to have fun. Snake asked his interlocutor how big the deal is planned. Sue told the man that the more goods there are, the better it will be. Fan shouted to his girlfriend to keep quiet. The policewoman thought to herself that the main character was able to pull her out of the trap in time. The main character asked the man why he didn't even ask their names, but immediately talked about a big deal. The snake asked the guests how to address them. Fan said his name. He told the interlocutor that his girlfriend's name is Wei Wei. The snake told his new acquaintances that they could discuss the details of the deal in a quieter place. The main character and his girlfriend went into a separate room. They sat down on the sofa. Suddenly a crowd of huge militants appeared. Sue became worried. The girl looked at her friend excitedly. She decided that they had been discovered. Fan Lin asked the snake, why did he gather such a large crowd here? The snake told his interlocutors that doing business was very dangerous. He must be sure of safety. The man slyly told the guy that if he felt uncomfortable, he would ask his fighters to leave. The main character said that he doesn't care at all about the people in the room. The snake told one of his subordinates to show the young master the goods. One of the fighters showed the main character a tray containing methamphetamine and other drugs. The girl said admiringly that she saw in front of her a clean product and excellent quality. The serpent said that he was surprised that the young lady was so familiar with the goods. The main character asked the bandit how much goods he had. He added that money is not an issue. The snake happily thought to himself that a large fish had come to him. The snake offered to give his interlocutor 25 kilograms of each type. Fan replied dissatisfiedly that this would not be enough. The main character demanded 50 kilograms of each drug from the seller. The man was very surprised. After a short pause, the man told the guests that he would give them 50 kilograms. He added that he could now take them to the warehouse to check the goods. Suddenly the phone rang. Snake distracted from the conversation. The snake angrily picked up the phone and asked what happened. After the conversation, he replied to his interlocutor that he knew what to do. The man turned off the phone and winked at his subordinates. The main character realized that he had been exposed. The girl turned around and looked excitedly at the main character. He shouted that he needed to leave. The bandit took out a weapon. He shouted to his guests that they were trapped and had nowhere to run. Sue shouted to her friend that the bandits had a gun in their hands. The main character launched his needles into the man. After the flight, the needles pierced the bandit's hand. He didn't have time to shoot. Sue, I asked the guy if he really carries needles with him. Fan answered the girl that this is an old habit of his. The snake dropped the gun. He felt that he had it in his hand. The policewoman remembered that a little earlier the sniper's bullets also had needle-shaped holes. The bandit shouted to his subordinates to capture the guests alive or dead. One of the militants rushed at the policewoman with a knife. She prepared to defend herself. Sue very quickly grabbed one of the fighters by the arm and prepared to throw him. The main character swung his leg and hit one of the attackers with all his might. The snake stood with a knife. He looked at his lying fighters. He realized that he would have to do everything himself. The policewoman became worried. She noticed that more and more people began to come running. Suddenly the snake laughed very loudly. The people around were very surprised. Sue, I asked the main character, what did he do with the bandit? Fan said that he hit spots on the man's body that made him start laughing. The main character decided that it was time to leave. He grabbed a beer bottle and broke it. Fan held a bottle in his hand. He shouted to the bandits to leave. The boss continued to laugh. Fan headed towards the door. Around him the militants were retreating. Someone asked if their boss would choke from laughing. The main character brought the snake to the car door. He thought to himself that this was a stupid kidnapping. Fan turned around and sternly told the bandits not to pursue them. The policewoman sat down in her place. She pulled the lever and prepared to leave. The snake was handcuffed and shouted that if this continues, he might die. Sue said happily that they now have evidence. The boss happily thought to himself that he had a GPS in his shoes. His subordinates can find him and save him. The main character looked out the car window with excitement. He noticed that they were being followed. Fan Ling became very worried. He realized that they would have to run away right now. The main character called his girlfriend by name with great excitement. The main character excitedly shouted to his girlfriend to be careful. To reliably protect himself, the guy activated his special skill. An unfamiliar car at full speed rammed the car where the main character and the girl were. The powerful impact sent the car flying far to the side. She was carried over the road. The car overturned and lay on its side. Inside was the main character along with his girlfriend. The guy was lying unconscious with his girlfriend. They suffered greatly due to the impact. Sue opened her eyes and began to come to her senses. She decided to help her friend. The police officer nervously asked her friend how he was feeling. Fan told the girl to open the door and go out first. Fan, I asked my friend if everything was okay with her. The girl helped the guy get up. The main character told his interlocutor that he should receive a good reward. Fan told his girlfriend that he was fine. He added that the police should go and check on the snake's brother. If the bandit dies, their efforts will be in vain. Su Shui told her friend to wait for her. She promised to return as soon as possible. The main character stood and looked ahead. He felt how the forces began to leave him. The guy could no longer stand still. He fell straight onto the pavement. The girl transported the main character to the hospital. He needed medical attention. Fan Ling lay unconscious on the bed. An excited girl sat next to him. The main character felt that his body was in great pain. He didn't understand what had happened. Gradually, the guy's memory began to return. He remembered very clearly that the accident had happened. Fan Ling woke up and jumped up on the bed. He noticed his girlfriend sleeping next to him. The main character happily thought to himself that Su Shui was doing fine. He realized that everything was fine with him too. Su Shui told her surprised friend that she fell asleep while she was waiting for him. The girl looked at the main character with tears in her eyes. She was very excited. Su Shui told the guy happily that he woke up. She added that she would bring the doctor now. The doctor told the patient that he was lucky and asked his girlfriend to deliver him calcium supplements. Su Shui waved her hand and shouted to the doctor that she was not the protagonist's girlfriend. Fan told the man that he was not a couple with his girlfriend. Medic put his hand on the main character's head and told him to continue to fight. The main character asked the policewoman what happened to the snake. Sue replied that the bandit was dead. She added that the snake had a GPS in its shoes. Fan said thoughtfully that the accomplices simply decided to get rid of the snake. The girl said dissatisfied that they no longer had any clues. The main character told his interlocutor that he has one theory. The girl asked what the guy wanted to say. The main character told his interlocutor that the brother of the snake was a cowardly man. The police officer happily and confidently said that she would immediately begin an investigation. The girl handed the phone to the guy. She said his mom called a couple of times. Su Shui told her friend that her phone was broken into pieces. The main character at this time released the device from his hand. The protagonist's smartphone fell on his injured leg. Su Shui asked the guy if everything was okay with him. The main character said that he would call his mother and tell him that everything was fine with him. The girl told the guy to call. She added that she would come by later. The policewoman happily thought that the main character had put himself under attack to protect her. The system informed the main character that he had lost his golden armor. The main character remembered that when the car crashed, he felt that something from his clothes protected him. The policewoman remembered that she noticed the main character wearing gold clothes in the car. Sue turned her gaze and looked at her friend. Fan Ling hid the phone behind his back. The policewoman thought to herself that, most likely, she had imagined it all. Fan Ling looked at his phone and noticed that he had received a reward there. The main character received an instant healing potion as a reward in the drawer. Fan Ling was very pleased with such great attention from the system. The main character turned his head and looked with great attention at the table near the bed. Fan Ling extended his hand and opened the bottle. He noticed a bottle of medicine there. The main character joyfully shouted to himself that he had done what he wanted. Fan Ling grabbed the bottle and very quickly drank its contents completely. The main character felt that his headache was gone and his body did not hurt. His legs became light. The next day the girl worked at her district police station. Su Shui was very tired. She decided to buy something for the main character and visit him later. The main character wrote to his girlfriend that he had already been discharged. He added that she should not interrupt her work because of him. The police were very surprised that the guy was discharged within a day. The main character wrote to his girlfriend that he had already recovered and could walk. The policewoman thought to herself decisively that she must find the main character. At this time, a police officer entered the room and greeted the captain. A subordinate told his boss that he had news for her. The main character was at home in the evening. He had dinner with his mother. The mother was sitting with her son at the table. The woman asked her son who he was visiting. She added that she heard a woman's voice on the phone. Fan told the woman not to worry. He said it was just his friend. The mother told her son not to be an irresponsible man and not to leave the girl without words. At the same time the phone rang. It was Su Shui's girl who called. The woman fell silent. The main character realized that he needed to pick up the phone now. Fan asked the girl on the phone what happened to her. The main character reminded the interlocutor that he is very good at medicine. He asked if she was calling for a serious reason. The police said the snake was paranoid. He didn't trust anyone, but they were able to find the person with whom the snake shared information. Su told the guy that the snake shared information with his housekeeper named Bei He. The policewoman told the main character that she would pick him up tomorrow. Then they will go to the housekeeper. The main character read the future news carefully. They excited him. The news reported that the body of a woman named Bei He was found in Lotus Village. She was shot in the head. Fan Ling excitedly shouted to the police officer that he couldn't wait until tomorrow. He said we need to go now. The main character explained to the girl that something might happen to Bei. Fan Ling thought to himself excitedly that he didn't have time to wait for the police. The main character confidently realized that he must go to the future crime scene himself. Bei He was a famous beauty from Lotus Village. She lived in a foreign-style house. The girl spent her free time caring for and growing flowers. Bei He worked in her garden every day and walked her dog named Pip. The girl was almost 30 years old and she was unmarried. People in the village spread all sorts of bad rumors about the girl. Bei He sat near the mirror in her house late at night. She was alone. The girl looked in the mirror and thought that her friend had not appeared for a long time. Suddenly there was a very loud dog barking. The girl told Peep not to bother her. Suddenly a plaintive dog squeak was heard. The girl jumped up and turned around in fear. Bei He opened the door and looked in surprise at the lying dog. The girl looked with excitement at the lying body of the dog. She didn't understand why the dog was covered in blood. The stranger appeared. He shouted to the girl that she was truly a rare beauty. Bei asked the stranger in fear, "Who is he and how does he know the snake?" The bandit said that he would kill the girl quickly and painlessly. The girl asked the stranger, was he really sent to kill her? She asked where is the snake? The stranger angrily replied to his interlocutor that she herself was in danger. He added that the snake was dead. Bei was very surprised and scared. She couldn't believe that her friend was dead. The stranger grabbed the girl by the hand. She shouted at him to leave her. The bandit angrily said that the house was far from the others. No one should hear them. The main character approached. He hit the bandit from behind with his hand as hard as he could. The girl looked excitedly at the main character. She didn't understand who he was. The guy told the interlocutor that he would not harm her. He told her his name and said that he was from the village of Fanjia. The girl asked the guy in surprise, is he really from the village of Fanjia? The guy told the interlocutor that he would help her get up. Bei remembered excitedly that her dog had died. She looked away. The girl looked with great pity at the dog lying in front of her. Fan Ling told his interlocutor that he could pull the bullet out of the dog and even save him. Bei asked the guy excitedly, will he really save Pip? The main character told his interlocutor to bring him scissors. Wan Ling carefully looked at the various items that were available on his phone. The main character realized that in order to convince the girl, he needed to buy the most expensive medicine. He decided to purchase an instant potion. The girl ran in and joyfully told the main character that she had brought everything. Fan answered his interlocutor that everything would be ready soon. The girl looked at the main character with very great attention. She waited to see what he would do. Fan Ling picked up the scissors. He decided to use them to treat the dog. The main character took out a bottle and poured the magic remedy into the dog's mouth. 10 minutes have passed. Fan continued to treat the dog. The girl happily thought that the guy could save Pip. Suddenly a loud dog barking was heard in the room. The girl was very happy. The dog was alive and healthy. The hostess joyfully called him by name. The dog ran joyfully into the arms of its owner. The girl was very pleased. Fan Ling told the joyful girl to be careful. The dog could stain it with blood. The girl hugged the dog. She told the main character that she did not know how to repay him. The main character told his interlocutor that in his place any decent person would have done the same. Fan Lin asked the girl if she knew Wu Zhu Nuya, who is better known as the snake. Bei asked the guy if the snake really died. The main character answered the girl that the snake died and they want to find who did it. Fan Ling demanded that the girl help them find the main criminal. Bei told the main character the sad story of her life. 7 years ago, a snake saved her in a nightclub. The main characters looked at the girl with excitement. She said the snake treated her well. Fan Ling looked at his girlfriend with attention. She looked good and innocent. The main character told his interlocutor that he completely believed her. He asked if the snake treated her like his own daughter. Fan told the girl that this was another reason to give them the evidence. Bei displeasedly told the guy that she promised the snake not to give it to anyone. The main character realized that the girl was overcome by emotions. He needed to talk some sense into her. Fan told his interlocutor that the evidence would help solve several large-scale crimes. The main character asked the girl if she would make the right decision. Bei looked at her cured dog. She realized that if she didn't give the evidence to the guy, then other people would have it even worse than her. Fan Ling told the main character that she would now bring him what he needed. The girl was coming down the stairs from above. She was carrying a box in her hands. The main character was sitting near the body at that time. Suddenly the girl in the shoes slipped and began to lose her balance. Bei realized in fright that she might not be able to resist now and would fall to the floor. The main character was scared and amazed. He realized that he now needed to help his friend. Fan Lin made it just in time. He ran up and grabbed his girlfriend with his hands. The main character asked the girl if everything was okay with her. Bei answered her interlocutor that everything was fine with her. At this time a policewoman appeared. She asked her interlocutors displeasedly if she was bothering them. The girl told the main character that he was good with women. The main character shook his hands in fear and said that it was all an accident. Fan noticed several officers enter the room. He asked who they were. The girl explained that standing next to her was a deputy chief named Xie. Su introduced the main character to her boss. She explained that Fan Ling was helping her with the investigation. The main character thought to himself that there might be a mole among the policewoman's colleagues. He needed to tread carefully. Su told the main character that he was able to catch the criminal himself. He asked him to provide details of what happened. Fan Ling realized with excitement that the officer somehow knew that he himself had neutralized the criminal. Su told the main character to tell the deputy chief what just happened here. Fan said, cheerfully, that all this is a long story. The policewoman was very angry. She shouted that the bandits would not spare even an innocent woman. The policeman demanded that the girl give him evidence. He promised that they would take care of her safety. Fan promised his interlocutor that he would not allow what happened today to happen again. Bei handed the box of evidence in her hands to Deputy Chief Xie. The man opened the box and looked into it carefully. There was a policewoman next to him. The man was surprised to notice how there was a computer flash drive in the box on a pillow. Fan said happily that the dead snake left important information on the flash drive. He asked Su Shui to bring him a computer. The policeman suggested that his colleague take the flash drive and look at everything at the station. Su suggested that the boss not waste time and find out everything on the spot. The man answered her that there would be many employees with them. Therefore, criminals will not be able to interfere with them. The policeman picked up the flash drive. He said you can't study information in a criminal's house. The main character told the policeman that he and Miss Bay would go with them. He promised to provide more evidence. Sue asked her friend with excitement, why didn't he say before that he had more clues? The main character told the policeman that they must first return to the station. The deputy chief smiled at his interlocutor and said that he agreed. The main character, accompanied by his companions, left the house to the police cars. Fan Ling put his hand on the policewoman's shoulder. He wanted to tell her something. The main character asked the girl what kind of person the deputy chief was. Sue answered the guy that the man was very careful and perceptive. Fan asked the girl if the deputy chief did anything special. Su Shui shook her head thoughtfully and said that the deputy did nothing. Sue asked the interlocutor if he knew the boss of Zhou Zhenghua. The guy replied that the boss is known for his straightforwardness and honesty. The girl explained to the main character that the boss wants to transfer his post to her. The main character asked the girl if she had her boss's contacts on social networks. He wanted to add his friends. The interlocutor handed over the phone. The main character looked attentively at the smartphone. He said that the boss is an amazing person. Late at night, police officers were working on computers at the district police station. The policeman was sitting and very quickly typing something on the keyboard at the computer. The main character carefully watched how the deputy chief worked. The system informed the main character that he received points. Fan thought to himself that he could try to scan the flash drive in the box and copy it. The policeman happily said that the flash drive contained information about where Wu Tsu Nui hid the money. There is also information about the casinos and houses that the snake owned. Sue thought excitedly to herself that there must be more information on the flash drive. He told his subordinates to copy and double-check the information. The main character asked the policeman if this seemed suspicious to him. Bei told her interlocutor with excitement that she had not touched the box or what was inside. The main character told the policeman that they should have questioned the suspect first. The officer said dissatisfied that the suspect was hurt and is now unconscious. Sei said that they now have a lot of doubts. He suggested waiting until the suspect woke up. Fan told the man that he had knowledge of medicine. He wanted to examine the suspect. The man looked at the main character very dissatisfied and suspiciously. He said dissatisfied to the main character that he could not trust the suspect into the hands of an ordinary citizen. The girl said excitedly that she could vouch for Fanya. He shouted to his subordinate that she would stay at the station and tell them everything. At this time, more police appeared from the side. One of them took out handcuffs. The boss, accompanied by his subordinates, said angrily that enough was enough. The subordinates greeted the boss, who suddenly appeared with surprise. The boss told his subordinate that he was in cahoots with drug criminals. He answered dissatisfiedly that all this was slander and lies. The man thought to himself that there was no evidence that would confirm his guilt. The main character said that he replaced the flash drive when the deputy chief had it. He took out a real flash drive. The main character handed a flash drive to his friend and told her to check it. He angrily shouted at the guy that he had done everything to slander him. Fan replied to his interlocutor that they would soon find out whether it was a lie or not. The policeman reported that the suspect woke up and told them that Xia Heng paid them to kill Miss Bei. Su said happily that the snake left information about the conspiracy on the flash drive. There is a video with all the details and addresses. The boss angrily shouted that he needed to check all the information on the flash drive. He was very excited and scared. He realized that the end had come for him. The boss sternly asked his subordinate what he could say in his defense. He pointed to the main character and said that he never thought that such a nonentity would destroy him. Fan answered the man that justice will always triumph. The chief told the deputy that he had once shielded an innocent man from being shot. The man answered very angrily to the boss that it didn't mean anything to him. The girl displeasedly reminded her colleague that he had forgotten about the oath he had taken. He said it's sad that when he tried to protect others, his uncle and aunt were killed. The boss very angrily and surprised asked the interlocutor why he decided that his relatives were killed. The manager told his subordinate that his uncle died at work. My aunt committed suicide after depression. The man told his deputy he was working on another case. He himself never spoke about his uncle and aunt. The subordinate became very worried. He shouted that this couldn't happen. Fan displeasedly asked his interlocutor, would Joe really lie? He said in a frightened voice that this was impossible. The main character asked the man, did he really not know about his family? Xie Heng began to take off his clothes. He answered in a dissatisfied voice that he really didn't know. The officer said in a frightened voice that he had made an unforgivable mistake. The man threw his outerwear onto the floor. People around were surprised. Xie Heng took his pistol out of its holster. He shouted that he would do everything now. The policeman pointed his gun at the girl. He said he couldn't turn back. The main character scaredly shouted to his girlfriend to be careful. He said in a falling voice that people could live in peace only if he died. The main character looked at the man in fear and realized that it was time to act. The policeman presented a gun to his head. He shouted that the hero was returning victorious. The main character rushed to his girlfriend to protect her as quickly as possible. The boss, very frightened and angrily, called his subordinate by name. He shot himself in the head. The people around were very amazed and frightened. The main character thought. He could not understand exactly who exactly the man was talking about before his death. The Han guy was at home. He was talking to someone on the phone. The girl looked at her pregnancy test. She decided that she needed to tell her friend the good news. The girlfriend told the guy that she had news for him. Han was telling someone angrily on the phone that he needed to bankrupt Jiang Li's company. The guy looked at his phone with displeasure. He realized that his father was calling him. The father told his son that his aunt and uncle had just been arrested. Han angrily asked the man, who dared to do this to his family? The father told his son that the relatives had been arrested by Zhenghua. The guy got so angry that he let go of his cigarette. The father told his son that the problem should have been solved a long time ago. He added that Fan Lin is a difficult person. The girl was frightened to hear that the main character was involved. The Han was very unhappy because Fan Ling was constantly interfering with them. The father, in a frightened voice on the phone, told his son that their family was doomed. The guy was scared and heard through the phone how the police detained his father. Han hit the phone on the floor with all his might. He shouted loudly that the main character had destroyed everything. The guy told the girl to contact Ding Kun through her phone. Han said with an evil smile to the girl that she needed to kidnap Fan Ling's mother. The boss said in a reasonable tone that his subordinate was to blame for ending up like this. Fan, looking at the policeman's body, said that justice had been served. The police chief told the main character that he did the right thing when he told the truth about Xie Heng. Fan thanked the man for the compliment. Su told her friend that he would definitely get a reward this time. Fan was very pleased that his girlfriend remembered everything. The boss told his subordinate to take a couple of people with her and go on a capture operation. Su replied that she would do everything that way. The man told his interlocutors that they could now go freely. The main character told Chief Zhou that he had already encountered young Master Han. He turned out to be very cunning. The boss told the main character that he was an important witness who needed to be protected. Su told her friend that he should leave with his girlfriend Bei. The main character looked at the girl. He realized that she looked very shocked. Fan told his girlfriend that they would stay overnight at a nearby hotel. He added that she should call if necessary. Fan went out with the girl onto the street. He said that he would help her get home tomorrow morning. Bei asked my interlocutor excitedly, "Is this really all?" Fan answered his interlocutor that there was nothing to be afraid of anymore. The main character joyfully thought to himself that this was really the end. Fan Lin was resting at the hotel. It was already late evening and he was getting ready to sleep. The main character was lying on the bed. He carefully read the messages on his phone. Fan saw a message that his phone would be temporarily disconnected from the network. The main character thought to himself that he wanted to sleep. He knew that if he was needed, the girl would call him. At this time there was a very loud knock on the door. Bei shouted to the main character that he was not answering his calls. Fan Ling jumped out of bed. He was very excited. He was already getting ready to sleep. Bei excitedly showed the main character that Officer Su Shui called her. The policewoman excitedly informed the main character that his mother was now at the station. She added that the guy should come quickly. Fan Lin very excitedly asked the police officer why his mother was with them. The woman shouted excitedly that some stranger had kidnapped the Fong girl. The attacker came for her, but took the Fong. Su Shui told the guy on the phone that she would tell him everything when he came to her station. At this time, the main character received a call to an unfamiliar number. He became wary. Fan told his interlocutor that someone called him. He asked the girl not to speak yet. The main character picked up the phone. He listened very carefully and warily. Han angrily shouted at his interlocutor to speak into the phone. The main character immediately recognized the guy by his voice. Fan Lin heard his girlfriend call him on the phone. He became very worried. The girl said in a crying voice to the main character that she was fine. The main character demanded that the Han Wu Tao guy tell him what he wanted. The guy angrily told the main character on the phone that he had ruined his life. Fan Lin asked his interlocutor what he needed. Han told the main character to come alone and without the police. The guy angrily finally told the main character that he would call him back later from another number. Fan Ling heard on the phone how his interlocutor hung up. The main character was very angry. He was unhappy because the system was being updated right now. Bei looked at the main character with excitement. She realized that his girlfriend phone was very important to the guy. The main character excitedly grabbed the phone. He decided to call the girl. The policewoman shouted to the main character not to be led by emotions. Fan told the girl to send someone to pick up Bei He. He added that he would be leaving soon. The main character told the policewoman that she could ask someone to monitor him remotely. Fan Lin after the conversation, he turned off the phone. He realized that the time had come to act. Han kept his captive in an apartment in the house. He was waiting to meet the main character. The kidnapper angrily asked the victim if his friend would come to save him alone. The girl got angry and bit the guy's hand with all her might. He got very angry. Han hit his captive and shouted, "How dare she bite him?" The girlfriend approached the guy and said that he shouldn't take it out on the girl. She reminded him that he needed the captive to intimidate Fan Ling. The beaten girl was sitting. She looked at the guy silently and with hatred. Han shouted angrily that he did not want to bully the main character. He wants to kill him. Fong was very scared and worried. She realized that the main character was in danger. My friend was also scared. She did not expect such words from her boyfriend. Fong reminded her interlocutor, Do, that she grew up with the main character and they were like family. A friend told her boyfriend that she was pregnant. She reminded that if he kills the main character, he will go to prison. The Han told his interlocutor that the Han family was now finished. He added that there was no point in having a child. Han suspiciously told his girlfriend that she was using the unborn child to let her ex-boyfriend go. The doe excitedly shouted to her friend that she was on his side. The guy very angrily shouted at his girlfriend to shut up. Fan received a call to his number. The incoming call was from an unknown number. Fan told his interlocutor to give him the address and he would arrive soon. The subordinate stuffed the kidnapped girl into the car. The Han answered his accomplice to go to the square. They should pick him up there. The main character arrived 20 minutes later to the square. It was full of people. They were having fun. Fan Lin dissatisfiedly told Han on the phone that he had not arrived. The kidnapper explained to the interlocutor that he should go to the traffic light at the second intersection on Fu Lin Street. Fan asked his interlocutor if he had given him the exact address. Han angrily told the guy that if Tom needs a girl, then he should listen to him. The main character said angrily on the phone that he would soon be on Fu Lin Street. The main character arrived on the desired street. There was no one there. He looked around. Han told his interlocutor on the phone that this time he had arrived at the right street. The attacker thought that he would now show the main character what it was like to be a loser. Fan Ling looked at the phone with excitement. He noticed that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. The system informed the protagonist that the maintenance was completed. Unexpectedly, the main character noticed how the phone in his hand began to turn into a flower. Fan Lin was surprised to see how a small and pink girl appeared on the flower. The main character fearfully extended his finger to the girl and asked what it was. The baby opened her pink eyes. She looked at the man in surprise. Unexpectedly, the girl called the guy father and rushed to him with outstretched hands. Fan Ling decided that he was still dreaming about all this. The girl happily touched the main character with her hands and thanked him for waking her up. Fan Ling realized that he was definitely not sleeping. He asked the girl who she was. The little girl with a smile told the guy that she was the telephone operator. He had not seen her before because she was sleeping. Fan asked his interlocutor with interest, did she really appear from the phone? The main character fearfully told his new acquaintance that he had a couple of questions. The girl told her master that she would give him 3 gifts after system maintenance. The baby told the main character that only he can see and hear her. Cinderella's ball gown is now available for purchase in the WeChat store. The girl said that after the system update, all items were divided into levels. Various items became available. To purchase them you needed a different level and points. The baby told the main character that while he has limited access to items, he can buy things from level E to level B. The main character asked his interlocutor how he could unlock items at a higher level. The little girl replied that she had no idea. Fan asked the girl if she knew how she was created. The little girl said that she certainly knows. The main character began to ask various questions. The girl answered the guy that he needed special access so that she could answer such questions. Fan Ling realized with displeasure that the girl couldn't really tell him anything. The main character realized that he needed to save his girlfriend Fong. He asked the girl how he could buy things through her. The girl demanded from the main character that he first give her a name. After that he must touch her head. The baby continued to demand from the guy that he give her a name. Fan thought the girl was very cute. The guy very happily told his interlocutor that he would call her Mellow. The girl shouted to the guy that she liked the name Mellow. The main character demanded from his interlocutor that she call him Master. The girlfriend very happily answered the guy that she would do everything that way. Fan stroked the girl's head. Mello informed the owner that he had successfully received the gifts. The main character received a short-distance portal as a gift. The kidnappers took the girl far out of town. It was located near the sea coast. Fong was tied to a tree. She was completely on her own and there was no one around. The girl was tied up and could not move. She was thinking about the main character. Suddenly the captive heard some noise from the side. She looked up hopefully. Mello called the girl Mom. The main character couldn't understand why the little girl calls other people Daddy and Mommy. Fan Ling looked to the side with great attention. He noticed that the girl wanted to tell him something. Fong shook her head to the sides with all her might. She didn't want the guy to approach her. Mello shouted to her owner to take her mother home. The main character scaredly told the girl that he was late. Fan untied the captive's mouth. She shouted at him to leave. At that time something hit the guy in the back with all his might. He began to fall. Han said angrily that didn't the main character think that this could happen? The girls were very scared. The guy told the captive not to scream. He shouted that the main character was already on the first flight in hell. At this time, unexpectedly, the main character woke up and grabbed his enemy by the leg. Han was very scared. In surprise, he even dropped his pistol. Fan Ling very quickly and professionally took the pistol away and cocked the hammer. The main character asked his interlocutor angrily, did he really think that he would come to him without preparation? Fong asked the main character with great excitement if everything was okay with him. Fan replied that he was fine. Han angrily told the main character that someone lent him a bulletproof vest. Mello shouted joyfully that her master used armor that was resistant to fire and water. Han angrily told his interlocutor that the girl definitely did not have a bulletproof vest. The main character became worried. He realized that his enemy might have dangerous accomplices. A group of bandits approached. one of them pointed a weapon at the girl. The attacker demanded that the main character move away from the young Master Han. Fan Ling became worried. He realized that help had arrived for Han. The tied-up girl excitedly called out to the main character. The guy told his girlfriend not to worry. The main character asked Mello to use the portal and take the Fong away from here. The little girl replied that it takes a month to recharge this item. Han shouted to his accomplices to shoot quickly. He added that the main character would not kill him. Mello shouted for the owner to defeat the bad guy. Fan angrily asked his rival, did he really think that he could always mock other people with impunity? One of the bandits told the main character that if he lets Han go, then they will let him go too. Fan asked the attackers why he should believe them. One of the bandits threw a knife at the guy. Another attacker said that the guy could take the parked car and drive away with the girl in it. Fan picked up a knife. He could not understand why the bandits decided to let them go. Han ordered his subordinates to immediately kill the main character. One of the subordinates told the boss that if they kill Fan, no one will know that he lost to an unarmed child. The main character untied his girlfriend. He shouted to her not to be afraid and that he would protect her. One of the bandits presented a weapon to the Khan's head and told him to come with them. Han grabbed the knife with his hand. He decided to try to attack the guy anyway. The guy accelerated and wanted to hit the main character with his knife. The girl noticed the danger. Fong, very scared and excited, shouted to her friend to be careful. The girl ran up and pushed the guy towards him with a big swing. Han missed and swung a knife at the girl instead of the main character. Fan Ling called his girlfriend's name very fearfully. She was mortally wounded. The main character got angry. He hit the Khan on the head with a big swing with his foot. Fan Ling asked Mello to immediately give him a healing potion and a painkiller. The main character carefully poured medicine from a bottle into his girlfriend's mouth. At this time one of the bandits fired a pistol. The bullet wounded the main character in the head. The bandits fired from all sides. The guy and the girl hid behind a tree. Fan promised his girlfriend that he would soon take her home. The main character grabbed his pistol and started shooting at the bandits in flight. The protagonist's bullets hit the criminals very accurately. They dropped their weapons. One of the bandits told a subordinate named K to take the master to a safe place. K fearfully told his leader that he could not move. The bandits froze in place. One of the criminals noticed that he had a needle sticking out of his body. He realized that his body was not listening. Han told the main character that he really regrets that he did not kill him earlier. The guy angrily told the main character that if he kills her, then he will be no different from him. Fan angrily told his interlocutor that he was a loser. The main character was holding a small needle in his hands from behind. He prepared to use it. A girl ran up from behind. She called the main character very scared. The guy was surprised when he saw Fan Shaolon next to him. The girl, very frightened, asked her friend to spare Tao. The doe excitedly shouted to the main character that Han could do nothing more to him. The girl told the mountain hero that she was pregnant. This will be Tao's child. Mello was surprised that a baby could be in her tummy. The girl said that she did not want her son to grow up without a father. She asked the main character to leave the Hanyu's life. The girlfriend asked the guy if he promised that he would not bother the main character anymore. Han told the girl angrily that perhaps Fan Ling was the father of her child. The main character asked the girl angrily, does she really want to protect such a person? The doe tearfully demanded from her friend that he apologize for the sake of the child to the main character. Han said that he would not apologize and added that Fan Ling was to blame for everything. Han looked at the main character with anger and hatred. He laughed a little. The doe asked the laughing guy in fear what happened to him. Han continued to laugh and stand on the edge of the abyss. It was very dangerous. The exhausted guy said that it was all over. He looked up somewhere. The guy pushed away and silently flew down from a great height from a cliff into the water. The girl was very scared. She called her friend's name. The doe was very much amazed and frightened. She fainted from the experience. The main character loudly called his girlfriend Fong Shaolon by name. The girl was in the people's hospital. She was lying unconscious on the bed. Unexpectedly, the doe suddenly jumped up from her place and called out to Tao's dead friend. The patient asked if Tao survived. The guy told the girl to calm down. He explained that worrying would harm the child. The main character poured water for his girlfriend. He asked, "Should we worry about such a heartless person?" The doe replied sadly that she would do everything to make the child happy. Fan brought a glass of water to the girl. He explained to his girlfriend that the chances of survival were slim. The main character told the interlocutor that she would receive a prison sentence for helping a criminal. The doe explained that she would start living first in another city. The main character told his girlfriend that if she needed anything, she should call. He added that he would go and check the Fong. The doe said that she found herself in this position because of her greed. She added that she was very sorry. The main character told his interlocutor not to worry. He added that he is not angry with her. The main character walked out the door. The girl was left alone. She thought with sadness and tears in her eyes about her fate. The main character walked along the corridor. Mello informed him that he received 50 points as a reward for helping the police and saving people. The main character was very surprised that he received such a big award. Mello clarified that 20 points will be deducted from the main character due to the suicide of the main witness. Fan realized that in addition to rewards, there are also punishments. The main character thought to himself that he acted very impulsively because he was worried about the phone. The little girl told the main character that she wanted to sleep. She asked him to hold out his hands. The main character noticed with great surprise that his little girlfriend had turned back into a telephone. The police wrote to the guy that they still haven't found the 3 guys who were with the con. Fong happily reported that the doctor said she was fine. The main character was happy that his girlfriend woke up. Her parents were next to the girl. The girl hugged her friend. She said that she thought she would never see him again. Fan told his girlfriend that it was all over. He will be here now. The father told the main character that his daughter is alive only thanks to him. Fong explained to the man that Fong saved him. The woman said that her daughter was brave. She said that she needed to thank her. Fan said happily that everything was finally safe. The woman looked at the main character with gratitude and said that he was right. The interlocutor told the main character that a classmate from high school called him and invited him to a class meeting. Fan was very puzzled by this information.